From a rooftop, a man named Derek looks down as his partner, Sylvie, prepares to cast a spell. She yells up at him, "Get ready, Derek." Sylvie shouts her instructions. 30 seconds until the portal's up. Once you're through, you'll only have a few minutes to save them. And remember, don't be in the portal when it closes or... Interrupting her, Derek casually takes a large gulp from his flask, muttering, "Yeah, yeah." He lowers the flask with a sigh of satisfaction. "I've got it, Sylvie," he says, his voice dripping with confidence. He hops down from his perch, landing deftly on the ground below. With a smirk, he reminds her, "This isn't the first time I've had to save your team." Blue lightning crackles around his arm as he powers up. "Go through the portal, save the day, get back before dinner. Easy," he says with a casual wave of his hand. Sylvie can only purse her lips in annoyance, muttering "Tusk, asshole," as purple energy swirls around her. She focuses her power, declaring, "This is it, portal's fully opening." Now clad in armor and wielding a formidable weapon, Derek stands ready. "It's go time," he states, his eyes glowing with power. Without a moment's hesitation, Derek steps into the swirling purple vortex of the portal. But on the other side, the scene is one of utter devastation. A volcanic landscape burns under a red sky, rumbling with destruction. A fellow team member, gasping for breath, lies defeated on the scorched earth. The dimension is overrun with monstrous creatures, including a massive dragon that unleashes a torrent of fire, overwhelming Derek and his team. Looking at the chaos, a bloodied and battered Derek can only mutter in disbelief, Damn it, how did it end up like this?" He holds a fallen comrade, surrounded by an army of monsters in the fiery hellscape, completely outnumbered. Days, years, or decades later, that day still replays in his head over and over again. Now older and scarred, Derek reflects on his past while trapped in a void. It was supposed to be a simple mission. He thinks to himself, "You'd think after years of mastering the system on my own, I'd know better than to try and help people, but old habits die hard." He remembers the desperate pleas from his team. "Get to the portal, Derek. Sylvie can't hold it open much longer." Another teammate had screamed, "We can't leave them," while another urged, "There's no time, go." The memory haunts him. "I was one of the strongest system users on the planet. I thought I could save them all." He recalls fighting his way to the closing portal, a teammate yelling, "Hurry, Derek, the portal's closing," as he desperately proclaimed, "I can save him." He remembers the strain, thinking to himself, "I managed to fight off enough monsters to create an opening. All we had to do was make it through." But his present self scoffs at the memory. "Idiot, look where that got you." The memory continues through the view of Sylvie's portal. He sees himself desperately pulling his injured comrade along. "Get up, I'm getting you out of here," he had urged, to which his friend could only manage a weak "Thank you, Derek." He remembers urging his friend on, "Just keep moving, a little further and we'll be safe." But as Derek is consumed by the memory of his past self, the last word his dying friend uttered echoes in his mind. "Liar." In the flashback, a monster's maw lunges through the portal's edge, tearing his teammate apart before his very eyes. "No!" Derek screams in horror as his friend cries out in agony. His face, reflected in the shrinking gateway, is a mask of shock and failure. "Shit," he thinks. From inside the chaotic dimension, he watches the portal shrink, with Sylvie visible on the other side, just before it closes completely. The memory fills him with rage and regret. "Why did I even try to help them?" he growls before desperately pleading with his past self. Come on, just a little longer." Trapped in the void, he lunges forward, as if he could still change the past, thinking, "Don't you dare." He screams in defiance of his memory, "No." He desperately reaches out, trying to grasp the shrinking portal that exists only in his mind. But it's useless. The portal snaps shut, sealing his fate. His hand clenches into a fist as the memory concludes. Thrown back to the reality of his prison, the shock hits him all over again. What? He stands stunned in the empty void, asking the darkness, what just happened? He gasps, the crushing weight of his abandonment and failure washing over him. He collapses to his knees, his weapon clattering beside him. Why did this happen to me? He cries out. What did I do to deserve it? He tortures himself with questions. Was it because I wasn't strong enough, or did someone betray me? He shakes his head, grabbing his glaive, trying to push the dark thoughts away. No, my mind's just playing tricks on me again. He forces himself to believe in a rescue that isn't coming, scratching a mark on the ground to track the passing days. Sylvie and the others are probably looking for me right now. They'll open a portal for me, and I'll be able to get out of here. As countless marks fill the space around him, he waits in the vast, empty darkness, clinging to a fading hope. Any day now. But no one came. He reflects, I didn't know if I'd been trapped for months or decades. To survive the endless solitude, he trained. I practiced with my glaive until it became an extension of myself. I meditated for days on end in an effort to keep myself sane. I trained my body to its peak, growing stronger than I thought possible. He honed his skills, his movements becoming a whirlwind of deadly precision in the silent void. He recalls his endless cycle. I meditated and practiced and trained in the hopes that someday I'd get to see the sun again. Then a sudden unfamiliar sound cuts through the silence, a sharp ding. Derek looks up, confused and alarmed. Huh. A red warning message flashes before his eyes. Error, system DETCTD, the host is moving out of system range. He stares in disbelief. What? No. Alarms blare in his mind as error messages flood his vision. Wait, he pleads, a wave of panic rising. You can't do this to me. The system continues its dire warning. Error. Host losing connection with system-controlled area. Please move into system range as soon as possible. He clutches his head, screaming in desperation. It's all I have left. But the final, soul-crushing message appears. Error, system connection lost. Tears of despair stream down his face, the cracks on his skin deepening. Please, don't take my system from me, he begs the empty void. In a fit of rage, he smashes his fists against the walls of his prison. Damn it, he thinks, this place has no escape. Not even from the agony of my own flesh eating itself, as my high vitality stitches me back together. It doesn't matter how strong I become. The cracks in myself keep growing wider, but the ones in the void just slowly disappear. Finally, after an eternity of suffering, he gives in to despair. His eyes, lifeless and broken, reflect his thoughts. I give up. Just let me die. He lets go, his body floating adrift in the endless purple expanse, his weapon slipping from his grasp. I'd lost myself once before and could feel it happening again. I slipped quietly into the darkness until the void called. Something startles him from his descent into nothingness. A fracture appears in the fabric of the void. The call was real, and I answered. He stares at the impossible sight, his mind struggling to accept it. Am I seeing things? A dangerous gleam returns to his eye, which now sparks with a faint blue light. A manic grin spreads across his face as blue energy crackles around him. That's a crack, and it's not reforming. A primal roar of pure, unadulterated will erupts from him as he's engulfed in power. I'm GTTING the fuck out of here. He channels his newfound energy, preparing to unleash it. I don't care where it leads. With a mad laugh, he swings his glaive at the crack. I don't care what's on the other side, ha. He puts all of his strength into the blow, thinking, anything, even death, is better than staying. The crack shatters. But as he breaks through, a monstrous creature greets him on the other side. What the hell is? Before he can react, the beast unleashes a massive energy blast that engulfs him completely. The force of the explosion sends him hurtling back through the shattered remains of his prison. He rights himself, clad in his transformed armor, a grimace on his face. Certainly doesn't feel like another hallucination. He gazes at the monstrous creature, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. So that's what is strong enough to keep me in my prison. The beast lets out a deafening roar. Unafraid, Derek smirks at the roaring beast. I know it's been a while since I've talked to someone, but I'm pretty sure that's not how you say hello. The monster responds with a guttural snarl, its multiple red eyes glowing with malice. Derek's grin widens, his expression turning feral. So let me be the one to teach you some manners. A dark chuckle escapes him as his own power surges. Besides, I'm starting to wonder how strong I am without my system. He lunges forward, swinging his glaive in a powerful arc, ready to test his limits. The monster counters, gathering a massive ball of destructive energy in its maw. Instead of dodging, Derek meets the attack head-on, smashing his weapon directly into the energy blast. The resulting explosion of energy sends shockwaves through the void. With newfound agility, he dashes and dodges through the chaotic aftermath of the blast. But the beast is relentless, landing a powerful blow that sends him flying. Damn it, he thinks. The impact creates another massive explosion of purple energy. He tumbles uncontrollably through the air, the force of the attack overwhelming him as he grunts in pain. Lying on the ground, he looks up at the monster looming over him and curses, "You big ugly bastard." He groans, pushing himself up from the ground. Now I'm over 50% sure you aren't a hallucination. Suddenly, a fresh wound on his face catches his attention. He looks at his gauntlet and sees something he hasn't seen in a very long time, his own blood. I'm bleeding. The sight doesn't bring fear, but a wide, manic grin. The feeling of being truly alive, of being vulnerable, is exhilarating. Heth, make that 100%. He stands, renewed, blue lightning arcing around him. And just like that, the fog cleared from my mind. It's been a while since I've bled, he thinks, a newfound resolve solidifying within him. Death is as good an escape as any other. The monster conjures another attack, this one a swirling construct of magical energy. The beast launches its spell, sending it hurtling towards Derek. Derek plants his foot, ready to meet the attack with his full power. He charges forward, his entire journey fueling this one moment, after being trapped for decades. After losing his sanity. After nearly losing his will to live. He pushed himself beyond every conceivable boundary. I surpassed MY-LIMITS. With all the power he could muster, he let out a furious roar. Either kill ME. His final attack met the beasts, creating a cataclysmic explosion of red and blue energy. Or get out of MY way, he screamed, his voice filled with decades of pent-up rage. The sheer force of their combined power shattered the very fabric of the void. His prison crumbled around him, the space rumbling and breaking apart. He leaped between the shattered fragments of reality, his escape finally within his grasp. With one final leap, he propelled himself towards freedom, and His eyes, glowing with power and determination, were fixed on his goal. He landed a final, devastating blow on the beast that had guarded his prison. Got out, he soared past the defeated monster, leaving the void behind him forever. A wild, unrestrained laugh escaped him, the pure, unfiltered joy of a man who had won back his life. And for the first time in an eternity, he saw the sun once more. Floating in the sky of a new world, he screamed one word: freedom. A short while earlier, a cataclysmic event tore through a peaceful forest, heralding his arrival. A young boy runs frantically through the woods, panting as he looks back. Did I lose it? He wonders, just before a rustle in the bushes proves him wrong. He scrambles away in terror. Crap, he thinks, his heart pounding. I never should have wandered away from the village. Reaching a cliff face, he begins a desperate climb, slipping and struggling. If only I'd waited a few more days. Curse my luck, he laments. He pulls himself over the edge, gasping for breath. But his relief is short-lived. He finds himself trapped at the peak of a mountain with nowhere left to run. The monstrous wolf-like creature appears before him, blocking his only escape. The boy's face falls in utter despair. I'm so dead. He screams, stumbling backward from the terrifying beast. The ground beneath his feet gives way, and the cliff edge crumbles. As the boy falls, the monster leaps, ready to finish him off. The boy cries out in terror, "Somebody help me," as the monster's jaws close in. He plunges into the water below and surfaces, gasping for air, having narrowly escaped the beast's attack. I'm alive, he sputters, clinging to the rocks. But his relief is cut short as he looks up and sees a strange, crackling light in the sky, causing him to cry out in confusion. Whatever it is, it comes crashing down from the heavens with a deafening boom. It hits the water right in front of him with an enormous splash, sending waves and energy everywhere. As the water settles, a towering figure in glowing armor rises, holding a massive glaive. The boy can only cry out in shock and fear at the sudden appearance of his mysterious savior. A young, blonde-haired boy named Thomas is in a state of utter terror, his face pale and covered in a cold sweat as he shudders in fear. Before him stands a menacing figure clad in black armor, radiating a powerful blue aura. Having just escaped one monster, Thomas looks up in despair, crying out, and now there's a demon. The scene shifts to Derek, whose face and body are covered in cracks, a sign of his torment in the void. Suddenly, a red notification window appears before him, displaying a critical message. Error, INVADING system DETCTED. A close-up on Derek's glowing blue eye shows his confusion and shock. The single word echoes in his mind. What? The system immediately follows up with a new, ominous directive. Eliminating threat. A massive vortex of purple energy forms and fires a beam down towards the coastline where the armored man and Thomas stand. The beam of energy engulfs Derek, who cries out in pain and confusion. Shit, what's going on? From behind a tree, Thomas watches the chaotic scene unfold, his face a mask of pure shock and terror. The purple energy erupts in a massive, blinding explosion, tearing the landscape apart. In the aftermath, the armored figure lies motionless in a crater, surrounded by fractured ground and creeping vines, seemingly defeated. Nearby, an injured wolf-like creature shakes itself off. It's covered in wounds, but it's still standing. A close-up on the wolf's eye reveals its blood-red sclera and glowing yellow pupil, burning with feral intensity. The wolf cautiously approaches the fallen body of Derek and looms over him, assessing the new potential threat or prey. Derek's consciousness drifts in a dark void. He recalls his time there. I was in there for so long, trapped, stripped bare, stretched thin. He continues his lament, his form shattering into pieces within the void. Until I was nothing but broken fragments drifting in the void. Was it all gone? My life before. As his reality fractures like broken glass, he questions everything he ever knew. My system. The fragments of his memory and being continue to drift apart as he wonders, my home? Or had it all been just a dream? Back in the forest, the wolf decides to act, sinking its teeth into Derek's armored arm with a vicious bite. But Derek's reaction is anything but normal. Still seemingly half asleep, he groans with annoyance as if being woken from a nap. NGH, stop. 5 more minutes. The wolf is utterly confused by this lack of a fearful response. It chomps down and thrashes its head, trying to get a reaction from its unbothered victim. Instead of screaming in pain, Derek begins to laugh, the strange sensation tickling him. Hee, stop it. That tickles. This bizarre reaction infuriates the wolf, which lets out a furious, guttural growl. Finally, having had enough, Derek's eye snaps open, now filled with irritation. I said stop. In a flash, Derek's hand shoots up and effortlessly grabs the wolf by its snout, his annoyance turning into a show of overwhelming power. He contemptuously smacks the wolf, sending it flying. Thomas, who has been watching the entire exchange, can only stare in disbelief at this display of casual dominance and think, he's a demon. Derek slowly gets up, letting out a heavy sigh of exasperation. His annoyed expression, however, begins to change as he looks over at the whimpering wolf he just threw. In a bizarre turn, Derek's demeanor shifts to one of pure delight. He lifts the wounded, snarling wolf into the air as if it were a prize, exclaiming, a puppy! Come here, boy. The wolf continues to growl and snarl, but Derek, with a crazed and unsettling smile, seems impressed. Wow, he says, completely misreading the creature's aggression. Derek looks around at the forest, a strange landscape of withered, twisted trees and unsettling, colorful mushrooms. His gaze falls upon the skeletal remains of a bizarre, bird-like creature decaying on the forest floor. He then notices a human skull with a large centipede crawling through its eye socket, surrounded by vibrant red mushrooms. As scenes of withering and decay fill his sight, a single thought forms in his mind. It's beautiful. Holding the still growling wolf, Derek comments on the ambience of the morbid forest, and loud. He then pats the creature, trying to soothe it. Hush, puppy. The camera pans over to an old, weathered animal skull lying amongst the leaves, further emphasizing the theme of death in the forest. Reality seems to finally seep into Derek's consciousness. Now out of his armor and in a plain shirt, he holds the struggling wolf and concedes, I guess it wasn't a dream after all. He suddenly has a realization. I have my system back. That makes no sense. Why would I? He pauses, noticing something is wrong. Wait, it's different. Where are my achievements? What the hell is going on? He pulls up his status window. It reads, DERK Hunt Age, 26 LVL, 0 Class NA Race, Human Modified. His stats are present, but his skills and achievements are listed as none, confirming his fears. Determined, Derek thinks, I better still have my skills. He materializes his polearm, which crackles with familiar blue energy, preparing to test his abilities. He swings his weapon, attempting to perform his signature move as a system prompt describes the skill. Energy Slash. RELEASES, a wave of energy from the blade of your weapon. But nothing happens. Derek stands there, polearm in hand, completely dumbfounded. Even the wolf looks on, confused by the lack of any action. In a comical display of frustration, a chibi version of Derek frantically swings his weapon over and over, trying to activate Energy Slash, but to no avail. The repeated failure results in a painful system backlash. Derek clutches his head, crying out, AGH, damn it, why won't my skill activate? His mind flashes back to the initial alert. And what about that error? He wonders, recalling the red window. It said something about an invading system. While scratching his head in thought, the wolf begins chewing on his arm again. He pieces the clues together, musing, does that mean there are 2 of them? Did my old one somehow combine with a new one? Sitting down on a rock and cradling the wolf like a house pet, Derek ponders his larger situation. How did I even get here? And just where exactly is here anyway? As he stands up, his foot lands on a dry twig, which snaps loudly in the quiet forest. The sound puts him on high alert. He whirls around, holding the wolf defensively as it growls. Who's there? He shouts into the woods. Thomas emerges from his hiding spot and immediately drops to his knees, begging for his life. Please don't eat me. I'm sorry. I just want to find my way home. Derek stares down at the terrified boy, completely baffled by his plea. Eat you? What are you talking about, kid? Thomas looks up, sniffling as he wipes a tear from his eye. You mean, you're not a man-eating demon? Derek replies, equally confused. Man-eating? What the hell are you talking about? With the gruesome-looking wolf draped over his shoulder, Derek asks with genuine innocence, completely unaware of the irony. What about me looks like a man-eating demon? As if on cue, the wolf suddenly lunges forward and barks aggressively at Thomas, who screams and flinches back in terror. Derek immediately begins to scold the wolf, shaking it like a misbehaving pet. Bad dog, no, he yells. Thomas, witnessing the absurdity of the scene, can only conclude he's insane. Turning his attention back to the boy, Derek apologizes casually. Sorry about that, kid. What's your name? He asks, then introduces himself. I'm Derek. The boy, though still terrified, hesitantly answers, It's, Thomas. Derek, now petting the bloody wolf, which is drawn with a comical halo, asks, What level are you, Tommy? Why are you scared of this little guy? Thomas corrects him. I said Thomas, before explaining his situation. Level, I'm not 13 yet, so I'm still level 0. Derek looks surprised by this information. You can't use the system until you're 13, Thomas confirms. Yeah, you have to turn 13, then kill a creature to unlock it. The words from Thomas spark an idea in Derek's mind. Kill a creature, he repeats to himself, his gaze turning towards the undead wolf in his arms. Sensing a shift in Derek's demeanor, the wolf begins to look nervous, its comical halo disappearing. With sudden, shocking brutality, Derek snaps the wolf's neck. The sound echoes as blood splatters, his eyes glowing with a menacing red light. Thomas screams in horror, What? Why'd you kill it? You were just playing with it. Derek, standing calmly over the wolf's corpse, states flatly, It wasn't a pet, Tommy. I know you're 12, but are you really this naive? Derek lectures. He points to the dead monster and explains the harsh reality. If you're level 0, then the second I let go, it would have torn you to shreds. Derek turns away from the boy, a thoughtful look on his face as he anticipates the system's response. Now, give me a second, he says. A barrage of system notifications floods his vision. CONG8UL8ONS? You killed a level 53 undead forest wolf and unlocked the Great System. Level increased 2-1. He also unlocks the Giant Slayer achievement for killing a creature 50 levels above him, gaining 2 skill points and 282 experience, triggering multiple level-ups. As the level UP notifications continue to pop up, Derek breaks into ecstatic laughter. Haha, this is more like it, he exclaims, thrilled to be gaining power again. But then a different set of notifications appears. There's even more, he says, observing the red and blue windows. They read, Failure to eliminate threat, SUPPRESSING threat, and finally, threat successfully suppressed. Derek looks at the conflicting system messages, his earlier hypothesis proving correct. This new system was unable to get rid of my old one, he muses. Looking at his hand, he concludes, So I was right. A confident, almost sinister smile spreads across his face as he fully grasps his unique situation. My old system isn't gone, he declares. I have too. The intense moment is broken by a loud rumbling sound from Thomas's stomach, who has been standing by awkwardly. Thomas blushes deeply, clutching his stomach in embarrassment. Derek's menacing demeanor vanishes, replaced by a friendly smile. You hungry? He asks. Thomas, looking relieved, shyly nods and admits, starving. Sparks fly as Derek quickly gets a large campfire going. The two settle down for a meal, with Derek roasting the meat from a large creature over the roaring fire while Thomas watches, seated on a nearby log. Derek uses a skill to magically create fresh water, filling a bottle. He offers it to Thomas, saying, Here, have some water. The boy gratefully accepts with a quiet thanks. Thomas eagerly gulps down the water while Derek sips from a mug, offering some advice. Don't drink so fast, you'll make yourself sick. Thomas pauses, realizing the wisdom in the advice. Oh, right, he says, his fear of Derek slowly being replaced by a fragile trust. Meanwhile, Derek's mind is already on his next step. Now I just need to figure out how to access my original system. As he drinks, Derek strategizes, looking at a blank system screen. He knows what he needs to test his theory. I should already have meditation, he thinks to himself. It's easily one of the most powerful skills. He decides to test his theory. Maybe if I purchase it in this new system, he thinks as his finger hovers over the system window. He clicks yes on the prompt. Learn meditation for 1 skill point. The moment he confirms the purchase, his heart thumps in his chest. A notification instantly appears. Dormant skill similar to meditation DETECTED. MERGING skills. His experiment is a success. Suddenly, raw power surges through Derek's body, causing him to convulse as blue lightning arcs around him. He lets out a pained scream, GAUGH. Thomas, startled, cries out, "What's wrong? Did you drink too fast?" A new system window appears, displaying a simple but monumental message. Skills successfully MERGED. The surge of energy subsides, leaving Derek hunched over and sweating. "URGH," he groans, clutching his head. He tries to reassure the worried boy. "What? No, I'm fine." Internally, he's reeling from the intensity of the merge. What the hell was that? It was like my veins were on fire, he thinks. More notifications appear, confirming the results. Meditation skill has REACHED level 20, and meditation successfully upgraded into greater meditation. As he processes this, a determined look appears on his face. A single question runs through his mind, confirming what he suspected. So I still have all my old skills. Recalling the earlier messages about the threat being suppressed, Derek finally understands the full picture. His old skills aren't gone, he realizes. They're just dormant. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he clenches a fist glowing with newfound power. "And when I get a similar one, THEY unlock and upgrade," he concludes. "I'm going to be even stronger than before." The scene shifts. Thomas is nervously holding a set of glowing mana clippers. "You're sure this is a good idea to do while we're moving?" he asks, looking down from Derek's shoulders. "What if I slip?" Derek, carrying Thomas on his shoulders while gnawing on a leg of roasted meat, is unconcerned. "I already told you the mana clippers do all the work. You just have to run them over my head." Thomas reluctantly agrees. "If you say so," as the clippers buzz to life. As they journey deeper into the woods, Derek presses Thomas for more information. "Now keep talking," he demands. "I said I'd only get you home safe if you told me about this place, remember?" While awkwardly trying to give Derek a haircut, Thomas gives in. ALRIGHT, fine," he says. As strands of dark hair fall away, Thomas begins his explanation of this new world. "Like I was saying, everything is ruled by the Great System." He starts with the official ideology, depicted by an image of happy people celebrating under a rain of confetti. "My grandfather says that it's fair and equal to everyone. That we should be thankful for the classes and skills IT gives us." But his voice falters as he reveals the darker truth. But he's just too scared to say the truth. "It's not equal or fair," Thomas states grimly, as an image of a cruel-looking king and his nobles appears. "The nobles use the Great System to get strong. And then they hold everyone else down," he says, accompanied by a visual of giant hands shackling the common folk. "They cheat the Great System and find ways to gain advantages that make the gap between us and them even wider." The scene illustrates this with nobles killing a massive, chained-up dragon in a controlled environment, a king telling his son, "Kill IT while it's caged, son." Thomas's anger builds as he speaks, and he starts cutting Derek's hair more aggressively. "And because of the damn NOBLES," he seethes. His eyes fill with rage and unshed tears as he touches upon a deep personal tragedy. MYPARENTS. In his anger, the clippers slip. "GAAH, Derek yelps. "Hey, watch where you're cutting." Startled by his own mistake, Thomas drops everything and reverts to begging. "Please don't kill me, I'm sorry." Derek holds up a hand mirror to inspect the damage, trying to sound reassuring but failing miserably. "Relax, kid. I'm not insane. Obviously, I wouldn't kill you until after I've seen how bad IT is." Thomas can only shiver in fear. Derek inspects his new, much shorter haircut in the mirror and, to Thomas's surprise, seems pleased. He gives a thumbs up to the boy's terrified reflection and says, "CONGRATULATIONS, you get to live." In a tiny thought bubble, Thomas wonders, is he joking? The scene fades to the next morning with the sun rising over a vast forest. Derek's voice calls out, "Hey, Tommy, wake UP." Derek gently shakes the sleeping Thomas awake as they continue their journey. They arrive at what appears to be the outskirts of a settlement. A rundown shack stands near a fork in the road, with a discarded helmet lying near a gnarled tree root. "HRMMM, what is it?" Derek asks as they stop. Derek looks at a crude wooden signpost with the names RAYNA, LEON, and Noah carved into it. He asks Thomas, "Which way to your village?" Thomas, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, begins to answer, pointing towards a path. "Right, I'm from Raynasville." Suddenly his eyes snap wide open. He's seen something ahead that fills him with dread. With a cry of "Mr. Jones," Thomas leaps from Derek's shoulders and dashes towards the house, leaving a surprised Derek behind. He runs frantically, his feet tapping past a gruesome trail of blood and mangled body parts scattered on the ground. Thomas reaches the shattered doorway of the wooden house, calling out the name again as he enters, "Mr. J.O." The horrifying sight cuts him short. The body of Mr. Jones lies on the floor in a pool of blood, a feeling of absolute doom filling the room. Thomas can only whisper the last syllable, Ness. A full view shows the bloody and lifeless body of Mr. Jones lying on the wooden floor. Thomas stares, his face a mask of pure horror, pupils constricted as he tries to process the massacre. Derek comes up behind him, placing a gentle, comforting hand on the boy's shoulder. With his new haircut, Derek looks on with a calm expression. "This isn't your grandpa you were telling me so much about, is it?" he asks. Thomas, trembling, replies, "No. He was just a nice old man, but—" Thomas's shock gives way to disbelief and grief. "How could this happen? He was nearly level 30, he cries out. Derek, however, is unfazed by this information. His expression is one of detached analysis as he asks, 30? Is that supposed to be strong?" Thomas explodes in anger at Derek's callousness. "What are you even talking about?" he shouts. "At that level, nothing in the forest should even be able to scratch him." Leaning coolly against the doorframe with his arms crossed, Derek challenges the boy's worldview with a simple question. "Are you sure?" Derek then drops a bombshell, shattering Thomas's understanding of the forest's dangers. "That wolf I killed earlier was level 53. An image flashes back to him, snapping the wolf's neck, the system notification for Giant Slayer appearing. The revelation devastates Thomas. He stumbles back, surrounded by the gory scene, and stammers in denial. "That's impossible. There's no way. You're lying." But the horrifying truth sinks in, turning his denial into panic. "If that's true, we need to get back home now," he exclaims, his face filled with terror for his own village. "I have to warn Chief Reyna." The scene shows the bloody doorframe of the house, contrasting the grim interior with the bright, sunlit forest outside, which now feels far more menacing. Derek looks out into the dark, twisted woods with a grim expression, thinking to himself, if the kid even has a home to return to. In the distance, a mysterious green orb emanates a faint, sickly glow. The strange, patterned green orb hums with a dark energy, pulsing ominously in the depths of the forest. The reanimated corpse of the wolf Derek had killed earlier steps out from between the trees, its eyes glowing with the same green light, drawn towards the orb's power. The undead wolf lifts its head and sniffs the air, its feral gaze fixed on the source of the green energy, letting out an eager sound. The wolf's ear twitches as it senses another presence nearby, far more powerful than the orb. Its head snaps up, letting out a vicious snarl as it stares into the darkness, reacting to the overwhelming power it feels. From the shadows emerges a new threat, a terrifying, giant skeletal monster wreathed in green flames and dark energy, towering over the undead wolf. With a single, contemptuous slam of its hand, the skeletal monster effortlessly crushes the level 53 wolf, demonstrating its immense and terrifying power. The very trees of the forest seem to shudder and recoil from the sheer evil emanating from the newly arrived creature. A close-up on the monster's face shows green, noxious energy leaking from its jaw as it lets out a deep, gravelly growl. The chapter ends with a full reveal of the colossal skeletal monster. With its horned skull, green flaming hair, and a tattered cloak adorned with the skulls of its victims, it stands as a harbinger of doom, the new, formidable threat that awaits Derek and Thomas. The story opens with a panoramic view of a peaceful, sun-drenched village nestled at the foot of towering mountains. Water drips from a heavy basket, indicating something freshly gathered. A woman, Mallory, looks at her daughter with a mix of pride and concern, asking, "You sure you can carry all that on your own, Brandy?" The young girl, Brandy, confidently replies, "Course I can, Mama. I unlocked the great system, didn't I?" Brandy declares that she's strong enough to help, but trembles under the heavy load. Her mother, Mallory, smiles warmly and pats her head, saying, "That's my girl." As they walk through the village, Mallory suggests, "If you ask nicely, I bet your father will give you leather from the hunt." Brandy's eyes light up with excitement at the thought. "Really? I can increase my leatherworking skill." In her excitement, she accidentally drops the heavy, dripping basket. Mallory continues with a smile, adding, "He might even let you help skin the animal. That is an important part of leatherworking, after all." Brandy's excitement vanishes, replaced by a look of dawning horror as she repeats the word, "skin." Her face fills with absolute terror as she processes the full meaning of the question, the animal. The scene flashes back to 2 weeks ago. Brandy's father, Travis, tells her, "You're 13 now, honey. That means it's time you decided how you're going to contribute to the village. Are you ready to unlock the great system? I have a special treat for you." Travis presents Brandy with her first challenge, a small, fluffy creature. "A level 10 monster," he exclaims. A system window pops up, identifying the creature as a fluffy fox level 10. After its defeat, another window confirms, "Achievement unlocked, Lesser Giant Slayer, 1 skill point received." The reality of the kill hits Brandy hard. She looks at the bloody creature, sobbing. I should have spent my skill point on something else. I made a mistake. I wasn't thinking about touching dead animals. I can't kill them. I just wanted to learn a trade. I made a mistake. Returning to the present, Mallory comforts her daughter. You'll grow used to it, dear. She then adds quietly, though I wish your father hadn't found the cutest beast I've ever s. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupts them. Both mother and daughter look startled and afraid. Mallory recognizes her husband, Travis, running towards them, wounded. But he just left for the hunt. A bloodied man yells, Mallory, take Brandy to the eastern gate. Mallory and Brandy run to him as Mallory asks, Trav, what's going on? He urgently replies, beasts are attacking, strong ones, higher level than we've ever. Brandy looks at her wounded father in shock, calling out, Daddy. Travis, holding his bleeding side, says, There's no time to explain. Travis looks his daughter in the eyes and tells her, Listen to your mother, sweetie. Brandy, though scared, tearfully agrees, Okay. Mallory tries to plead with him, but Travis turns to face the danger, spear in hand, and yells, Just go, Mallory, now. As Mallory pulls a crying Brandy away, Travis looks back one last time. I love you both, please stay safe. The once peaceful village is now engulfed in flames and chaos, a clear sign of a devastating attack. While fleeing through the burning village, a sniffling Brandy asks her mother, Mama, is Daddy going to be okay? Mallory tries to be strong for her daughter, replying, Of course he will. Your father and Chief Leon are both very strong. He'll make it back to us. With a look of fierce determination, trying to convince both her daughter and herself, Mallory repeats, I know he will. A man in armor, Chief Leon, tries to rally the fleeing villagers. All right, everyone listen up. Raina's village is only a day's travel away. Trying to keep morale up, Chief Leon gives a confident thumbs up. If we move quickly, we might even be able to make it before nightfall, and I'm sure our hunters will be right behind us. Mallory stands protectively beside Brandy, holding a spear. She tries to reassure everyone, saying, There's no need to panic. Everything is going to be. Her words are cut short as a massive, clawed foot slams into the ground right in front of them. The shadow of a great beast falls over Chief Leon. He turns, his confident expression replaced with dread as he mutters, Shit. A massive, snarling, wolf-like monster lunges at the chief. As someone screams, Run! The monster viciously tears into Chief Leon. The villagers, including Mallory and Brandy, look on in horror as the chief's severed arm falls to the ground. Brandy stares blankly, her mind shutting down from the sheer terror of the scene. One of the savage, blood-soaked wolf monsters stands, its eyes glowing with malevolence. Mallory stands her ground, readying her spear as a pack of the monsters approach. Brandy whimpers behind her, Mama. Another villager looks on in despair as Mallory tells her daughter, Brandy, I need you to run. Brandy hesitates, but Mama, As a monster jumps towards her, Mallory cuts her daughter off, screaming with desperation, I said run. The sheer force of her mother's command makes Brandy flinch and take a step back. Mallory strains, using all her strength to hold back the snapping jaws of a wolf with the shaft of her spear. As Brandy starts to run, she sees another villager get tackled and overwhelmed by two more of the beasts. Overpowered and knocked to the ground, Mallory resolves herself to her fate. Just hold them off long enough for Brandy to run, Mal. Let her get to safety. Then you can die. Brandy runs for her life, tears streaming down her face as she glances back at her mother's struggle. She continues to flee, weeping in terror and grief. Not looking where she's going, Brandy runs headfirst into a tall, armored figure with a solid bonk. Having fallen to the ground, Brandy looks up at two silhouettes against the light. A large armored man, Derek, is carrying a small boy, Tommy. Derek asks coolly, Would you guys like some help? The boy, Tommy, furiously kicks Derek. What do you mean, would they like some help? Are you blind? Derek, unfazed, replies, It's only good manners. I don't want to reduce their experience. Brandy looks up at them, tears in her eyes, and manages to choke out a single, desperate word. Please. Tommy recognizes her and jumps down, rushing to embrace her. Brandy, are you okay? We saw the smoke. Brandy cuts him off, clinging to him and pleading, Please. She screams in desperation, Don't let my mom die. In the background, Mallory is still being viciously attacked by one of the wolves. In response to Brandy's desperate plea, Derek simply says, Okay, as he nonchalantly flicks his armored finger. A beam of pure energy shoots from his fingertip, cutting through the air towards the beast attacking Mallory. The energy beam blasts through the wolf with explosive force, instantly killing it and saving Mallory from certain death. Mallory, bloodied and battered, stares in utter shock at the spot where the wolf just was, unable to comprehend what just happened. What? Derek now faces the three remaining wolves. A nearby villager asks, "What about the other three?" Derek replies with cold sarcasm, "The experience is probably good for you guys." Furious and terrified, Mallory screams at him, "We don't care about the experience, just kill them." Derek cracks his knuckles, a confident, almost cruel smirk spreading across his face. This is gonna be fun. The three remaining wolves let out a collective howl and charge towards Derek. With lightning-fast reflexes, Derek catches the severed leg of a previously killed beast out of the air, his eyes glowing with focus. As one of the wolves leaps at him, Derek prepares to counter. He slams the leg into the ground with immense force, creating a shockwave that sends two of the charging wolves flying backwards. His gauntlet glows with power as he prepares his next move. Derek becomes a blur of motion, effortlessly weaving between the wolves and striking them down with brutal efficiency. He flips and twists through the air, gracefully dodging their attacks while repositioning for his own. Diving from above, he plunges his hand, crackling with blue energy, straight into the back of a wolf. He follows up with a second stab, his movements a fluid and deadly dance. His eyes blaze with power as he unleashes a final, devastating wave of energy. When the dust settles, Derek stands unharmed amidst the mangled corpses of the wolves. He looks around with a disappointed shrug. "I was wrong. That wasn't any fun at all." He finishes with a look of utter disdain. "These wolves are so weak." Finally safe, Brandy rushes to her mother's side, and they collapse into a tearful, relieved embrace. "Mama." Mallory holds her daughter close. Brandy's relief quickly turns back to worry. "If the monsters at home were this strong, Daddy, Mallory comforts her. "It's gonna be okay, honey. Your daddy is a very strong man." But in her mind, Mallory admits the harsh truth. "But not nearly as strong as this man. There's not a single person in all the villages who could kill a beast of that level so easily." She looks over at her savior. As Derek turns to face her, she gathers her courage and asks, "Thank you for saving us, but just who exactly are you?" Derek casually pats Tommy on the head. "I'm just a guy taking this kid back to his village. You're welcome to join us." Tommy hears a pretty useless guide. Tommy looks up at Derek, his face etched with worry as he tries to remind him of the bigger picture. "But Derek, their village." Derek coldly rebuffs Tommy. "I said I'd take you home. I didn't say I'd go out of my way to help every one of your friends." He gestures dismissively towards the survivors. "Besides, with what we know of that forest, the village is likely already destroyed." One of the other villagers, a woman with a spear, overhears him and asks with sudden interest, "The forest? What do you mean? Did the Grace Falls send you to find out what was wrong with it?" Derek glances over his shoulder and gives a blunt, one-word answer. No." Tommy grabs Derek's arm, desperately pulling him. "We should go anyway. They might still be alive. We could help. We could." Derek cuts him off, his voice sharp. "Who's we?" he asks, then clarifies with a single word pointing to himself. "Me." Tommy looks back, utterly confused by the question. "Huh." Derek stares down at the boy, his expression intense. "You want me to help? I'll be the one fighting, not we." Tommy tries to protest, but Derek interrupts, laying out the terms of their agreement. "But nothing. I saved your life in the forest. Then you gave me information and I agreed to get you home. That's it. That's our contract. I didn't sign up to risk my life for strangers." Derek poses a question to the boy. "Do you know why I'm strong? Why I'm even still alive?" Tommy, intimidated, trembles and replies, No." Derek begins to explain his harsh worldview, a painful memory flashing in his mind. "It's because I rely on myself. I don't put no faith in others to help me, and most importantly..." His eyes glow with a cold, hard light as he delivers his core tenet. "I don't go out of my way to be heroic." A montage of faces from his past, shattered like broken glass, illustrates his next point. "Every time something terrible has happened to me, it has been because I stuck my nose where it doesn't belong." Tommy grits his teeth, his face a mask of frustration at Derek's cynical words. Finally snapping, Tommy yells at him, "That doesn't matter. You're strong now. You should help people." Derek scoffs, a condescending look on his face, spoken like a true 12-year-old. In a fit of rage, Tommy starts beating his small fists against Derek's impenetrable armor. "So what if you'll be the only one fighting? You don't need anyone else. Nothing here can even hurt you, see?" With tears of frustration in his eyes, Tommy screams his final accusation. "You're just being an asshole." As the surviving villagers watch the boy's futile assault, Derek calmly agrees with the accusation. "Exactly." Derek continues his cynical lecture while Tommy keeps hitting him. "I am an asshole. I'm an asshole in a world where assholes live and heroes die. Life ain't a fairy tale, kid. One day I hope you become a proper asshole." Tommy's frantic assault finally stops, his small hand gripping Derek's massive gauntlet. Derek grabs Tommy's wrist, his expression softening almost imperceptibly as he offers a piece of hard-won advice. Be an asshole, get strong, then be a hero. He leans in, emphasizing his point. That's the only way you can survive in a world like this. Tommy glares back, still defiant. Derek looks away, his voice becoming more reflective. It's a harsh lesson to learn, one so ingrained in me that I forgot sometimes it's okay to break it. Then with a sudden motion, he lifts the surprised Tommy onto his shoulder. A flustered Tommy, now perched on Derek's shoulder, asks, "Wow, what are you doing?" Derek simply replies, "What else?" With a newfound determination in his eyes, Derek declares their new mission. We're going to save what's left of that village. Amidst the embers and falling ash of a desolate landscape, a young, blonde-haired boy looks on with a shocked expression, panting heavily. The boy, Thomas, stands alone, looking small and vulnerable in the middle of a burning, destroyed village. Suddenly, a giant, grotesque monster with rotting flesh appears, letting out a ferocious growl as it lunges forward. In front of it, a man with black hair, Derek, stands firm, protecting Thomas. Derek readies his golden spear-like weapon, his gaze sharp and determined as he prepares to face the beast. The monster lets out a deafening roar as it charges, its claws ready to tear everything apart. With a swift movement, Derek unleashes a powerful attack, a slash of brilliant blue energy that cuts through the air and strikes the monster directly. A close-up reveals Derek's cold, focused expression as he lands the decisive blow against the creature. After defeating the monster, Derek and Thomas walk in silence through the burning, corpse-ridden streets of the village. As they pass by the bodies of fallen villagers, a thought crosses Derek's mind, showing no surprise at the grim sight. He knew it was going to be like this. Derek continues his internal monologue, suggesting this entire tragedy is a lesson for him. He knew, and he wanted me to know, too. Derek turns to Thomas and says coldly, "Do you understand? This is what happens when you aren't strong enough." Thomas suddenly stops him, his eyes wide with alarm as he points towards something in the distance. "Stop! What is it? Another beast." Derek looks on as a pained groan echoes from the rubble. He calmly tells Thomas, "Just wait." A silent panel focuses on Derek's intense gaze as he assesses the situation. From beneath a pile of rubble, a heavily injured, bearded man emerges. Thomas shouts his name in a mix of horror and relief, "Chief Leon." Thomas immediately dashes toward the injured man, but Derek yells at him to stop. "Wait, Tommy, get back here." Chief Leon looks at the boy in surprise. "Thomas, what are you doing here? It's not safe." Thomas, reaching his side, desperately explains, "Chief Leon, we came here to help, Leon's gaze shifts past them to a fallen warrior on the ground. His voice is heavy with grief as he asks, "Is that Brandy's?" A close-up on Leon's face shows his pain and sorrow. He confirms Brandy's fate, stating, "He fought bravely, but he will not make it." The scene shows Brandy's lifeless body, impaled by a weapon. Thomas stares in horror as Leon adds with finality, "Nobody will." Derek asks Leon, "You don't have a healer that can help him?" Leon lets out a bitter laugh. "A healer high enough level for this would never come to our backwater village." Derek looks away, lost in thought. His internal monologue reveals a potential solution. "I have one last resurrection potion in my storage bracelet. I could." But he quickly dismisses the idea with a firm no. His cold, pragmatic reasoning becomes clear. "I don't go out of my way to be heroic. What if I need it at some point? I can't let the kid's misplaced sense of heroism infect me." As Brandy's body is confirmed to be beyond saving, Thomas collapses to his knees, sniffing and crying in despair. Above him, Derek looks on, his expression unchanged. However, a flicker of an idea crosses Derek's mind. "But there is something I could do. They can say their last goodbyes." With a new purpose, he turns away from the grieving boy and chief, promising, "I'll be right back." Elsewhere in the burning village, a woman with brown hair cries in absolute terror and despair. The scene reveals she is cradling the body of her husband, the warrior Brandy's father, who was impaled. As their young daughter, Brandy, watches in shock, the mother begs, "Daddy, no, please don't go." From a distance, the dying Chief Leon reaches out a hand weakly, his voice filled with sorrow as he says the name of the grieving child, Brandy. With his last breath, Brandy's father looks at his daughter and speaks to his wife, "Be strong for your mother." He then whispers his final words, "I love you." The light fades from his eyes, and he passes away, leaving his family to grieve in a pool of blood under the harsh shadows of the burning village. The mother and daughter kneel over the body, their cries echoing in the chaos. "I don't want you to be gone, Daddy." The mother lets out a final, heart-wrenching scream of please. The scene transitions away from the tragedy to a quiet, peaceful stream nearby. Derek, Thomas, and Chief Leon have moved to the stream's edge. Derek looks back at the burning village and says, "It's still not safe here. Once those two have said their goodbyes, we should get moving." Thomas stands silently, sniffling as a tear traces a path down his sorrowful face. Derek places a hand on the boy's shoulder, offering a grim form of comfort. "I know it's hard, kid, but you'll get used to it." Chief Leon furiously slaps Derek's hand away. "Get used to it? The boy just saw his friend's father die. Don't tell him to get used to it." Leon gets in Derek's face, poking him accusingly in the chest. "Who are you anyway?" He continues to challenge the stranger, his voice full of protective anger. "I know you're not from any village around here, so tell me why I should let Thomas go anywhere with you." Derek remains silent, his expression unreadable in the face of the chief's confrontation. Just as the tension peaks, Thomas steps in, surprisingly taking the stranger's side. Derek's right. With a newfound determination, Thomas explains his grim understanding of the world. "I've lost before, when my parents didn't come home, in a way. I'm jealous they got to say goodbye." A flashback shows a younger Thomas sitting alone before a large gate at night, revealing the trauma of his own parents' disappearance. With the matter settled, the small group continues their journey, leaving the burning village and its sorrows behind them. Having found a moment of peace, Derek decides it's time to assess his situation. He thinks, "I guess I should go over my system notifications." A blue holographic screen appears before him as he muses. "I probably gained quite a few levels." A series of notifications confirms his kills. A level 22 undead forest wolf, a level 18 black forest bear, and another level 29 undead forest wolf. The final, most important message declares, "Level 10 reached. Please choose a class." Derek considers the choice. "Class, huh? I wonder if I'll be able to pick the same one from my previous system." But as he interacts with the screen, his eyes widen in shock. Holy shit, screw picking the same class, these options are insane. The system presents his first option, Shadow Brawler, a rare class. The description reads, "You have become one with the darkness. Shadows bend to your will. Move with them to unleash the darkness unto your foe," accompanied by an image of a shadowy assassin. He swipes again, revealing an epic class, Chaos Glaive. "Your glaive is an extension of you. Your will is its will. You are chaos personified. Only destruction will be known to enemies who cross your blade." The image shows a menacing figure wielding a powerful, chaotic scythe, a path that feels familiar to him. The third option is another epic class, Eternal Guardian. "You are eternal. You have endured horrors beyond imagination and still live. You are your own guardian." The artwork depicts a knight in golden armor, accompanied by a magnificent phoenix representing resilience. Derek looks at the incredible class options, feeling overwhelmed. He thinks, "How the hell am I supposed to choose just one? They're all so." His thought is cut short as his eyes widen in shock. He has noticed something else, something hidden. "Hold on," he mutters. He gulps, a bead of sweat running down his face as he stares at the screen. In the background, Chief Leon looks on with concern. Derek begins to tremble, his voice shaking as he asks, "What is this?" The system reveals a fourth hidden epic class, Champion of the Void. The description hints at a dark past. "You have been chosen by the void itself. It has broken and consumed you, but you will never again be trapped within it, for you are a part of it." Derek recognizes the name with dread. The Void. His mind flashes back to a memory of being trapped within that dark, empty space. He recalls its endless expanse and unrelenting hunger, stating that it was not a teacher or an ally. The memory becomes a traumatic blur of shattered images, capturing the absolute agony and terror he experienced within the void. He remembers the nature of his captor. It was a master, brutal and unforgiving. An image of his younger self, defiant against the overwhelming darkness, appears in his mind. The sheer pressure of the void was enough to make the very ground beneath his feet crack and shatter. The memory continues. The void had beaten me, broken me, consumed me, but for all its emptiness, it offered something nothing else could. He recalls the promise the system made to him after his ordeal. "You can never again be trapped within the void." And the ultimate reward it offered, control. Returning to the present, Derek understands the connection. "It was me," he thinks, as a hand of pure void energy appears before him, "and I was it." Without hesitation, he presses yes to the prompt asking if he wants to select Champion of the Void as his class. The moment he makes his choice, a cataclysmic explosion of purple and white energy erupts from his body. The blast sends Leon and Thomas flying. Leon yells in a panic, "What the hell is going on?" Before turning to his companion, Derek, "Get away from him, Thomas." Thomas struggles against Leon's protective grip, yelling, "Let go of me, Leon. Derek, what's going on?" But Leon holds him firm, shouting, "It's not safe, boy." A massive column of violent, purple energy engulfs Derek. glowing brightly as his transformation takes place. As the light subsides, Derek examines his hands, which now course with void energy. 2 notifications appear: new skill learned, channel void, and new skill learned, void call. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, new skills, might as well try them out right. He immediately begins to test his newfound abilities, gathering dark purple energy between his palms to form a dense sphere of pure void. The chaotic energy suddenly vanishes. Leon and Thomas look on, panting in terror. It stopped! Leon wonders aloud, what the hell is he? In the distance, Derek stands, a void-like core now glowing in his chest. Derek decides to test his other new skill, thinking the words, void call. He unleashes a massive, roaring beam of purple energy that shoots straight up into the sky, shaking the very landscape. Struck with terror by the display of overwhelming power, Leon shields Thomas and prays to the only thing he can think of. Great system, save us. The violent energy subsides, now swirling harmlessly around Derek. He looks at his hands with a pleased and confident smile. His smile twists into a sinister, almost crazed grin as his eyes glow a menacing purple. He exclaims, "This is incredible." The beam of energy Derek fired into the sky now comes crashing down, striking a nearby forest with the force of a meteor, sending out crackles of purple lightning. From the point of impact in the forest, the ground begins to tremble and crack. A dark, monstrous shape, wreathed in purple energy, begins to emerge from the earth. Leon and Thomas stare in disbelief at the new terror rising from the ground. Leon denies what he's seeing. No, it can't be. While Thomas wonders if Derek is the cause. Derek. Back in the destroyed village, Brandy and her mother are startled by the violent tremors. The little girl asks, "Mommy, what is going on?" Her mother can only stare at the purple-hued sky in fear, admitting, I don't know. The source of the commotion is revealed as a pillar of violent void energy erupts from the ground within the village itself, tearing the landscape apart. A wide shot shows the aftermath. The village is further destroyed, with a massive fissure left in the ground from which purple energy particles now drift into the sky. Derek looks up, a bead of sweat on his face. His confident smile is gone, replaced by a look of concern as he senses what he has summoned. He says, "Is that?" As a massive, terrifying creature made of pure void energy emerges from the fissure, he realizes the consequence of his new power. A void beast. Continuing from the last chapter, Derek looks up at the sky, overwhelmed by the phenomenon unfolding before him. He can't help but mutter, "This is unbelievable." Even the villagers are in awe. A man named Thomas looks on in disbelief and asks the person next to him, "Where did you find such a man, Thomas?" A little girl, frightened by the scene, asks her mother what is happening. Her mother, equally clueless and scared, can only reply, "I don't know, sweetie." The unbelievable sight is Derek's own doing. He looks up, ecstatic, as he realizes he has successfully performed a summoning. "I get my very own summon," he exclaims in joy. From a tier in the sky, a massive beam of purple energy crashes down, materializing a monstrous creature right in front of Derek. Derek observes the terrifying, multi-eyed beast he has summoned. He decides on a name for it, thinking, "What should I call you? Asher." He then affirms his choice. "Yeah, you look like an Asher." Derek speaks to his new summon with a thoughtful expression. "You're a bit smaller than the other one, but I can work with it," he says, hinting at a previous encounter with a similar, even larger beast. Watching from a distance, the young boy with Thomas is shocked by Derek's calm demeanor. He's smiling. Does he not know what a void beast is? Is he crazy? He wonders. Thomas, however, calmly replies, "No." Thomas believes in Derek's capabilities, stating, "I think he can control it." Confident, Derek decides to test his control over the beast and commands, "Can you sit, Asher?" Derek issues a firm command, "Sit." However, before he can even finish repeating the word, Asher lunges at him in a sudden, violent rebellion. Asher's powerful attack slams into the ground, narrowly missing Derek and sending debris flying everywhere. As the situation turns dangerous, Thomas quickly shoves the young boy back to safety, shouting, "Derek, stay back, Thomas." The ground cracks under the immense force of Asher's hand slamming down, a testament to the creature's raw power. Derek, now clad in armor and sporting a fresh wound on his head, glares at his rebellious summon. The initial excitement is gone, replaced by cold fury. "You shouldn't have done that, Asher," he says menacingly. "Now I have to kill you." Asher stands defiantly, its red eyes glowing as it prepares to face its own master in a battle to the death. With blood dripping down his face, Derek turns to the onlookers. "You two, get out of here," he orders, preparing for a serious fight. As Thomas and the boy flee, Derek materializes a blade of pure energy from his armored gauntlet, ready to engage his rogue summon. Derek's eyes glow with intensity, his face a mask of cold determination. I don't want you getting in my way, he mutters, focusing entirely on the battle ahead. Derek attempts to use his system's ability to analyze the foe. Identify, he commands. However, the system fails, returning a message. Identify skill failed, unknown entity. This creature is not of the great system. Derek grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it, of course, this damn system hates making things easy, he thinks, recalling a past battle. I could barely even put a scratch on his cousin. Knowing the immense power he's up against, Derek prepares for the worst. If this bastard is anything like that, he thinks as he propels himself forward with incredible speed. Derek leaps through the air, diving towards Asher. He knows he has only one chance to win this fight. There's no room for error, he thinks, his focus absolute. Derek clashes head-on with the void beast, his energy blade meeting Asher's monstrous jaw with a resounding snap. The impact creates a massive explosion of dark energy, but Derek is the one who bears the brunt of the force. Despite putting all his strength into the attack, Derek is immediately overpowered, his determined expression turning to one of shock as he is pushed back by his own summon. Derek is shocked by his summon's power, thinking, it blocked that with nothing but its palm, as Asher looms over him unfazed. Asher's blow sends Derek flying backward. Shit, he curses, realizing he has completely lost control of the situation. The void beast immediately retaliates, firing a massive beam of destructive energy directly at Derek. The blast hits him head-on and he coughs in pain, thinking, what the hell, as his body is thrown back. The force of the impact is immense, and Derek gasps for air, his face contorted in pain from the heavy damage he just sustained. Before Derek can even recover, Asher closes the distance in an instant. How is it so fast? Derek wonders in disbelief. Asher unleashes another devastating energy beam, sending Derek flying and crashing into the rocky terrain. Derek crashes to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood as he cries out in agony. The damage is quickly adding up. Lying defeated on the ground, Derek resorts to a desperate, almost comical thought. Maybe if I play dead, it will get tired and leave me alone. But Asher is relentless. It begins to brutally pummel the spot where Derek is lying. Yeah, that's not happening, Derek thinks, his plan failing spectacularly. As Asher continues its assault, a system window flashes with a critical warning. Health has dropped below 20%. Realizing the grave danger, Derek curses and immediately shouts, activating meditation. Despite being pinned down and beaten, Derek struggles against the onslaught, a purple aura flaring around him. I need to get this bastard off of me now, he thinks, trying to muster his strength. His health ticks down to 19%. Fueled by desperation, Derek manages to get to his feet and thrusts his transformed spear towards Asher, shouting, take this. Asher's reaction is swift and dismissive. It effortlessly snatches Derek's weapon out of the air, completely nullifying his attack. The monster then slams Derek into a rock wall, causing his health to drop further to 18%, and then 17% as the brutal assault continues. Derek's health continues to plummet, now at 16% amidst the relentless beating. He coughs up another spray of blood, as the system registers his health falling to a critical 15%. Another smash from Asher's powerful fist sends shockwaves through Derek's body, and his health drops once more, now at 14%. Watching the horrific scene unfold from a safe distance, the young boy's face is stained with tears as he witnesses the hero being brutally beaten. Meanwhile, in a nearby village, the chaos is spread. A group of villagers is seen fleeing in terror. A woman calls out to their apparent leader, Leon, what is going on? Leon, carrying an injured person on his back, can only yell, no time to explain, just keep running. Back on the battlefield, Asher's hand crackles with dark energy, preparing for another devastating blow. A single desperate thought echoes, please live. The void beast gathers energy into an orb, ready to unleash it. Pinned and helpless, Derek can only curse his fate. Derek is engulfed in another explosion of void energy, the overwhelming force making him realize, I'm taking too much damage. Even with meditation active, my regeneration isn't enough. Derek thinks in despair as a system interface shows his health plummeting rapidly from 13% all the way down to 8%. Just as Derek is on the brink of death, a new system window appears, offering a glimmer of hope in his desperate situation. On the verge of death, Derek desperately searches for a solution, thinking, I need something that can let me fight back. His eyes land on an option in the system interface. There. With no other choice, Derek spends his last skill point. A series of system notifications appear. Skill point spent. Heavy weapons master learned successfully. Skill points remaining 0. But then a new, unexpected message pops up. Multiple similar dormant skills found. The system begins merging the skills, and an excruciating pain courses through Derek's body, forcing him to scream in agony. As Asher slams the ground again, the system announces the completion of the painful process. Skills successfully merged. The results of the merge are instantaneous and immense. The heavy weapons master skill has been upgraded and boosted straight to level 20, represented by the spectral form of a powerful dragon. A massive torrent of blue energy erupts from Derek's body, signifying his explosive power-up. The tables have turned. Now glowing with blue energy, Derek clashes with Asher, his empowered strikes creating a flurry of blue and purple sparks against the beast's attacks. Derek is now on the offensive, swinging his glowing spear with newfound strength and pushing Asher back. Wreathed in a powerful blue aura, he leaps into the air, poising his spear for a devastating downward strike. His face, though still bloody, is now a mask of pure rage and determination. His eyes glow with blue light as he channels his new power. Derek's empowered weapon clashes directly with Asher's hand. This time, the beast is the one struggling to hold its ground. He roars with effort, pushing with all his might as he tries to break through the monster's defense. "Come on, just a little more," he grunts. Despite his incredible power-up, he realizes his spear isn't breaking through. "I can't cut it," he thinks, his attack being held at bay. Derek quickly understands the problem. "The void is nullifying my attack." A sphere of light appears on his chest as he comes to a crucial realization. "But there's one thing I still haven't tried." With a smirk, he decides on a new strategy. Time to fight fire with fire. He begins to channel the very same void energy that Asher is made of. Void energy, colored purple and blue, swirls and coalesces around his spear, transforming it into a weapon capable of harming the void beast. Derek lets out a furious battle cry as he and Asher face off, both now wielding the same chaotic void energy. His void-infused spear finally breaks through Asher's guard, cracking the monster's energy-wreathed hand. Derek spins through the air, delivering a powerful arcing slash that cuts deep into the void beast. After his final, decisive blow, Derek lands gracefully on the ground, the intense battle finally over. He stands panting, covered in his own blood but victorious. Looking up at the sky, he breathes a sigh of relief. Finally. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he looks back on the life-or-death struggle with a disturbing sense of satisfaction. That was fun. Victorious, Derek stands over the now lifeless corpse of his rogue summon, Asher, its long tongue lolling out in defeat. His victory is rewarded by the system. A notification appears. Achievement unlocked, Lesser Slayer of the Unknown. For slaying a creature from outside the Great System, he has earned a skill point, 20 stat points, and an automatic level up. The surge of power is immense, triggering a cascade of skill-level UP notifications across his vision. However, such a massive and anomalous power spike does not go unnoticed. The scene shifts to a lavishly decorated room, where a calm, authoritative voice responds to a knock on the door, saying, "Come in." A bald servant in a pristine suit enters, addressing his superior with deference. "Ma'am," he begins, "you're going to want to see this." He presents a folder bearing the emblem of a mysterious organization, the Crown. The report inside is alarming. Abnormal portal energy signature detected. The woman, known only as Ma'am, immediately understands the implication and asks, "A void beast?" The servant confirms her suspicion. "Without a doubt, ma'am." Sitting at a grand dining table, the red-haired leader of the Crown reads the report, her expression unreadable. "Interesting," she remarks, her curiosity piqued. Her decision is swift and absolute, signaling that Derek's actions have not gone unnoticed by powerful entities. "Send a hunter," she commands, setting a new and dangerous threat on his path. A large crowd of people shambles wearily through a forest canyon at sunset. They appear to be refugees, displaced and exhausted. A woman in the crowd looks up, her expression a mix of shock and recognition. "Huh, is that?" "It is." A weary, blood-stained man who appears to be the leader arrives with his family. The crowd stirs as someone shouts, "The chief is back." The villagers gather around their chief, named Leon, asking desperate questions. "Can we finally go home, Leon? Is everybody okay? Where are the others?" Leon looks at his people with a face full of sorrow, struggling to find the words to answer. They, he begins to stammer. A close-up reveals his anguish as he grits his teeth, unable to speak the terrible truth. An extreme close-up on Leon's eyes shows a tear rolling down his cheek, his face streaked with blood from a recent battle. With his back to the crowd, Leon finally delivers the devastating news. There is nothing to go back to. The villagers react with expressions of pure shock, horror, and despair as the chief's words sink in. Overwhelmed by guilt, Leon condemns himself. I have failed as your chieftain. I should have died with them. As someone tries to console the chief, a young blonde boy named Derek rushes past him, crying out in relief. Derek, you're alive. He hugs a black-haired man who reassures him. Of course I am. You didn't think I'd actually die, did you? In the background, a villager notes that the way Leon had described the monster they fought made it sound like there was no chance of survival. Derek, overjoyed and flustered, pulls back and stammers, no, I'm just happy you're back. The man then turns to a mother and daughter, addressing them by name. Hey, Mallory and Brandy, right? After they affirm, he says gently, I'm sorry for your loss. He holds up his wrist, showing them a storage bracelet. Before I left, I stored your husband's body in my storage bracelet. You can give him a proper funeral once we're safe. The two women are stunned by this act of kindness. Mallory asks in disbelief, Funeral? You did that for us. With gratitude in her somber eyes, Mallory thanks him. Thank you, that is very kind. The man gives a simple, solemn nod in acknowledgement. The scene transitions to night, with a full moon hanging in the dark, cloudy sky. The survivors have set up a makeshift camp. Two people sit together by the warmth of a campfire. A wider view shows the somber camp. People rest where they can, and a mother and child sleep peacefully by the fire. A conversation takes place near the fire. A man warns, stay close to the fire. It's not safe outside the walls at night. Another replies with grim reality, it's not safe anywhere now. A hand reaches out towards the flickering flames, seeking warmth in the cold, dangerous night. In the darkness, an owl hoots, its call breaking the silence of the tense night. While the others rest, Leon, the defeated chieftain, sits alone on a crate. He stares into the crackling fire, his mind replaying their losses. A close-up on the chieftain Leon's eyes, which reflect the flickering campfire. His expression is hard and intense. By the campfire, the young boy Derek asks the black-haired man a question. So, what happened to the void beast? The man responds casually while eating, downplaying the event. Oh, that thing? Not much. Sure, it was tough and it hit hard, but once it realized it couldn't hurt me either, it jumped back into the sky. Another villager is skeptical of the story. No way. My grandmother told me stories about them to keep me from wandering into the forest alone. There's no way it just left like that. Another adds that surely there are many who could handle one. A dramatic flashback shows the reality of the encounter. The man standing alone against a terrifying, massive beast wreathed in lightning. Back at the campfire, Mallory agrees with the skeptical villager Thomas. Thomas is right. I've rarely heard of anyone even seeing a void beast, let alone summoning or defeating one. The conversation continues around the fire. The man insists, I'm just telling you what happened. Maybe I got lucky and summoned a weak one. Mallory questions how that's possible. The man admits, all I know is that I'm not using that skill again for a very long time. Derek adds that they are creatures of legend, but the man dismisses this, saying, legends are overrated. The next morning, Mallory stands on a cart, rallying the group of survivors. All right, everyone up. Time to get moving. We want to reach Raina's before sundown. As the sun rises, the black-haired man and the young girl Brandy begin walking, while the other villagers watch them go. Brandy gently tugs on the man's arm to get his attention. He turns, asking, She looks up at him and asks, can I have some of the animals? The man looks confused, repeating, the animals. While holding his hand, Brandy explains, the ones in your bracelet. I heard you talking with Thomas about them last night. Don't see why not, the man replies. He activates his bracelet, and a blue magic circle glows as he pulls a dead rabbit from his storage. He hands the rabbit to Brandy, telling her, I can give you the others later, they're pretty big. She accepts it, saying, thank you. The man watches as Brandy holds the rabbit, and he asks her, why do you want them anyway? A memory surfaces, showing a younger, happier Brandy walking through a forest with her father. The sweet memory continues, with her father joyfully showing her a small, cute creature in a field of flowers. Back in the present, tears stream down Brandy's face as she explains, I put my skill point in leatherworking. I want to make armor for the village, so that... A brief flash of her father's smiling face appears from her memory. Brandy finishes her sentence with tearful determination, so that no one gets hurt. The man looks down at her, his expression softening with understanding. A question hangs in the air. How do you fix yourself when you're broken? The man agrees to give her more animals, telling her she can have them all. As he watches her, he has an internal realization. Maybe I can't do everything on my own after all. The scene shifts. A hand taps impatiently on a wooden ledge. An unseen person says with annoyance, for the 12th time, I don't care. An arrogant-looking official in ornate armor complains loudly. I've had a bad day, too, you know. Do you have any idea how awful it is to be stuck in this pigsty? I can't even take a scented bath. The official looks down from the ramparts of the fortified gate, addressing the crowd of refugees with bureaucratic indifference. "But that doesn't mean I can let you in without proper identification," he states flatly. "I don't make the rules." His cold refusal pushes Mallory past her breaking point. Her face contorts with fury and desperation as she screams up at him, her voice cracking. "Then go, find Reina." The gatekeeper smirks, enjoying the confrontation. "And abandon my esteemed post as gatekeeper? No, I don't think so. Plus, this is the most fun I've had all day." The protagonist turns to the defeated chieftain, Leon. "Shouldn't you say something? You're a chieftain as well, aren't you?" Leon questions his own identity in his despair. "Am I? Could I dare call myself that when I no longer have a village, when I've failed my people?" From the base of the gate, Mallory pleads to the guard in the watchtower. "Please, we have lost everything." The gatekeeper stands with his arms crossed, callously refusing their entry. "No can do, you cannot enter without the proper identification, graceful decree." The protagonist walks forward, his eyes glowing with a menacing blue light. "Is that so? And who would enforce this decree?" In a close-up, his face is a mask of cold fury as he finishes his threat. "If I were to break it." Mallory watches in alarm, calling out his name. "Wait, Derek!" She wonders in fear, is he going to kill him? The gatekeeper seems thrilled by the challenge. "Oh, please do try," he taunts. "Teaching you peasants a lesson might just make this dreaded trip worth it." Mallory rushes to stop the protagonist, grabbing his arm. "Wait, killing a noble is not worth it, Derek. It would only make things worse." Watching from above, the gatekeeper clicks his tongue in disappointment. "A shame, the wench has common sense." Suddenly, the heavy wooden gates begin to groan as they open. The protagonist and Mallory look on in surprise. As footsteps are heard approaching from inside, an authoritative voice booms. "What the devil is going on out here?" Two figures emerge from the gate, identified by captions. Wallace Gracefall, youngest son of Walter Gracefall, and Reina, village chief. Reina, the village chief, recognizes the refugees. "Mallory, what are you all doing here? One of our hunters reported smoke in the direction of your village. Is everything okay?" After learning of their fate, Reina offers her sincere condolences. "Destroyed, that is. I'm sorry, truly." Reina warmly invites them in. "Please come inside. You shall always have a place here." She then gives a sharp order to the noble beside her. "Control your thugs, Wallace. These people are under my protection now." As they walk into the town, Mallory thanks the chief. "Thank you, Reina." Reina tells her, "Say no more. We shall talk later in my home." Reina leans in close to Mallory and whispers a cryptic warning. "Tread softly, Mal. A different manner of beast is prowling within these walls." Reina glances back, her eyes widening slightly as she sees the defeated chieftain, Leon, walking among the refugees. Wallace angrily confronts Reina for overriding him. "You flout my authority so openly, woman. Do not forget your place here. I am here on official business." Reina stands her ground firmly. "Then complete your business and be on your way. I will not hinder you there. My place is right here. Yours is back in Torith." Wallace threatens her, clenching his fist. "You think you are protected because of laws? I could squash you and everyone in this village like bugs." But Reina coolly retorts, "And bring yet more shame upon your house? What would dear old daddy say?" Stumped by her comeback, Wallace backs down, muttering, "No, you will not do that." He then thinks to himself, "I guess this is where my contract with Thomas ends." Meanwhile, the protagonist walks through the village, contemplating his next move. He thinks about leaving for a city to learn about the world, but then admits to himself that he wants to stay with the group. From the gate, Reina calls out to the protagonist. "Hey, you, I don't recognize you. Are you going to come in as well? Any friends of Leon and Mallory are welcome here." Taken aback by the direct address, the protagonist seems to finalize his decision. Oh, yeah, I think I will." As the protagonist walks past her into the village, Reina suddenly senses something powerful emanating from him. "What? Is that aura?" she thinks to herself. A close-up shows Reina's alarmed expression. She breaks into a sweat, her eyes wide with concern as she recognizes the immense and unusual power the stranger possesses. In a dimly lit room, an elderly woman named Delilah and a man named Richard are sitting at a long table. Delilah, looking impatient, says, "She better have a damn good reason for making us wait like this." Richard calmly replies, "Relax, dear, I'm sure she does." Delilah taps her foot impatiently on the wooden floor, questioning her husband. "Relax." Richard tries to placate his wife, starting to say her name, "Delilah, but she cuts him off, her voice filled with worry and frustration as she points at the table. "Don't you dare tell me to relax while Thomas is still missing." The captions introduce them as Delilah and Richard, Thomas's grandparents. The sound of a door creaking open interrupts their tense conversation. Both Delilah and Richard turn their heads in surprise towards the sound of the opening door. A woman in armor, their chief Reyna, stands at the doorway. Richard, relieved, begins to question her. Finally, Reyna, what could possibly be so important that you? Before Richard can finish, Delilah gasps, her eyes widening as tears begin to form. She is looking at something or someone who has just arrived. Their grandson, Thomas, dashes into the room with a wide, joyous smile, shouting, "Grandma! Grandpa!" Thomas leaps into his grandmother's arms, hugging her tightly. Delilah embraces him, her face filled with relief, as Richard watches with a warm smile. Overcome with emotion, Delilah wipes a tear of joy from her eye. The family shares a heartfelt group hug, a moment of pure relief and happiness. Richard holds them close and says, "We missed you, son." As the family reunites, Reyna walks in, followed by Derek and another man. She looks at Delilah with a knowing smile and asks, "What do you think, Delilah? Was that important enough?" The scene shows a split panel with Derek on one side, a faint smile on his face, and a happy, smiling Thomas on the other. As the family's emotional reunion continues in the background with Thomas playfully complaining about the kisses, Derek watches with an amused smirk. He pulls out a chair and says, "Everyone take your seats." Everyone is now gathered around the table. Reyna, at the head of the table, addresses the group with a serious tone. "We have important matters to discuss." Reyna turns to Derek and begins, "Sir Derek, from what Mallory's told me, you're the reason Thomas and the refugees from Leon's village are alive." With her eyes closed and head slightly bowed, Reyna expresses her deep appreciation. "For that, we are eternally grateful." At the table, Richard lovingly ruffles Thomas's hair. Thomas looks flustered and says, "You're so embarrassing, Grandpa," while Delilah looks on with a gentle smile. Derek replies with a confident smirk, dismissing the praise. "It was nothing," he says, "and drop the sir, just Derek is fine." A close-up on Reyna's determined eyes reveals her sense of duty as she states, "It is the duty of a chief to safeguard their people." She places her hands firmly on the table, leaning forward as she continues with a heavy word, "However." Reyna explains their difficult situation to Derek. "If you are doing this for payment, I'm afraid I can offer no such thing." Seen through a window frame, Reyna looks weary as she admits, "We are stretched thin enough as it is." Meanwhile, in a completely different setting, an extravagantly dressed aristocrat lounges in a lush garden, condescendingly ordering a farmer-like server to bring another drink. When the server tries to speak, the aristocrat cuts them off with disdain. Fine. If I give you a copper, will you do it without talking to me?" The scene cuts back to the tense meeting, where Derek, unfazed by Reyna's confession of poverty, smirks and repeats her word back to her as a question, "Payment." Derek casually dismisses the idea of payment, pointing a thumb at himself. As far as I'm concerned, Thomas already covered that. The boy helped me, so I was helping him. That's all there is to it." Thomas, sitting beside him, enthusiastically agrees. "That's right." With his arms crossed, Derek leans back and shifts the conversation to a more serious topic. "What you should really be worried about is your forest problem." Reyna leans over the table, her interest piqued. "The forest problem?" she asks. "Do you know what's going on with it?" From an overhead view of the meeting table, Derek states, "I have an idea." He thinks to himself, revealing a hint about his origins. "If this is anything like my old system, that is." Derek looks at them with a grave expression, delivering his ominous theory in 2 words. "A dungeon break." The scene transitions to a conceptual explanation, showing a glowing purple orb floating in a dark, starry sky. Text captions begin to explain, "Dungeons, the lifeblood of the system." The explanation continues over a landscape filled with glittering gold coins and the looming shadows of monsters. Sources of treasure, power, and danger. The screen is filled with the menacing silhouettes of various monsters, emphasizing the danger aspect of dungeons. A group of adventurers, a warrior, a mage, and archer, are shown battling monsters before a glowing dungeon core. The narration explains, each one is a self-contained world, crafted by the system to test, torment, and reward those brave enough to enter. The glowing dungeon core sparks with energy. Text explains the rules. Only adventurers that are lower level than this dungeon can enter to ensure maximum challenge. It then sets up the premise for the problem. But when the system falters, or a dungeon is left to sit and fester. The dungeon core erupts in a blinding flash of purple light, a catastrophic event simply described as chaos. A red-eyed dragon begins to emerge from the light. As the light expands, hordes of monsters are silhouetted, pouring out from the breach. The consequences are laid bare. Monsters spill into the world, and its power infects the land around it. The montage concludes with a terrifying, abstract image of a demonic face with glowing yellow eyes, representing the chaos and corruption of a dungeon break. Returning to the meeting, Reina expresses her doubt. What? If there was a dungeon, we would have known about it. Derek, smirking, challenges her assumption. That may be so, but who says there can't be new dungeons? Richard puts his hands together thoughtfully, considering Derek's words. New dungeons appearing is rare, but not unheard of, he muses. If a dungeon spawned deep in the forest where few adventurers go. A close-up on Richard's face shows sweat beading on his brow as the horrifying realization dawns on him. It would explain everything, he says, his eyes wide with fear. Reina stands over the map, looking to the elder for confirmation. You think he's right, Richard? He replies grimly. It may be far-fetched, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Reina points to a spot on the map, turning the questioning back on Derek in an attempt to gauge his knowledge. Where did you say you were from again, Derek? Derek bluntly replies, I didn't, as he scoots his chair back from the table. He stands up, already detaching himself from the problem. Anyway, now that you have an idea of the problem, you need to find a way to fix it. Derek turns and walks toward the door, gesturing dismissively. Who knows, maybe those pricks outside can handle it, he says with a cynical tone. That is why they're here, isn't it? Delilah watches him leave, a worried expression on her face. Just as Derek is about to leave, Reina calls out desperately. Wait! Derek stops, a bead of sweat on his temple, clearly annoyed by the interruption. With the whole room watching, Reina pleads with him, acknowledging his capabilities while admitting their powerlessness. You're strong, I know we can offer nothing. But... Reina places a hand over her heart, her expression sincere and desperate as she makes her final appeal. Could you help us? A close-up captures Derek letting out an exasperated sigh, visibly burdened by their desperate request. With his back turned to them, Derek reaches for the door and delivers his crushing one-word answer, shattering their hopes. No. Back at the table, Thomas looks down, his face a picture of disappointment after Derek's abrupt departure. From outside, Derek calls back, but only for the boy. Tommy, walk with me. Thomas looks up, surprised by the summons. As Derek walks out into the evening, Thomas runs to follow him. Derek reveals his true, personal motive. I need to find that little girl. I have some more animal pelts to give her. The wooden door slams shut, leaving the rest of the council in stunned silence. Inside the now somber room, Richard breaks the silence, speaking to Reina. He's right, you know. Reina sighs, frustrated. Yeah, but he doesn't have to be so upfront about it. From the end of the table, Delilah adds with urgency, we need to figure out what to do, and fast. Richard turns to Leon, the chief of the refugees. Leon, you've spent the most time with that man. Reina also turns to Leon, seeking his insight. Now that he's gone, what's your take on him? Leon is quiet for a moment, his expression grim as he considers the question. He finally speaks, listing Derek's perplexing traits. I don't know. He asks a lot of basic questions. He's sarcastic, moody, and... Reina leans forward, sensing there's more to it. And what? She presses. A bead of sweat runs down Leon's temple as he reveals the most unnerving fact about Derek. And he can summon the void. The scene shifts to a wide view of the village street as dusk settles, the sky painted with orange and blue hues. Derek walks casually through the village, humming a tune, with Thomas following closely behind him. Derek glances around looking for the girl he wants to find. This place is not that big, Tommy. Where is she? Thomas, looking lost, stammers. I don't know, Suddenly, a harsh voice yells from a nearby alleyway, cutting Thomas off. Let go, you mangy little rat! Derek immediately stops and turns toward the sound. In the alley, a well-dressed man and woman are bullying a small girl, trying to rip a large, high-quality animal pelt from her grasp. It's mine. He gave it to me, the girl protests. The man sneers, a peasant like you would ruin a high-level pelt like this, while grunting and tugging at the prize. With a final, violent yank, the bully rips the pelt from the little girl's hands. He holds it up triumphantly with a smug grin, saying, There, that wasn't so hard now, was it? The little girl, now kneeling on the ground, demands, Give it back. The bully scoffs. Or what? He then adds a threat, revealing a larger plot. Wallace has been itching for an excuse to teach your chief a lesson. While the little girl watches helplessly from the ground, the bully turns and arrogantly drapes the stolen pelt over his arm, admiring his prize. As the bully turns to leave, he walks straight into an immovable object with a loud bonk. He recoils from the impact, angrily yelling, Ow, watch where you're going, you. The bully's anger instantly turns to sheer terror. He looks up, trembling, his face pale with fear as he stares at the person he ran into, Derek. From Derek, a single, cold command hangs in the air. Drop. With eyes glowing a terrifying blue, Derek glares down at the bully, his face radiating pure rage. He finishes his command with chilling menace. The goddamn pelt. The air itself seems to darken as the word doom emanates from his presence, ending the chapter on a climactic note. A sword is stabbed forcefully into the ground as a voice cries out, "This is unacceptable." The scene reveals a group of armored nobles. Their leader, a white-haired man named Wallace, angrily demands justice, questioning how a commoner would dare to touch a noble. Wallace's face is contorted with rage as he issues a dire threat. "Move out of the way, Reyna, or heads will roll." A woman in a red dress, Reyna, bravely stands her ground, ordering Wallace to stand down. She firmly states, "I will not allow you to fight within my village," while in the background, villagers hold back the dark-haired protagonist, Derek. As a woman holds Derek back, she looks on with a worried expression, thinking, "Damn it, this man is here for less than a day and he's already causing trouble." Reyna watches the unfolding events with a grim expression, confirming her own thoughts. Leon was right to be wary of him. Overwhelmed by the threatening presence of the nobles, a village woman begins to cry, comforted by a young boy. Ignoring Reyna's plea, Wallace menacingly walks forward, sword in hand, declaring, "So be it." Suddenly, a hand reaches out and grabs the wrist of one of the nobles, stopping them in their tracks. A voice says, "Here." Wallace contemptuously tosses the woman he was holding to the ground in front of Derek, callously saying, "You can have her." Derek calmly faces Wallace, with Reyna and the rest of the villagers behind him, and announces, "I was just about to leave the village anyway." The young boy, Tommy, and his mother look shocked by Derek's sudden announcement. Tommy cries out, "What? But you said..." Derek turns to the boy with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Tommy, I'll be back," he says, advising him to eat his vegetables, listen to his grandparents, and train hard. He then hands Tommy a pair of bladed training guards, adding, "Practice with these while I'm gone, too." As Derek and Reyna walk away, he gives Tommy one last instruction. "And don't unlock your system until I get back, okay?" Tommy quietly agrees. Derek turns his attention back to the noble. Wallace smirks and begins to say, "Derek, was it? You're lucky I..." Before Wallace can finish his sentence, Derek appears right in front of him in a flash, cutting him off with, "I'm gonna stop you right there." The scene freezes on the tense standoff, with Wallace and his men stopped in their tracks by Derek's sudden move. Leaning in close, Derek speaks to Wallace in a low, menacing tone. "I'll keep this short and simple, so even an idiot like yourself will understand. If you ever lay a finger on anyone from this village again, I will kill you." The threat hangs in the air, and Wallace's eyes widen in sheer terror as the killing intent washes over him. Wallace's terrified henchmen can only look on in shock, wondering to themselves, "Who is this man?" Even from a distance, Reyna can feel the immense pressure emanating from Derek, a presence that fills her with. The terrifying aura radiates outwards, causing Tommy, his mother, and the other villagers to look on with expressions of pure fear and awe. Terror, a palpable purple aura of dread, surrounds Derek, a clear display of his overwhelming power as he turns to leave the village. Shaken but resolute, Wallace watches Derek depart. He gives an order to his subordinate, "Follow him." The henchman simply nods, preparing to track their target. As Derek walks into the forest, he recalls a conversation. "Thomas said something about an achievement for killing something over 100 levels higher than you. I'll probably need to walk pretty far into the forest to find something that high." Unbeknownst to him, Wallace's archer, Jeffrey, is perched in a tree, watching him and chuckling. Derek, meanwhile, continues his thoughts. "But I should definitely do it now, while I'm still technically a low level." Jeffrey pulls back the string of his bow, the wood creaking with tension as he prepares to fire. Taking aim, the overconfident archer scoffs, "Night-night, peasant. You'll never even know what hit you." He releases the arrow, which flies through the air with a swift sound. The arrow speeds towards an oblivious Derek, who is busy looking at his system's screen. "I've leveled up quite a few times already," he thinks. "I'll have to find a monster at least level 112. I'm gonna be walking for a while." His status window shows his details. Derek Hunt, level 11 class, champion of the Void, epic, with 40 stat points remaining. He considers, "Maybe it's time I distributed a few of these stat points." A close-up shows Derek's calm, blue eyes as the arrowhead gets closer and closer. Despite the imminent danger, Derek's expression is merely one of mild curiosity. "Oh," he thinks. He was aware of his follower all along. He finally decided to do something. Took him long enough. He's been following me for over an hour. Just as the arrow is about to strike his shoulder, it seemingly hits a system window that Derek has pulled up. Completely unfazed, he allocates his points. Let's see. 5 in wisdom, 2 in intelligence, 4 in dexterity, 2 in strength, and 9 in endurance. Instantly, 2 notifications appear. He's unlocked the Jack of All achievement for getting all stats over 200, and the Meat Shield achievement for getting endurance and vitality over 500. A cartoonish version of Derek celebrates excitedly. 2 free skills, he exclaims in delight. Jeffrey the Archer stares from his hiding spot in complete shock. What? How did I miss? I never miss. Did he dodge? He wonders before dismissing the idea as impossible. Believing his target is just oblivious, Jeffrey scoffs. Doesn't matter anyway. The idiot didn't even notice, as he takes aim again. He fires another arrow, sending it flying with incredible speed towards Derek. But this time, the arrow explodes harmlessly against some kind of barrier, just before reaching Derek. Derek turns, his expression one of annoyance. Do you mind? He thinks, irritated. I'm in the middle of picking a new skill. Struck with fear and confusion, Jeffrey can only stammer, Why you? How did that's not? Panic sets in, and the archer immediately turns to make his escape from the tree branch. With a desperate nope, he leaps from his perch and flees into the woods. Jeffrey frantically leaps through the trees, trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and the monstrous target. As he escapes, he thinks in terror, Who the hell is this monster? Did I lose him? Jeffrey's frantic escape comes to a sudden halt as he finds Derek perched on a branch directly in his path. While Derek calmly contemplates, should I choose stone skin or magic resistance? A terrified Jeffrey lets out a scream and lunges forward in a desperate attack. Driven by fear, Jeffrey attacks, lunging upwards towards the branch where Derek sits. However, Derek, still in a relaxed posture, casually extends his foot and effortlessly parries the desperate strike. Jeffrey screams, Get the hell away from me! But Derek effortlessly dodges him while still lost in thought. Or maybe thorns? Is thorns a good skill? To steady himself, Jeffrey grabs onto a thick tree branch. He lands on the branch, preparing for another, more desperate attack. With a powerful leap, he unleashes a special move, shouting, Deadeye's Barrage. A shower of magical arrows rains down from the sky, aimed directly at Derek's position. Derek gracefully leaps out of the way, landing on a lower branch. He looks up and says mockingly, Really? Calling out the name of your skill? Kinda lame. The arrows slam into the tree with a massive explosion, obliterating the spot where Derek just was. Jeffrey lands, panting from the effort. He looks at the destruction and wonders, Did I? He hopefully asks himself, Did I get him? As smoke billows from the tree. A relaxed voice from above answers, Almost. Jeffrey looks up in shock to see Derek sitting casually on a higher branch, completely unscathed. Suddenly, Jeffrey is struck down by an unseen force. Derek's voice rings out, Too bad I already chose magic resistance. Later, a battered and defeated Jeffrey stumbles back towards the village. As he approaches the gate, groaning in pain, a voice yells out, What the hell happened to you, Jeffrey? Wallace rushes to support his injured man, demanding, Did you kill him? Jeffrey can only weakly answer, No. With a face full of bruises and terror, Jeffrey admits his utter defeat. I couldn't even scratch him. Wallace is left speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief and growing fear at the power gap. His arrogance shattered, Wallace turns to his remaining knights and makes a decision. Gather your things, we're going back to Torith. One of his men asks in surprise, We're fleeing. Wallace glares, his expression grim and determined. No, we're getting reinforcements. The scene transitions, showing a peaceful sunset over the forest. As night falls, Derek continues his journey, walking alongside a serene, glowing stream deep within the woods. He decides to train one of his skills, pointing at random objects and repeatedly saying, Identify. After identifying a rock and a tree, he receives a notification that his Identify skill has leveled up. He then spots a new creature, a small white rabbit with a horn, and begins to use his skill on it. Identify. The system window appears, identifying the seemingly innocent creature as a horned rabbit, level 54. Crouching down, Derek speaks to the rabbit in a gentle voice. Hey there, little fella. What are you doing out here in these big rotten woods? A close-up shows the horned rabbit's adorable, sparkling eyes, giving it a completely harmless appearance. Charmed by the creature, Derek smiles and thinks, You're actually pretty cute. Even if you were over level 112, I might not kai. Before he can even finish his thought, the deceptively cute rabbit lunges at him with incredible speed, its horn glowing as it aims for a killing blow. In the middle of a forest, Derek Hunt finds himself facing off against a small, white, horned creature. The creature, a horned rabbit, suddenly glows with a blue aura and lunges forward to attack. With a whoosh, the horned rabbit flies directly at Derek's face, its horn pointed forward like a spear. Derek quickly dodges the attack, surprised by the creature's aggression. What the hell? He exclaims. Having missed its target, the horned rabbit crashes into a large tree trunk with a loud crunch. Derek, annoyed by the unprovoked assault, shouts, "What did I ever do to you?" as the horned rabbit launches itself at him again. The horned rabbit skids to a halt, its eyes gleaming as it prepares for its next move. A close-up shows the horned rabbit's determined and angry face as it huffs, ready for a fight. Derek smirks, wiping his nose with his thumb as if accepting the challenge. "All right, fine," he says. "You wanna go?" The horned rabbit lets out a determined growl. Seeing this, Derek rolls up his sleeves and gets into a fighting stance, declaring, "Let's go." With a powerful boom, the horned rabbit shoots a bright blue beam of energy from its horn. Derek skillfully dodges the multiple energy beams that the horned rabbit fires in rapid succession. He continues to weave through the barrage of attacks, closing the distance between him and the creature. In a swift move, Derek snatches the horned rabbit right out of the air, its attack cut short. He holds the squirming creature in his hands. "You're a little daredevil, aren't ya?" he says with a grin. The horned rabbit retaliates by fiercely biting down on Derek's thumb. A system window pops up, showing 26 damage. Derek Hunt's health bar reflects the minor damage, now at 5224 out of 5250. Derek looks at the creature unfazed by the bite. "Haha, 26, that's nothing," he scoffs. But then a thought suddenly strikes him. "Wait," he thinks to himself, his expression turning serious. He realizes something important. That may be nothing to me, but to someone like Thomas, that could kill him. Derek holds up the horned rabbit, its angry glare meeting his now thoughtful expression. He gently places the rabbit on the ground, making a decision. "I'm just gonna leave you right here." Derek turns and walks away, leaving the creature behind. "Bye-bye, Psycho Murder Bunny. You're not nearly high enough level to be worth killing." Left alone, the horned rabbit sits on the ground, its expression a mix of anger and frustration. As Derek walks through the woods, he pulls up his skill menu, ready to make a choice. Which restorative skill should I choose?" he wonders. "My defensive skill, Magic Resist, already came in quite handy." He ponders his next move with a slight, confident smirk, thinking, as he prepares to select a new skill. A system window appears before Derek, showing him the available restorative skills. He has 3 options: Cure Toxin, Life Leech, and Rejuvenation. Derek is unimpressed. Only 3 options? Stingy system, he thinks. He first considers Cure Toxin, represented by a cobra and a cross. Curing poisons and toxins? Nah, he dismisses. His attention moves to the next skill, Life Leech, which is depicted by a Grim Reaper figure. He considers Life Leech, thinking, heal myself based on the damage I do? Maybe. Then he examines Rejuvenation, which shows a targeted healing spell. A targeted heal, not bad, he notes before weighing his options. Life Leech would almost certainly heal me more, but... With a thoughtful and serious expression, Derek strokes his chin as he makes his final decision. With a decisive ding, he taps his finger on the Rejuvenation skill, selecting it. A notification confirms Rejuvenation learned successfully. As a memory of his old, smiling companions appears, Derek thinks, just in case I need to heal someone else. He immediately regrets the selfless thought, sighing as sweat drips down his face. Damn it, if I'm taking this, why did I leave, he asks himself, for a damn achievement. Standing alone under the moonlight, he questions his actions. I finally meet people after how many years alone, and I just what? Run away into the woods? What is wrong with me? God, no. Derek grits his teeth, fighting back the wave of regret and forcing himself to stop thinking about it. He tries to justify his decision to stay alone. I just would have caused them issues by staying there. For God's sake, I nearly got them killed by that void beast. It's better like this for now. His eyes narrow with determination, hardening his resolve to continue on his solitary path. Suddenly, with a loud thwack, something slams into Derek's side, knocking him off his feet and making him spit up blood. What the hell? Derek shouts, looking up just in time to see the horned rabbit whoosh past him, having delivered the blow. He turns to find the rabbit staring at him with an angry, defiant look. You're still following me? Derek asks in disbelief. Do you have a grudge or something? Before Derek can react further, the horned rabbit attacks again, but this time it fires its energy beam past him. Whoa, he exclaims. The beam strikes its true target, a grotesque, decaying wolf that was sneaking up to ambush Derek from the bushes. A close-up shows the horned rabbit's smug, almost evil-looking eyes as it prepares to bite the fallen wolf. Derek looks on in shock as the creature lets out a howl, its bones cracking while the rabbit whimpers with glee, brutally finishing it off. Covered in the wolf's blood, the horned rabbit happily hops back towards Derek, who can only stare in disbelief. I thought bunnies were herbivores. Derek breaks into a nervous sweat as he revises his opinion on the creature. This bunny is a psychopath and an idiot. The blood-spattered horned rabbit sits proudly, its fur stained red and a sparkle in its eye, looking completely pleased with itself. Derek finally relents with a shrug and a thumbs up. "All right, fine, tag along," he sighs, "but you better not slow me down." And so, the two of them journey onward together, Derek walking with a newfound companion hopping faithfully behind him. As evening falls, they make camp. Derek cooks a piece of meat over a campfire while the horned rabbit watches on, waiting patiently. In a montage of their journey, the horned rabbit is shown to be a ferocious hunter, at one point rocketing through a monstrous boar, killing it instantly. Despite its violent nature, the rabbit allows Derek to affectionately scratch its head. It puts on a grumpy face but seems to enjoy the attention. After a long day of traveling, Derek rests by the campfire, using the horned rabbit as a furry pillow. The horned rabbit is shown again in action, shooting off like a bullet to hunt another beast while Derek watches on. Their journey takes them deeper into a dark, misty forest. Derek gives a big yawn and stretches as they prepare for the day. Derek turns to his companion, now fully embracing its nature. "Come on, Murder Bunny, let's go," he says. But the horned rabbit suddenly stops, planting itself firmly on the ground, refusing to move forward. Derek turns around, a bead of sweat running down his face as he senses the change. "Huh," he says, confused by the rabbit's sudden halt. He looks out at the path ahead and understands. The forest has become a barren wasteland, with gnarled, dead roots covering the ground like skeletal veins. "I see," Derek says with a knowing smirk. "So this is the point in the forest where you'll no longer follow me, is that right?" The horned rabbit confirms his suspicion with a defiant stamp of its foot, its expression resolute. Derek waves a casual goodbye to his companion. "I'd say good luck, but I don't think anything in this forest stands a chance against you." As he walks away alone into the desolate landscape, he glances back at the rabbit. "I suppose this was bound to happen eventually," he thinks to himself. Now truly alone, his confident demeanor fades, replaced by a flicker of anxiety. "Calm down, Derek," he tells himself. His mind flashes back to a traumatic memory. He's running in terror under a swirling purple sky dominated by a giant, eye-like void. A voice haunts him. "You're not trapped anymore. You're alone, but only because you want to be." The vision continues, showing his silhouette walking towards the endless void as the voice concludes. "You choose to be." Snapping back to reality, his attention is caught by a strange phenomenon ahead, a swirling green orb of light hovering in the air. Derek's eyes lock onto the orb. "There it is," he says, already knowing what it is. "Identify." A system window confirms his suspicion. It's an undying dungeon, level 100, currently in a state of extreme overflow with unknown rewards. He looks at the dungeon with a grim expression. "I'd almost certainly find something high enough level for the achievement in there, but there's no way I'm going in." He walks away from the glowing orb, his past trauma resurfacing. "I have no gauge for how strong dungeons are in this world. What if I get trapped again? The reward isn't worth the risk." "I should head back," he decides, thinking of the people he left behind. Those noble assholes should be gone, and Thomas might have already unlocked his system by now. As he turns to leave, a sizzling droplet of acid falls from above. Convinced he's made the right choice, he thinks, this whole journey was a waste. But before he can take a step, a massive horned creature, the acidic ghoul, bursts from the ground with a roar, its body wreathed in green, corrosive energy. The ambush doesn't faze him. Wiping a splash of acid from his cheek, Derek flashes a predatory grin, the sizzle of the acid on his glove unheard over his excitement. "Ah, hello there." A system window displays the creature's name and level. Acidic Ghoul, level 115. Its skull-like face glows with menacing green energy, its sharp teeth promising a tough fight. Derek's fear is gone, replaced by a look of pure, predatory excitement. With a wide grin, he welcomes the challenge, saying, "You're exactly what I've been looking for." In the middle of a decaying forest, Derek smirks, a visible bruise on his cheek. He seems to have found what he was looking for. Before him stands the acidic ghoul, a fearsome level 115 skeletal monster wreathed in green spectral flames, its eyes glowing with a menacing light. Derek looks at the ghoul with a confident grin. "You're exactly what I've been looking for." He grips his spear, his expression turning fierce. "I've been holding in this frustration for too long." The acidic ghoul lets out a horrifying roar as Derek continues. "And what I really want is something to take it out on." A vibrant blue energy begins to swirl around Derek, ready for battle. The acidic ghoul lunges forward, while Derek, enveloped in his energy, charges to meet it head-on. The two combatants clash with incredible force, the ghoul's immense size towering over Derek. With a powerful swing of his spear, Derek slices clean through the acidic ghoul's arm. Unfazed, Derek looks up at the monster with a mocking smirk. Is that all you got? He continues his taunt. I was expecting more from a level hunter. Suddenly, the ghoul's severed arm regenerates, and it lunges forward, catching Derek off guard. The creature's massive claw grabs Derek, lifting him off the ground. The acidic ghoul's eyes glow with a menacing red light as it swings its other claw, unleashing a powerful attack. Derek grunts in pain as the attack hits him squarely, the force of the blow sending him flying. He twists in midair, narrowly dodging another swift attack from the relentless ghoul. Derek slides to a halt on the ground, taking a moment to catch his breath. All right, he says, acknowledging the creature's strength. Now covered in more cuts and bruises, Derek looks up with a grim smile. Maybe you're a little stronger than I thought, that's fine. Blue energy erupts around him once more, even more intensely this time. More fun for me. The acidic ghoul looms over him, preparing another devastating claw swipe. Derek's eyes widen as he braces for the incoming horizontal slash. He holds his spear defensively, managing to block the ghoul's powerful strike. The impact shatters part of his armor, and Derek grunts with effort as he's pushed back by the sheer force of the blow. His eyes now glowing with the same blue energy that surrounds him, Derek gathers power into his spear, preparing to unleash a decisive counterattack. He thrusts his spear forward, releasing a massive beam of energy that engulfs the acidic ghoul, which roars in agony as it's blasted backward. The acidic ghoul is thrown back, its body already starting to disintegrate from the force of Derek's powerful attack. As the ghoul hisses and dissolves, acid splashes onto Derek. He yells out in frustration and disbelief, "You call yourself a level 115. Derek grits his teeth in pain as the acid sizzles and melts through his tattered clothing and armor. His eyes begin to glow with a furious purple energy as he questions, is this what passes for strength in this system? He squeezes the handle of his spear, and a brilliant purple void energy erupts around him. A sinister smile spreads across his face, his eyes glowing intensely. Don't make me laugh, he scoffs. The acidic ghoul lets out one final, agonizing roar as it is consumed by Derek's overwhelming void energy. Derek unleashes the full extent of his power, sending a massive pillar of purple energy straight through the monster, completely obliterating it. The immense energy blast rumbles through the desolate forest, tearing up the ground and surrounding trees. As the light subsides, Derek stands panting, his clothes in tatters, surrounded by the swirling remnants of his void power. A series of system notifications appear. You have killed level 115 acidic ghoul, 4,345 experience gained. This is immediately followed by 4 consecutive level up messages. Another window pops up. Achievement unlocked, Greater Giant Slayer. You've slain a creature 100 levels above your own, plus 2 skill points. Standing in the crater left by his attack, Derek looks at the dissipating energy and curses. Damn it. On the ground, puddles of the ghoul's acid continue to sizzle, a reminder of the tough battle. Derek looks down at his battered and corroded armor, sighing in frustration. The acid ruined my armor even more. A blue light envelops his body as he decides to unequip the armor. I'll have to store it until I can get it repaired, whenever that will be. Now shirtless and covered in blood and grime, Derek pulls off what's left of his shirt. Dang, this shirt's toast too. He looks at the ruined piece of clothing, lamenting, I should have bought more while I was still on Earth. I really don't want to wear one of those darn tunics. Bare-chested, Derek holds the tattered remains of his shirt, a look of resignation on his face after the intense fight. The scene transitions to a peaceful, sunlit village. A caption reads, 2 weeks since Derek left Raina's village. A woman's voice asks, Almost done, Thomas? A nervous-looking young villager named Thomas licks his lips and replies, Almost. A young, blonde-haired boy named Brandy makes a final swipe with an electric razor, exclaiming, and finished. He holds up the modern-looking electric razor, a piece of technology likely brought by Derek. Brandy presents his work asking, What do you think? Thomas remains silent, carefully examining the fresh haircut in a handheld mirror with an uncertain look. Suddenly, Thomas's face lights up with joy. I love it, he exclaims, then enthusiastically calls out to the nearby villagers, If anyone else needs one, send them my way. His loud promotion is sure to attract some attention. Nearby, a woman with reddish-brown hair named Raina sighs with exasperation. I can't believe everyone's letting you do that to their hair. Brandy, holding up his razor, cheerfully offers, If you want, I could always. Raina's expression darkens immediately, and a menacing aura surrounds her as she glares at Brandy, warning him with a deadly tone, Don't even think about it. Brandy throws his hands up in surrender, a nervous blush on his face. Okay, I'll stop offering, he says quickly. Reina, satisfied, simply replies, good. Reina sighs again, this time with a weary look as she gazes at her crafting tools laid out on the table. She asks Brandy, though seemingly to herself, everything okay, Brandy? She looks over at him with a tired expression. Yeah, I just think I've done everything I can with the hides Derek gave me. The sunlight glints off her well-used tools and rolls of leather. I've used and reused them to death. I don't think any would survive another try. I need him to bring me some more. Brandy leans against the table. I feel you. I hope Derek gets back soon. My 13th birthday was 2 days ago. I really want to unlock the great system already. Reina looks at him thoughtfully, a small frog appearing in her thought bubble. Didn't your grandpa catch you a frog to kill? Brandy smiles confidently. Yeah, but it was only level 7, so I had to tell him no. He was disappointed, but Derek asked me to wait to unlock it until he got back. He and Reina look out towards the horizon as the sun sets. Brandy adds with certainty, I know he'll find something even better for me. The scene shifts to a different location at sunset, a place identified as Leon's village, not far from where Derek had his battle. A mysterious cloaked figure, a hunter, steps onto the edge of the battlefield, their boots treading on the disturbed ground. The hunter kneels and swipes a hand over the earth, sensing the lingering energy from the fight. As their fingers trace the ground, they pick up on the faint purple residue of void energy. The void beast, the hunter murmurs. The hunter clenches their fist, realizing the beast is gone. Someone killed it here, but this second energy I'm sensing. The hunter pats the ground, tracing the direction of the second, unfamiliar energy signature left by Derek. It leads toward. Now moving swiftly, surrounded by a golden aura, the hunter finishes their thought as they begin tracking Derek's trail. The other village. Derek walks through a dense, misty forest, reflecting on his last fight. He thinks to himself, man, that ghoul really did a number on my ad hoc. It ate through it with no problem. As he continues on his path, Derek grimaces, thinking that dungeon will be a pain to clear. Suddenly, he stops, sensing something ahead. Huh, he says aloud. His eyes widen in surprise, a bead of sweat running down his face. Did you? He begins to ask. Before him, sitting in the middle of the path, is the small, horned rabbit. Derek finishes his question. Wait here for me. The horned rabbit emphatically stomps its foot on the ground, sending a clear message. A smirk plays on Derek's lips as he sizes up the small creature. Should I be concerned? He muses. Did you do that because you like me? Or because you want to kill? Before he can finish his thought, the rabbit unleashes a powerful beam of energy. Whoa! Derek exclaims, quickly snatching the creature out of the air. Holding the feisty rabbit in one hand, Derek lectures it. All right, listen here, dumbass. You better cut that out. I promised someone I'd bring them back a high-level monster to kill, and unless you start behaving. Derek's expression turns menacing as he grins at the rabbit. You're looking like the prime candidate, he finishes. The horned rabbit breaks out in a cold sweat, its eyes wide with terror at Derek's threat. Derek pokes the rabbit's chest while setting some ground rules. You can stay with me while I'm in the forest, but you can't follow me into the village. I don't trust you not to torpedo yourself at every person you see. He continues to poke the rabbit, whose soul seems to momentarily leave its body in annoyance. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Derek insists. Derek lets out a weary sigh, a bead of sweat on his brow, clearly exasperated with the difficult creature. He says, whatever, as he gently sets the horned rabbit back down on the ground. Derek begins to run, calling back to the rabbit, Follow me, idiot! The little creature obediently hops along behind him. While jogging, Derek touches his chin thoughtfully. He thinks, actually, I'm tired of calling you bunny or idiot. Let's give you a new name. He asks the rabbit, you like the idea of that? In response, the creature leaps through the air with excitement. Later, Derek rests by a campfire with a rabbit sleeping soundly on his stomach. He brainstorms names. What about Snowball? Maybe Bella. He immediately recoils in horror at his own suggestions, blood spatter on his face. Dear God, no, that doesn't fit you at all. Derek looks over at the cause for his reaction. The rabbit is happily feasting on the bloody carcass of a large undead forest bear, level 59. He thinks, let's see. Standing with the rabbit on a cliff at sunset, Derek continues to ponder. You're insane and try to kill everything. Dingbat, no, too weird. Beelzebunny, nah, too long. Then inspiration strikes. Wait. Derek's face lights up with a triumphant smile. I got it, the perfect name, he says. He kneels before the rabbit. A trail of blood drops from its last meal on the ground between them. With a formal air, he announces, From henceforth, the bunny previously known as Idiot shall now be referred to as. The name Sylvie hangs in the air. The newly christened rabbit, still stained with blood from its meal, looks up, seemingly accepting its new identity. And with that, a new partnership is forged. Derek leads the way, calling out to his companion, "Come, Sylvie, there are things that need headbutting." The small rabbit happily hops along, officially starting their journey together. 1 week later, Derek and Sylvie walk down a path leading to a wooden bridge, presumably towards the village. Derek is carrying a small, squeaky toy. At the edge of the forest, Derek stops. He holds up the toy, which looks like a chipmunk, and says to his companion, "I guess this is it, Sylvie." Derek looks at Sylvie with a serious expression. "I can't let you come to the village with me," he explains. "You'd cause a massacre." He instructs her, "So, stay here in the forest." Sylvie looks up at him, listening. He reassures her, "Don't worry, I'll be back in a few days." Derek offers the squeaking chipmunk toy to Sylvie, whose eyes gleam with malice. "If you're still here, maybe we can travel together again," he says, trying to strike a deal. He wipes the toy, a gentle smile on his face as he admits, "You know, despite everything, I'm gonna miss." Suddenly, with a loud boom, Sylvie launches herself headfirst into a thick tree, completely ignoring the toy. A shocked Derek can only yell, "What the hell?" As the tree crashes down, Derek stands on the wooden bridge and shouts in exasperation, "Stay in the forest, you psychopath." Derek looks down at the level 50 woodland chipmunk toy with frustration while Sylvie stands defiantly behind him. "Idiot bunny, we were having a moment," he mutters. "I should let Thomas kill you instead of this darn chipmunk." Derek approaches the tall wooden wall of the village. A guard posted on top spots him and yells, "You." The guard challenges him, "Halt, who are you, what do you need?" Standing below, Derek calmly introduces himself. "I'm Derek, you may have heard of me, I'm just getting back." Derek tells the guard, "No need to go through the trouble of opening the gate," as he bends his knees into a deep squat. The guard yells, "What?" but is cut short as Derek leaps powerfully into the air, soaring over the palisade. The guard can only look on in disbelief, exclaiming, "Huh." As Derek lands atop the wooden wall, his foot slips on the edge, causing him to lose his balance. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," he yelps. The quick-thinking guard immediately reaches out and catches Derek's arm, steadying him and preventing a fall. Derek grins at the guard who helped him. "Careful there," he says, then adds with a smile, "and nice haircut." The guard, looking flustered, stammers, "Thanks." Safely on the wall, Derek leaps down into the village grounds below as the guard watches from his post. Now inside the village, Derek cups his hands to his mouth and shouts, "Oi, Thomas, I'm back." A villager yells, "Watch where you're going, Thomas." As a young boy with blonde hair, Thomas skids to a halt. Another villager calls out, "Derek." Another villager says, "Oof," as Thomas runs past. Hearing the commotion, other people exclaim, "Derek's back." A young, red-haired girl, Brandy, joins Thomas as they both rush towards Derek. Thomas and Brandy excitedly surround Derek, talking all at once. Thomas boasts, "I've been practicing with the mana clippers just like you asked. Guess what? I got my leatherworking skill all the way to level 5. It's almost the highest in the village. Brandy wouldn't let me cut her hair, but I cut a bunch of other people's." The excited children continue to bombard him. Thomas asks, "What did you get me? You said you'd find something high level, right? I ran out of hide, I used them all so much." Brandy eagerly chimes in, "Grandpa got one for me, but I was waiting for you, Derek. It was hard at first, but I got better. Do you have a knife I can have, Derek, do you?" They both look up at him with pleading eyes, asking in unison, "Are you proud of me, Derek? Please, Derek." Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, Derek gives a strained smile and a hesitant nod, muttering, "Who?" Thomas pumps his fist, declaring, "Yes, I want to become strong like you, Derek." Both children shout, thank you, Derek." Brandy then shoves Thomas aside, trying to get closer. To quiet the boisterous pair, Derek playfully but firmly pinches both of their noses at the same time, much to their surprise. Derek lets go of the children's noses with a sigh. "Boy, the two of you sure can talk," he says, crouching down to their level. He addresses Brandy first. "Yes, you can have a knife, Brandy. I have several. They aren't made for leather work, but they should do the trick. Just be careful." He adds, "I also got plenty more hides for you to practice on while I was gone." Derek continues, making a deal with Brandy, whose eyes sparkle at the proposition. "If you can get your leatherworking skill to level 10, I'll help you get a class. Then I have a special project you can help me with." Brandy considers for a moment before asking, "Deal." Derek then turns his attention to Thomas, who is flexing his arms. "And Thomas, did you think about what we talked about before I left?" Thomas responds with an enthusiastic "Hem." "Good," Derek says as his bag rustles and lets out a squeak from the chipmunk toy inside. "'Cause I got something special for you." With a serious look, Derek makes a promise to the boy. "Meet me at the front gate tomorrow morning and we can unlock your system." Thomas, still holding his nose, eagerly agrees to the deal. Derek stands up looking at the two excited children. That sounds good to both of you. They both jump and cheer. Yes, satisfied, Derek says, good. With a smirk, Derek issues a challenge. Now, unless you two can answer my next question, you won't be getting any of the gifts I just mentioned. He raises a finger and asks, does this village have a tavern? Having gotten his answer, Derek pushes open the large wooden door of the local tavern with a creak. He steps inside, closing his eyes and taking a deep, satisfying sniff of the tavern air. Ah, I miss that smell, he says with a smile. Derek walks further into the bustling tavern, taking in the scene. He thinks to himself, this planet better have good beer. As he walks past the bar, he bumps squarely into another patron. Whoa, Derek exclaims, startled by the collision with the large, cloaked figure. Holding a freshly poured mug of beer, Derek turns to apologize. Sorry about that, didn't see you there. The cloaked figure begins to respond. It's no trouble, Suddenly, a wave of familiar purple void energy washes over Derek, emanating from the person he just bumped into. His eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the power, thinking, that energy. A close-up reveals the figure's eye, glowing with golden light and surrounded by a cascade of system data. With a look of sudden realization, Derek utters, it's you. A strange energy signature suddenly appears, and Derek, the man with the dark hair, immediately senses it. The source of the energy is a mysterious hooded figure. His eyes glow with a digital light as he confirms his target's identity. It's you, he says with certainty. Derek confronts the stranger inside the tavern, demanding to know who he is. He cautiously assesses the man, wondering if this strong individual could be another noble. The hunter cryptically replies, you're what I've been tracking. Derek corrects him, confused by the strange choice of words. Don't you mean who you've been tracking? No, the hunter says, his suspicion growing. You're not a void beast, are you? Derek scoffs, last I checked, no. The hunter presses on, then why do I sense the void on you? Derek starts to sweat, thinking to himself, damn it, I really don't want to cause more trouble for everyone. Out loud, he feigns ignorance. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. The hunter begins a rapid-fire interrogation. Do you live in this village? No, I'm just a traveler. From where? Out of town. What level are you? Derek, annoyed, retorts. You ask a lot of questions. Because I think you're lying, the hunter declares, jabbing his finger towards Derek. Derek quickly grabs the hunter's hand, stopping him in his tracks. With a tense look, Derek challenges him. And what would you do if I were? This, the hunter exclaims as his eye flares with a brilliant light, activating a skill. He shouts, identify, attempting to scan Derek's status and information. But to the hunter's shock, a system window appears with a glaring red message. Identify failed. Both men are left speechless for a moment. Breaking the awkward silence, Derek nonchalantly points towards the bar. Can I get a beer now? The stunned hunter can only stammer, sure. Derek approaches the man behind the counter. You must be Derek. The bartender replies, guilty. Derek continues, I've heard quite a bit of talk about you. Meanwhile, the hunter watches from a distance, deep in thought. My identify skill failed? How high of a level is he? He must be the one that killed the void beast. I need to report back to Stella. Derek orders from the bartender, 1 pint of your finest ale, please. The bartender, whose name is actually Bart, laughs. I make it all myself, and there ain't nothing fine about it. Nice to meet you, Bart. As they talk, the hunter quietly leaves the tavern. Derek watches the hunter go, thinking to himself, that felt close. I'm not sure who that was, but it couldn't have been good news. Seems like he won't be bothering me anymore, though. Bart places a large mug of beer on the counter. Here you are, Derek, that'll be 2 copper. Derek realizes, I don't have any coin at the moment, but... How does a level 52 badger pelt sound? Derek asks, placing the valuable item on the bar. Bart's eyes widen with excitement. Why, yeah, that should just about cover it. You want a room, too. Derek considers the offer. Sure, how much will that cost? Just then, a newcomer in a red cloak steps into the tavern and says, on the house. The newcomer gets his attention. Actually, Derek. Derek turns, surprised. A woman appears with a kind offer. Brandy wanted me to ask if you'd like to stay with us while you're here, she says, as payment for all the pelts you've given her. She gives him a warm smile, sealing the invitation with a simple, I'm making stew. Derek, carrying 2 mugs of ale, walks with Brandy through the bustling village streets. As they walk, Brandy asks, so, what did the hunter want with you? Derek takes a sip of his drink and dismisses it. Hunter, oh, that guy, nothing. Right, Brandy says, not entirely convinced. She gives him a serious look and warns, well, whatever he wanted, it's best not to be on the bad side of someone like him. He works for the crown. Derek takes another sip of his drink, intrigued. The crown, he asks, like the kingdom. Not quite, Brandy explains as they look out over the city. The Crown is one of the most powerful organizations within the Kingdom of Sideria. Despite their name, they aren't officially affiliated with the king or the government. A crest with a crown and crossed utensils appears. They're actually a restaurant, but don't let that fool you, Brandy clarifies, as images of fine dining dishes float by. The Crown holds significant sway and influence, she continues, describing how they serve royalty and nobility. An image of a smug noble enjoying a lavish meal appears. Receiving a membership is a dream for many nobles. Only the richest and most powerful people are allowed to dine there. Brandy leans in conspiratorially, and their most precious delicacy. She reveals the shocking truth with a single phrase, "Void beast." An image of a monstrous creature, cooked and garnished with lemons, appears. Derek is so shocked he spits out his drink. "They eat void beast," he exclaims in disbelief. "So I've heard," Brandy confirms. Apparently, after preparing it properly, consuming void beast can grant you incredible bonuses, and gifting one to the crown would almost guarantee someone a membership. "Really, why's that?" Derek asks, trying to appear casual. "I'm sure there are some weak void beasts out there. They can't all be strong like the legends." "Possibly," Brandy concedes, "but most would still destroy an entire village with ease. The problem is how rare they are. They only come from portals or the void, and most people are uncomfortable around even mentions of those things." A dark monochrome image flashes, showing the terror and destruction a void beast can unleash upon a town. Though, Brandy trails off. She gives Derek a knowing, sideways glance. "I'm sure you already knew that." Derek averts his gaze, a single drop of sweat rolling down his face, his silence a confirmation of her suspicion. Defeated, Derek simply replies, "Yeah." He and Brandy then continue walking towards her home. As evening falls, the scene shifts to a cozy house from which warm light, laughter, and chatter emanate. Inside, Derek is heartily enjoying the stew Brandy prepared, slurping it down with obvious relish. He smacks the empty bowl down on the table. "That was great, best thing I've eaten in years," he proclaims. The scene widens to show a warm family dinner. Brandy appears embarrassed by the high praise, saying, "Oh, stop it. It wasn't that good. My cooking skill is only level 8. An older woman at the table disagrees. "No, Derek's right. It was delicious, Mallory. Much better than what Delilah." The older man beside her stops abruptly as she gives him a threatening glare. A young, blonde-haired boy at the table eagerly looks at Derek, a bit of food still on his cheek. "So I get to unlock the great system tomorrow morning, right, Derek?" he asks, full of hope. Derek gives the boy a reassuring nod. "That's what I told you," he confirms before turning to the elders at the table. "So long as it's okay with your grandparents." The young boy, Thomas, looks at his grandparents hopefully. "Can I?" His grandfather smiles warmly. Oh yes, with how much you've been looking forward to it, we would be cruel to say no now." "Yes," Thomas throws his arms up in celebration, beaming with pure joy. "And one other condition," the grandfather adds, holding up a finger. Thomas's celebratory mood instantly deflates. The grandfather smiles mischievously. "It's been a long time since I've had a warm bath." Understanding his task, Thomas jumps up from his chair with renewed excitement. "I'll start warming the water now," he shouts as he dashes out of the room. The rest of the family chuckles warmly. "That boy only ever has one thing on his mind," the grandfather remarks. Later, Derek stands by the window, looking out at the sunset with a soft, content smile on his face. Brandy approaches him from behind and gently pokes his side to get his attention. "Derek." What is it, Brandy?" Derek asks, turning around. "I made you this," she says, holding something in her hand. With a shy but sincere expression, she offers him a small, handcrafted necklace. "As a thank you," she says. Her expression becomes somber as she explains the gift's meaning. "After burying my dad, I felt lost. Working on all the hides has helped me to take my mind off it all." A flashback shows her grieving at the grave of her father, Travis. Derek holds the simple necklace in his hand, looking genuinely moved by her gesture and her story. "Thank you, Brandy," he says softly. The peaceful moment is interrupted by Thomas, who runs back into the room shouting, "I need more wood to warm the water," as the family chatters happily in the background. Derek clutches the necklace to his chest, a profound sense of peace washing over him. For the first time in a long time, he thinks to himself, I wasn't alone. As the sun sets over the walled village, Thomas's distant voice can be heard yelling comically, "Don't just laugh at me. Help, this bath is important." Derek's internal monologue concludes with a powerful realization, a feeling of profound relief and healing. "I felt as if I'd truly escaped the void." In a flash, a figure is thrown through the air, landing with a powerful whoosh in a cloud of dust amidst a peaceful-looking field at sunset. A closer look reveals it's Derek, who has the young boy Thomas slung over his shoulder. Thomas looks completely startled as they fly through the air. Derek skids to a halt, still carrying Thomas, and declares, "This is as good a spot as any." Derek sets Thomas down, grabbing his shoulders. Thomas, looking dazed and dizzy, can only muster a confused yee-yah in response to Derek calling his name. Derek asks him a serious question. "Are you ready to unlock the system?" Thomas's expression immediately shifts to one of excitement as he eagerly replies, "Yes." "Good," Derek says, handing Thomas an ornate dagger. "Here, take this and don't cut yourself." Thomas obediently takes the weapon, saying, "Okay." With the dagger now in Thomas's hands, Derek reaches into a small pouch, saying, "Now." He pulls a small, wriggling creature out of the bag, holding it up. With a sharp look, he gives a simple, chilling command, "Kill it." Thomas gives a firm nod, his expression hardening with resolve as he grips the dagger, ready to follow the instruction. Thomas decisively stabs the creature. A brilliant blue light erupts from his body, and a system window appears, announcing, "Thomas Seraphair has unlocked the great system." Derek now holds the bloody dagger, looking nonchalantly at Thomas. "Well," he asks, "how do you feel?" Thomas looks at his hands in shock, stuttering, I got an achievement saying it was over level 50. How was I able to kill something that strong?" Derek reveals the secret. "This knife was made by the same smith that made my glaive," he explains, holding the glowing weapon. "It's my sharpest one." "Now, before we go any further," Derek says, pointing a finger at Thomas, "there's something important I need to ask." Thomas, looking up at him, replies earnestly, "Anything." Derek begins, "Thomas, you've made it clear that you plan to leave the safety of your village and grow stronger." In a moment of vulnerability, surrounded by a swirling purple aura, Derek confesses, "I've been alone for a long time, a very long time, and honestly, it's getting pretty old." He then looks down and asks Thomas directly, "When I leave, do you want to come with me?" Thomas is completely taken aback, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and hope. "You," he stammers, "you would let me travel with you?" "Yeah, that's why I asked," Derek confirms. Thomas is ecstatic, his mind racing with excitement. Adventure with Derek, is he serious? What would Grandpa say? Or Grandma? This is amazing, he thinks. Trying to compose himself, Thomas clears his throat and attempts a casual tone. Yeah, of course, I don't see why not." Derek smiles, satisfied. "Good, in that case, a few more things." He raises one finger, laying out his first condition. "1, if you travel with me, you'll learn a lot about me, my secrets, you can't share them with anyone." Thomas's expression turns deadly serious. "I will guard them with my life," he vows. Derek internally thinks that's a bit much, but Thomas insists, "No." Derek raises a second finger. 2, I'll keep you safe, but you'll have to train hard. I don't want you relying on others." Thomas nods in understanding as Derek adds, "Even me." He holds up a third finger for his final rule. "And lastly, if I tell you to do something, you do it," he states firmly, "no questions." The absolute nature of the final rule gives Thomas pause. He repeats the word quietly, a hint of concern on his face, "anything." Sensing his hesitation, Derek raises his hands reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm not evil," he clarifies before adding a candid admission, "though I'm not necessarily good either. If I tell you to do something, there's a reason for it." This honest explanation is all Thomas needs to make his decision. With newfound determination, Thomas clenches his fists and agrees. "Okay, I want to travel with you, Derek." Derek smiles and shakes Thomas's hand firmly. "Then welcome to the team." Later, under a bright blue sky, Derek is relaxing in a grassy field while Thomas reviews his new system window. Derek asks, "So how many skill points do you have?" Thomas replies, 3. Derek smirks, "Perfect, you're about to only have 1. As Thomas shouts in protest, Derek calmly reminds him, "Like I said, do what I say." Derek issues his first command for Thomas's build. "Use 1 skill point to get meditation and the other for identify." Thomas looks at the corresponding skill icons and reluctantly agrees, confirming, "Okay, it's done." Sensing Thomas's disappointment, Derek puts a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, don't feel bad. I know it's not flashy, but those are some of the most powerful skills you can have." He explains that high-level meditation allows for rapid health and mana restoration, while high-level identify protects one's personal information from others. Thomas visualizes the concepts, a figure restoring energy and another whose eye glows with power, but can't help but complain aloud, "But they're so boring." Derek reassures him, "Then you'll be happy to hear that you can spend your last one on something a little more exciting." He then asks, "Do you know what you want your future class to be?" Thomas's eyes light up as he imagines himself as a swift, shadowy ninja. I want to be fast, he exclaims. I want to hit things before they even see me coming. Then spend your last point on light weapons mastery, Derek instructs. Thomas immediately does so, tapping the system window with a decisive click. Great, Derek says, getting up. Now put all of your stat points in vitality and endurance. He adds with a grin, you're going to need it if you want to keep up. Keep up, Thomas asks, confused, as Derek turns to walk away. Aren't you going to carry me, ba? Before Thomas can finish, Derek dashes off with a sudden FWOOSH and a curt nope, leaving Thomas to stumble in his wake. Derek shouts back over his shoulder, we're racing and you're losing. A frustrated Thomas yells after him, hey, that's no fair. The scene shifts to a large room where a meeting is in progress. Raina, Richard, Thomas's grandpa, and Derek are seated around a table, while Thomas is passed out on the floor, panting from exhaustion. One of the people at the table sighs heavily, tapping their fingers on the wood. Then if that's the case, they begin. Derek finishes the grave sentence, his expression hard and serious. They will die. Raina, the village chief, asks for clarification. What do you mean? I sent a request for level 50 silver-ranked adventurers to the guild. You're saying they wouldn't be able to handle the dungeon. Derek reveals the grim truth he discovered. During my trip into the forest, I found the dungeon. He pauses before delivering the shocking news. It was level 100. The revelation sends a wave of shock through the room. Thomas's grandpa, Richard, and Raina are all stunned into silence, unable to believe what they've just heard. Derek's eyes glint with intensity as he specifies the rank that corresponds to such a high level. Gold. He lays out the new plan. We need a team of level 100 gold-ranked adventurers. Thomas's grandpa immediately responds. I'll start writing a new request after this meeting. Derek turns to the man with the fur cloak. Richard, do you have a map of the area? At the same time, Thomas's grandpa directs his grandson, Thomas, grab the map. It's in the top drawer over there. Thomas quickly complies, shouting, Yes, grandpa. Raina unrolls the map and points to a location. Here is Raina's village, she explains. The red X's are dungeons that we're aware of. The words beneath them state the max level allowed in the dungeon, the type of monster, what its rewards are, and how many people can go in at once. A close-up of the map shows the dungeon details near Raina's village. A red circle highlights the information. 25, INSECTS, support skill, 4 people. Derek points to another spot on the map, deducing. Then the undead dungeon should be roughly here. He looks to Thomas's grandpa, holding a glowing pen, and asks for permission to alter the map. May I? The old man graciously replies, Of course. Derek draws a new red X on the map, writing 100 Undying, to mark the new, high-level dungeon he discovered. He then asks, Could I also make a copy of this? Raina agrees, I don't see why not. After thanking her, Derek turns his attention to Raina with a pointed question. By the way, Raina, with all the dungeons and monsters in the area, why are you only level 31? A blue system aura envelops a flustered Raina as she realizes what he's done. You used to identify on me? She exclaims, a status window below her confirming she is a level 31 human female. Derek coolly retorts, Don't act like you haven't tried to do the same to me. Resigned, Raina explains her predicament. It's because of her rare class, Tempest Blade, which levels slower than others, accompanied by a vision of her wielding its power. Looking out the window, she laments, Most creatures in the area barely give me any experience. I want a level, but I am the chief. There just isn't enough time. She glances at the weapons displayed on the wall, adding another problem to the list. Plus, the weapons made in the village don't last long against high-leveled creatures. A close-up shows a curved, ornate sword hanging on the wall. Its blade is chipped and worn from battle. Suddenly, Derek plucks a sword from the wall and tosses it towards her with a single word. Catch! Raina reflexively catches the weapon, surprised by the sudden action. Derek identifies the object simply as a sword, then extends an invitation. Thomas and I are going to be training tomorrow, and I want you to join us. In the background, a shocked Thomas blurts out, We are. With a confident smirk, Derek points at Raina and makes his offer. If you do, the sword is yours. He then adds a qualifying question. You can cast magic, right? Raina inspects the finely crafted sword, its blade gleaming. She confirms she can use magic, then asks in disbelief, You'd really just give me a weapon like this? It must have cost a fortune. Derek casually confirms, Yup, it's yours. Hearing this, Raina's expression becomes determined. She gives a firm nod and accepts the deal. Then I'll do it. Fantastic, Derek exclaims. I'll see you and Thomas early tomorrow morning. As he heads for the door, he waves goodbye, adding, Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go see my new friend Bart. The scene cuts to a grand, candle-lit room where the nobleman Wallace pleads desperately with his father. But I need reinforcements, father. His father, a powerful lord, looks up from his writing with disdain. For what? To bully a tiny village past the edges of the city? Are you that small of a man? He scolds. You forget yourself, Wallace. He continues, revealing his knowledge of the situation. In fact, I heard the village recently requested a silver rank adventuring team. He glares at his son. One to deal with the issue that you were supposed to have dealt with. Wallace clenches his fist in humiliation. The father's face darkens with anger. I will not stand for another embarrassment from you, he commands. You are to return to the village and deal with what they ask of you. Wallace takes a step forward, trying to argue his case one last time. But father... His father silences him with a shout. Enough, WALLACE. He points forcefully towards the door, his command absolute. Go. Defeated, Wallace clenches his jaw in anger. He turns sharply on his heel and walks away without another word. As he storms out of the chamber, Wallace's mind seethes with resentment. Fine, father, he thinks, a malicious vow forming. You want me to deal with them? I'll deal with them. The chapter concludes with the title card for System Universe. In a grassy field, a woman with her hair tied back in a ponytail holds a sword, ready for combat. Her expression is serious and focused. A shirtless man, Derek, stands with his arms wide open, confidently telling his training partner, Raina, absolutely, hit me with everything you've got. Raina, holding her sword, expresses her concern. You aren't even wearing armor, you could get hurt. Derek reassures her with a confident smile, saying, just trust me. He adds, besides, I'd much rather these old shorts I had in my storage bracelet get destroyed than another shirt. Below, a glimpse of a glowing blue aura hints at his power. Raina, still hesitant but agreeing, says, if you say so, as she channels a swirling blue energy into her sword. She thinks to herself, but I'll still hold back so I don't hurt him. With that thought, she unleashes a powerful slash of energy. The wave of blue energy speeds towards Derek, who stands calmly with his arms outstretched, ready to receive the blow. A close-up on Derek's face shows his glowing blue eyes, completely unfazed as the attack approaches. Watching from the side, a young blonde boy named Thomas is shocked, thinking, this is his idea of training. He looks completely stressed out, kneeling amidst a collection of swords and spears on the ground. Thomas continues to fret, thinking, maybe I shouldn't travel with... His thought is cut off as Derek takes the full force of Raina's attack with a loud splash of energy. The attack dissipates, leaving Derek completely unharmed. Thomas is amazed, thinking it didn't even break his skin. He's amazing. In contrast, Raina is horrified by Derek's durability, thinking he's a monster. Steam rises from Derek's chest where the attack landed. He looks at Raina and says, not bad. Next time, don't hold back. Raina stares back with a determined expression, her face hardening as she prepares for her next move. Standing within a whirlwind of her own energy, Raina looks up at Derek and replies firmly, I won't. 10 minutes later, Raina is on her hands and knees, completely exhausted. Derek casually stands over her, asking, out of mana? She nods in response. He instructs her, all right, use meditation until you've recovered. Then we'll continue. While Raina meditates to recover her mana, Derek turns his attention to the young boy, calling out, Tommy. Thomas, who had dropped his weapons in surprise, quickly gets up and responds with a salute. Yeah. Derek gestures towards the scattered weapons on the ground and says, we're going to start your training. Pick whichever weapon you want and do your best to kill me. Thomas is utterly shocked by the command, his face pale as he exclaims, kill you. Derek sighs, wiping sweat from his brow. You just saw me take 30 wind blades to the chest. Do you really think you and your puny strength will be able to hurt me? Thomas processes this, his expression shifting from shock to a grim determination. He says, right, kill you. Thomas leaps back, grabbing a weapon from the ground. Derek gestures for him to attack, saying, come on then. Letting out a fierce battle cry, Thomas charges forward with a dagger in hand. As Thomas lunges, Derek effortlessly sidesteps the clumsy attack, causing the boy's dagger to slice through empty air. Thomas stumbles past his stationary target, ending up behind Derek. He looks back, utterly baffled by how easily his all-out attack was dodged, leaving a moment of silence in the air. Derek stands perfectly still as Thomas stumbles past him, his dagger having missed completely. Both are speechless for a moment. Derek comments dryly, you missed a still target. Thomas, flustered and surrounded by question marks, stammers out, sorry. Derek tells him, don't be sorry, be better. In response, Thomas stands tall, salutes, and declares with renewed vigor, I will never miss again. Despite his declaration, Thomas's next attempt with a dagger also misses completely. Frustrated, Derek facepalms and says, let's try a different weapon. Thomas protests immediately, shouting, what? But I want to use daggers. Derek looks at him sternly, reminding him, remember what we agreed to? Do as I say. Now try again with a spear. A montage begins, showing how they spent the next several days. The scene pans over a vibrant landscape where Derek, Raina, and Thomas are all training. The narration explains that as Raina's attacks with her wind blade became stronger, Derek's magic resistance skill also increased from enduring them. However, Thomas was still struggling with daggers. Derek is shown with light scratches on his chest, indicating Thomas's attacks were barely effective. He struggled a lot. Derek facepalms in exasperation as Thomas drops his dagger yet again. The narration notes, but his abilities with the sword and spear were actually rather impressive. In between training sessions, Derek would hunt beasts in the forest for Thomas to kill so he could level up. Derek is shown returning from a hunt with a large wolf-like beast slung over his shoulders, providing hides for Raina to practice on as well. The scene shifts to the evening, and come nightfall, we'd be back at the village, eating dinner with the others. The group is seen enjoying a lively meal with the villagers, filled with laughter. During dinner, an old man from the village speaks to Derek. I know the boy can be a bit stubborn, but maybe go a little easy on him. His father used daggers. Meanwhile, Thomas excitedly tells a village woman, you should totally watch me train next time. I'm getting really good. The woman, smiling warmly, replies, haha, I bet you are. The old man continues, explaining Thomas's motivation. He just wants to be like his dad. The scene changes to a bright sunny day under a large tree. Derek announces, okay, the day has come, you're finally level 10. Thomas nods. Derek continues, it's time to choose a class. Derek gives Thomas some serious advice. Be smart about this, Tommy. Choose the best one, not the one that you think is the coolest. If you need help, ask me. Got it. Thomas grins confidently and replies with a determined, got it. Thomas sits under the tree and opens his system window, while Derek waits with his arms crossed a short distance away. Derek watches him, thinking to himself, I hope the system gives him good options. He's been working really hard and deserves a... His thoughts are interrupted as he sees Thomas make a selection on the system screen with a determined look. Thomas decisively clicks a button on the holographic interface. A burst of green energy surrounds Thomas as he triumphantly yells, done. Derek, caught off guard by the speed of the decision, says, already? You didn't even ask me anything. Ignoring Derek's question, Thomas skillfully flips a pair of newly acquired daggers in his hand, a clear sign of the class he has chosen. Thomas proudly catches his new dagger, declaring, I didn't need to, I had the perfect option. A close-up on Derek's eyes shows them glowing with a cold blue light, his expression hardening as he thinks, he didn't. Thomas leaps into the air excitedly, throwing a dagger. I picked the rogue class, it's uncommon, and it's the same class my dad had. Derek, now appearing as a dark, intimidating silhouette, asks, there wasn't anything better, no rare or growth-type classes. As Thomas fumbles and drops his dagger, Derek presses him, don't tell me you could have chosen something better, but chose this because you wanted to be like your dad. Thomas nervously bends down to pick up his dagger, admitting, well, there were some rarer options. He continues, a flashback of his father in his eyes. But then I remembered how cool my dad was and... Derek cuts him off, his voice cold and sharp as a menacing aura surrounds him. Your dad is dead, Thomas, and you're no good with daggers. Thomas freezes, the dagger held to his own throat in shock. Tears well up in Thomas's eyes as Derek continues his harsh lecture. Did you even stop to think? I honestly don't know if I should still take you with me. I've been treating you like an adult. I guess I forgot you're still a child. Desperate, Thomas drops to his knees and grabs Derek's leg, pleading, Enno, please, you have to take me. I need to become strong. I have to protect people. Derek looks down at him, his expression still stern. How can I trust you if you don't do as I say? I don't even know if I can trust you to keep any of my secrets. With tears streaming down his face, Thomas begs, please, I. With a desperate cry, Thomas makes a solemn vow. I swear on the great system that I'll keep your secrets. A glowing blue system window appears before them. It reads, an oath to the great system has been made by Thomas Stewart. This oath is binding until death. If broken, Thomas Stewart will lose all classes and skills obtained from the great system and be labeled an oathbreaker. Stats will remain as is at the time of breaking the oath. Derek is shocked. He thinks, whoa, this looks like the contract skill from my previous system. He rereads the terms of the oath, nodding, though this is certainly much harsher. Derek looks down at the still kneeling Thomas and asks, why would you ever do this? Are you that desperate? Thomas, sniffling, looks up and says, yes, I want to follow you. Derek's expression softens slightly. He relents, fine, but you already have one strike. I won't hesitate to bring you back home in the future. He adds, for your own safety. Then he instructs Thomas, now stand up. We're running back to the village so you can pack your things. Come morning, we'll be leaving for a few days. We'll see if you truly mean your oath by taking you to your first dungeon." The scene shifts to a fancy, ornate carriage being pulled by horses, rattling along a road leading away from a large castle-like city. Inside the lavish carriage, a group of well-dressed and armored individuals are relaxing. One man pours a drink while others lounge around a table. One of the women in the carriage complains with a look of disgust. "Do we really have to return to that pigsty of a village?" A man with reddish-orange hair whines, "I just got the smell out of my hair yesterday." Another woman with long blonde hair adds disdainfully, "They'd better have a nicer welcoming party for us this time. They didn't even have one last time." A quiet, sharp-eyed man with a bead of sweat on his temple remains silent during the complaints. Suddenly, a man with white hair slams his hand down, shouting, "Will you all shut up?" The others fall silent, startled. A man with a green cloak retorts, "I didn't even say anything." The white-haired man, clearly the leader, looks away with a serious expression. "Just stop complaining for once. In a few days, this whole ordeal will be over." In a grassy field, Derek and Thomas walk forward as a mysterious green orb of energy spins in front of them. Derek thinks to himself, "We should be able to run a level 25 dungeon about twice before I become too high level." He continues his thought, "That should give Tommy plenty of experience before we move on to something a bit stronger." Thomas looks up at Derek, confused, and asks, "I still don't get why we're here." Derek reminds him that he's already told him. Thomas, still puzzled, questions him further. This is a level 25 dungeon. How are you going to enter it?" With a confident smile, Derek replies, "We're here to complete the dungeon." Derek then adds, "Remember those secrets you can't tell anyone? Well, you're about to see the first one." The green orb hums as it floats directly in front of Derek's chest. A system window appears, revealing the dungeon's status. It's a level 25 insect-type dungeon. The participants are listed as Derek Hunt, level 18, and Thomas Stewart, level 10. Thomas is utterly shocked. What?" he exclaims. "How are you only level 18? There's no way." A bead of sweat runs down his face as a realization begins to dawn on him. But this means... His shock turns to excitement. "We can run all the lower-level dungeons, and with your strength there won't be any trouble." Derek smirks, shattering Thomas's excitement. "Who said I'd be fighting?" he asks. "I'm just gonna watch." A bright light shines as Derek pushes a stunned Thomas forward. "Wait, what?" Thomas cries out. Derek coolly explains, "No better training than fighting something that'll kill you if it has the chance." A system message counts down their entry into the dungeon. 3, 2, 1. They are transported into a dark, damp cave with water dripping from stalactites. Suddenly, the scenery changes to a lush green jungle as a colorful bird chirps and flies past. Standing at the entrance to the jungle cave, with a large toucan watching from a branch above, Derek turns to Thomas and asks, "Ready, kid?" Thomas nervously tugs on Derek's sleeve. Are you sure about this?" Derek looks down at him and asks, "What are you scared of?" Derek begins to list the reasons Thomas shouldn't be afraid. "I gave you high-level daggers. And the armor Brandy made you should be able to protect you from almost anything in here." Derek continues his pep talk, though Thomas still looks terrified. "Plus, if you've been listening to me, which I'm not sure you have, you should have enough vitality to take a few hits. Even if you somehow get hurt, I need to level up my rejuvenation skill anyway." A tiny chibi version of Derek flashes a peace sign, calling it a win-win. Thomas gulps, draws one of his daggers, and reluctantly agrees. "Yeah, win-win." As they stand before a cliff edge, a giant, menacing purple centipede crawls into view. Unfazed, Derek says nonchalantly, "You're going to have so much fun." But the centipede isn't the first to strike. Before Thomas can even react, a giant wasp-like creature swoops down from above, grabbing the terrified boy who can only scream, "Help me." Thomas screams in terror as a giant beetle scuttles after him through the jungle. The massive centipede has now wrapped its body around Thomas, squeezing him tightly. He gasps, "Can't breathe." In a panic, Thomas attempts to stab another giant insect with his dagger, but the blade just crunches against its tough exoskeleton. He cries out, "Derek." Just as the monster is about to strike, Derek finally intervenes, slicing the creature in half with a powerful slash from his polearm. Thomas sits on the ground, exhausted and bleeding from his arm. He gasps for breath and asks Derek, what part of that was supposed to be fun? Derek casually sits down in front of him. "Relax, Tommy, you didn't die, did you?" Thomas looks at him in disbelief and asks, "What is wrong with you?" Derek tells him, "Let me see your arm." As Derek touches it, Thomas winces in pain. "Ow, ow, ow, I think it's broken." A green healing light emanates from Derek's hand as he holds Thomas's injured arm, using his rejuvenation skill. Amazed, Thomas flexes his completely healed arm. Derek asks, "How's that?" Thomas replies, "It's better." Derek claps a startled Thomas on the shoulder. "Great," he says cheerfully. "Then let's get you back out there. This dungeon won't clear itself." A nervous Thomas crouches in the grass, getting ready for the next wave of monsters. Derek enthusiastically cheers him on. "You've got this, kid." Meanwhile, Thomas holds his dagger with a look of annoyance, thinking to himself, there's something seriously wrong with him. A new giant horned beetle appears in the clearing. Hiding in the bushes, Thomas sees an opportunity and thinks, this is my chance. Thomas gulps, his hands trembling as he grips his daggers. He steels his resolve, thinking, I can do this. He dashes out from his hiding spot, charging towards the giant beetle. The beetle's glowing eye swivels as it immediately notices the charging boy. Thomas attempts a lunging strike, but the beetle easily sidesteps it, and his attack whiffs completely. Watching from the sidelines, Derek puts a hand to his face and groans in frustration. You've gotta be kidding me. The beetle swings its massive horn, smacking Thomas and sending him tumbling through the air. Thomas grunts in pain as he crashes hard onto the ground. The beetle looms over the fallen Thomas, raising its horn for a finishing blow. Crap, Thomas thinks. From the trees, Derek yells, Dodge, kid. Heeding the warning, Thomas rolls out of the way just as the beetle's horn slams into the ground. He uses the momentum to launch a counterattack, successfully slicing the monster's leg. Derek pumps his fist and cheers, Attaboy, Tommy. Thomas stands ready with his dagger, panting as the injured beetle recoils. The enraged beetle lets out a screech and charges straight at Thomas. Thomas cries out as he's caught head-on by the beetle's charge, the sheer force of the impact beginning to push him backwards. The beetle pushes Thomas back, and he notices his armor is starting to crack under the pressure, but it's holding. He thinks, my armor is holding. Finding new resolve, he braces himself against a large tree. Grateful for his equipment, he thinks, thanks, Brandy, I can do this. Using the tree as a support, he pushes off and lunges forward, slicing deep into the beetle's head with his dagger. The beetle lets out a piercing screech as yellow blood gushes from the deep wound in its head. Thomas drives his blade even deeper into the monster's skull, finishing it off. With the beetle finally dead, Thomas slumps to the ground against a tree, panting heavily. Derek appears and comments, I'm not gonna say that went well. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Thomas looks up and replies, but it was an improvement. Derek helps Thomas to his feet. Now let's go over your spectacular performance, he says sarcastically. What do you think is the first thing you did wrong? Thomas ventures a guess, I put too much into my swing. Derek presses him. Are you asking me or telling me? Thomas quickly corrects himself, telling you. Yes, I put too much in my swing, which made me off balance when I missed. Derek bluntly shuts him down. Wrong, you were wrong before you even got to the beetle. With a serious expression, he asks, you picked a rogue class, so you should have a stealth skill, right? Derek poses the crucial question, why didn't you use it? The question hits Thomas, who freezes and repeats it to himself. Why didn't I use it? Thomas stands completely stunned, his mind a jumble of mathematical equations and Derek's repeating words. You should have a stealth skill. Why didn't you use it? You picked a rogue class. He stands frozen in place with a blank expression as the words, stealth skill, echo in his mind, and leaves fall gently around him. A slow, dawning realization crosses Thomas's face as he looks up with a nervous sweat. Because, he begins to explain. With an incredibly sheepish grin, Thomas confesses to the stunned Derek. I forgot I had it. Derek points at him in utter disbelief. You forgot about the only actual skill you have, from the class you chose against my suggestion. Sweating profusely with a strained, awkward smile, Thomas can only reply with a single word. Yes. Derek is left completely speechless, a single drop of sweat rolling down his face. He thinks to himself in pure disbelief, holy shit, this kid's dumb as hell. The scene opens with a clear blue sky, hinting at a peaceful day that is about to be disturbed. A carriage wheel rattles loudly, kicking up dust as it speeds along a country road, signaling a hurried arrival. The carriage, drawn by two white horses, comes to an abrupt halt before the wooden gates of a town. A figure in sturdy leather boots steps firmly onto the ground, marking their arrival. From atop the town's wooden palisade, a guard spots the newcomers and calls out, Who goes there? State your name and your... Before the guard can finish his sentence, a blast of turquoise energy erupts, sending him flying with a cry of pain. From a distance, a powerful figure unleashes the devastating magical blast, creating a massive explosion at the town gate. The sudden attack throws the townspeople into a panic. What's going on? "Are we under attack?" one person yells. Another recognizes the aggressors, saying, "Huh, why are they back? No, those are the adventurers from before." A group of adventurers led by a man with white hair walks confidently past the panicked villagers. Their leader announces, "Don't worry, peasants. Your dungeon fears are over. The city lord of Torith has heard your plea for aid." With a close-up on his face, the leader, Graceful, reveals a sinister smile and glowing red eyes as he declares, "We are here to save you." In response, a hand grips a sword shimmering with blue energy. A voice full of defiance says, "If this is the kind of aid you offer." The ice that had encased a section of the wooden fence sizzles and melts away, evidence of the earlier attack. A female warrior, Mallory, stands ready with a large polearm, her body surrounded by a swirling aura of power. She finishes her sentence, "Then we want none of it." A man with blonde hair and a determined expression stands amidst a powerful aura, as Mallory's voice rings out, ordering, "I order you to leave, Graceful." Graceful merely grins, his expression filled with malice and contempt, completely unfazed by their resistance. The scene shifts to a level 25 insect dungeon, where a grotesque level 18 spider ant screeches as it appears. Inside the dungeon, a young adventurer swiftly dodges a sharp, red-glowing attack from the spider ant. "It's Thomas," he thinks to himself with some frustration. "We've been in this dungeon for days. I'm already level 17. Fueled by determination, Thomas shouts, "I can handle a stupid bug, rah!" and lunges forward with his daggers. With a powerful stab, he plunges his dagger into the spider ant's head, causing yellow blood to spurt out. Thomas beams with pride, clenching his fists in excitement. "Yes, I did it," he exclaims, proud of his kill. Just as he celebrates, a voice shouts a warning, "Watch out!" Thomas, still standing over the defeated monster, looks over his shoulder and says, "What?" A much larger spider ant charges towards the distracted Thomas. His companion yells, "Don't let yourself get distracted. Charge." Thomas panics, realizing his mistake. "CR crap," he thinks, struggling to pull his weapon free. "My dagger's stuck, I can't get it out." As the massive spider ant looms over the defenseless Thomas, he cries out, "Help!" completely vulnerable to the impending attack. Just in the nick of time, a powerful force slams into the spider ant, saving Thomas from certain death. Thomas sits on the ground, shaken but alive, thinking to himself in frustration, "Damn it, that was going so well too." He looks at his dagger, still embedded in the first monster, and laments his choice of weapon. "If I'd had a longer weapon or more leverage to pull my weapon free, I'd have been fine. I'm not cut out for using daggers." The dagger is effortlessly pulled free from the monster's carcass. Derek stands before Thomas holding the clean dagger. Thomas looks down, defeated, thinking, "I shouldn't have chosen this class." Once again, Derek is right, like always. A green healing light envelops Thomas as Derek encourages him. "Don't look so glum, kid. You almost had it. Compared to when we started, you're a whole new fighter." Thomas looks up, starting to regain his confidence, and agrees, "Yeah, you're right." Derek smiles, seeing the change in his student. "In fact, I think you're ready. You've killed just about everything else." They stand before a massive, ancient-looking gate crackling with ominous blue lightning. Derek gestures towards it, saying, "All that's left is the boss." As they approach the boss room, Derek reminds Thomas of the strategy. "You remember the plan? Sneak up on it with stealth and go for the head. Don't mess it up." With a heavy groan, the giant stone doors to the boss's chamber swing open. A blur of purple energy rushes out from the darkness of the chamber. Derek instantly moves to block a swift attack, shielding Thomas, who can only watch in awe and exclaim, "Whoa." The dungeon boss reveals itself to be a massive, armored, mantis-like creature. Seeing its intimidating form, Thomas's confidence wavers. "I don't know if I can kill that," he mutters. Noticing Thomas's hesitation, Derek's expression hardens with resolve. "Change of plans," he announces. "I'll hold it down, you just get the final blow. No sense in taking the risk." Without a moment's hesitation, Derek, wreathed in blue energy, dashes towards the monstrous boss. Derek intercepts the boss mid-attack, grabbing its razor-sharp appendages with his bare hands. With his eyes glowing, Derek overpowers the creature, forcing its scythe-like arms back. With a loud crack, Derek slams the giant insect boss into the ground, pinning it completely. Holding the hissing beast down, Derek yells to his apprentice, "I got it, Tommy. The rest is all you." Thomas, though sweating, gives a firm nod, his eyes filled with grim determination. He rushes forward, gripping his dagger tightly, ready to land the final blow. Thomas successfully stabs the boss in a glowing, weak spot on its neck. The monster's limbs twitch as the final blow takes effect. The boss's body dissolves into a swirling vortex of purple light and particles. A system window appears against a glittering background, announcing their victory. Dungeon boss defeated. Thomas stands triumphantly over the spot where the boss fell, exclaiming, "I did it! I cleared my first dungeon." A small, relieved chibi version of Thomas thinks, "I can finally leave this hell." Meanwhile, Derek walks away from the dissipating loot orb and says, "Congratulations, Tommy. It only gets harder from here." Derek continues, "I was planning on having us do another dungeon, but you were a lot slower than I expected. Besides, your granny is probably worried sick." Thomas falls silent, looking down thoughtfully as he holds onto the remnants of the defeated boss. Thomas looks over at Derek, a bead of sweat on his face, remaining silent as his mentor examines the rewards. As Derek continues to absorb the loot, Thomas, blushing with embarrassment, finally asks, "What are you doing?" It's revealed that Thomas is struggling to kick his dagger free from the monster's tough carapace. "Knife stuck," he grunts in frustration. A system window appears displaying the dungeon rewards. "Dungeon complete. Exiting dungeon. Assigning rewards. Congratulations, you have received the skill Cure Toxin." Below the text, a potion with a skull stopper materializes. The system displays the details for the new skill, Cure Toxin. Remove toxins, infections, and contaminations from yourself and others. Cost, 1 skill point. A gold coin, likely representing the skill point, is also shown. Thomas also receives an achievement for his efforts. "You have completed your first dungeon. Achievement unlocked, Lesser Dungeon Explorer." The achievement grants him 2 skill points. Now outside the dungeon, surrounded by a swirl of dust and leaves, Derek asks, "All right, kid, you ready to head back?" Thomas nods, "MHM." Derek agrees, "Good, then let's get going." As they walk along a path towards the village under a setting sun, Derek says, "So, you finally understand why I didn't want you to use daggers?" Thomas, having learned his lesson, replies, "Yeah, I get it now. I'll change classes once I'm level 25. Derek smiles, pleased. "You can do that? Good, then I have a great spear you can have," he offers. "Its former owner doesn't need it anymore." Thomas is thrilled by the offer. "Really? That'd be great." Suddenly, Derek's smile fades. He lets out a surprised, "Huh," as a single tear escapes his eye, a painful memory seemingly triggered by his own words about the spear. As they get closer to home, Derek notices the empty guard post. "That's odd. Why is nobody guarding the gate?" he wonders aloud. The naive Thomas, however, is distracted, commenting, "Those are some nice-looking carriages." Derek looks up, his expression instantly darkening as he connects the fancy carriages with the empty gate. He starts to say, "Yeah, but cuts himself off with a sharp curse, "Shit." Sensing disaster, both of them break into a frantic dash, racing towards the town. Wreathed in crackling blue energy, Derek sprints into the village, desperately calling out for the people he knows. Raina, Mallory. They find a red-haired woman lying unconscious on the ground. A system window identifies her as a level 1 human, but gives no name. Nearby, they discover Mallory grievously injured. A system window above her indicates her dire situation. Level 18, state, critical with only 13 minutes until death. Thomas runs in after his mentor, taking in the chaotic scene with horror. "Derek, what's going on?" he shouts. Derek immediately kneels, casting a healing spell on the 2 fallen women. Thomas rushes to his side, asking, "Is that Brandy? Is she okay?" Derek, focused on the healing, replies, "They'll both be fine. I healed the worst of the damage." With the immediate danger to their lives averted, Derek gently places a hand on Thomas's head, giving him a simple, firm instruction. "Stay here." Thomas, trembling with fear and confusion as he looks at his injured friends, asks with a tear in his eye, "Where are you going?" Derek turns back, his face a mask of cold fury. Purple void energy crackles around him as his eye glows menacingly. "To find who did this," he vows. The scene flashes back to the confrontation. Mallory is on her knees, panting and bloodied, with a sword pressed against her neck. In the town square, Gracefall loses his patience with the captive Mallory. "Enough of this," he roars. "If you won't tell me where he is, then so be it. Just know that this is all your fault." With a sadistic smile, Gracefall looms over the defiant warrior and pronounces his verdict. "By the noble house of Gracefall, and for the crime of disobedience, I, Wallace F. Gracefall, sentence you to death by beheading." One of Gracefall's men raises his sword, preparing to carry out the execution as Mallory looks up, bloodied but unafraid. At the last possible second, a whip of pure purple void energy manifests and shatters the executioner's blade. Gracefall and his man stare in disbelief as Derek's voice cuts through the air. "I thought I told you." Mallory's eye reflects the ominous purple glow as Derek's voice continues, filled with cold rage. "If you lay a finger on anyone." Derek stands revealed, wielding a massive spear and enveloped in a terrifying aura of purple void energy. His eyes glow with immense power as he delivers his final, chilling promise. I'll kill you. A nobleman raises his sword, about to strike down a defenseless villager. But his blade is stopped by a mysterious purple energy. Richard, a village elder, stands before him, a defiant look on his face as he begins to speak. I thought I told you. With blood dripping from a wound on his head, Richard continues his warning. If you lay a finger on anyone. Suddenly Derek appears, his body shrouded in a powerful void aura, finishing the sentence with cold fury. I'll kill you. Enraged, the silver-haired elite leader of the nobles screams at his subordinates. Kill him now. Derek stands calmly as the soldiers begin to close in, the void energy swirling around him. A red-haired noblewoman lunges forward, shouting die, as she attacks Derek. With a swift, powerful motion, Derek strikes her down with his spear. She hits the ground hard, defeated in a single blow. Watching her comrade fall, a blonde noble fire mage screams in fury, her eyes glowing with power. She channels her rage into a powerful spell, shouting, You'll pay for that, you low-born peasant. A massive fireball forms in her hand as she screams, I'll burn you to ashes. She unleashes a devastating blast of fire. The fiery attack hurtles towards the terrified villagers, who are being shielded by a female knight. The entire area crackles as it's engulfed in the raging inferno. A close-up on the fire mage's face reveals tears streaming down her cheeks as she thinks, For my sister. The other nobles look on in shock, the leader barely able to stammer, Did she? A massive explosion of fire consumes the battlefield. But from within the flames, Derek's face emerges, his purple eyes glowing, completely unharmed. He calmly walks out of the inferno, simply stating no. The nobles can only watch in disbelief. One of them thinks he isn't even singed. Their leader, furious at their incompetence, screams, What are you idiots doing? I said kill him already. A giant, shadowy entity with a single, menacing eye materializes behind Derek, a manifestation of his power. Just as the order is given, an arrow flies toward Derek, but he snatches it out of the air with his bare hand, his purple eyes glowing with power. The archer is revealed to be the same noblewoman who wielded fire just moments ago. Seeing her attack so easily nullified, she stares in utter disbelief and mutters a name under her breath. No, not again. Seeing the overwhelming power of Derek, one of the noblemen decides to flee. Screw this, he shouts, jumping from a rooftop. I'm not dying for Wallace's. But his escape is cut short as an arrow, fired by the noblewoman, pierces through his head. His body goes limp and falls from the roof. Meanwhile, Richard and other villagers push through the crowd, desperately calling out, Derek, out of my way, Derek. Panting, Richard finally reaches him and pleads, Derek, you have to stop, they're nobles. Richard continues to warn him. There will be no going back, but Derek, with his back turned to the old man, coldly replies, They had their chance, Richard. In a close-up of his glowing purple eyes, which reflect Richard's terrified face, Derek adds, But that chance is now long gone. Ignoring the warning, the first nobleman who tried to attack Richard lets out a furious scream and charges at Derek again. Derek effortlessly stops the sword with his bare hand, the impact creating a shockwave of void energy. The nobleman stares in disbelief as Derek's power easily contains his attack. Impossible, he mutters. With a surge of void energy, Derek completely shatters the nobleman's steel blade. Derek steps past the defeated subordinate, his sights now set on the leader, Wallace. Wallace grits his teeth in frustration, his eyes glowing with rage. Useless, he snarls, the whole damn lot of them. Enveloped in a swirling turquoise aura, Wallace prepares to fight himself. I'll show you what it really means. To be born with superior blood, he roars, unleashing a torrent of energy. A massive wave of spiritual energy, shaped like ghostly hands and faces, hurtles towards Derek. Facing the overwhelming attack, Derek simply smirks. Channel void, he commands. An immense burst of purple void energy erupts from Derek's body. Derek's power easily parts Wallace's attack, creating a clear path through the turquoise energy. In an instant, Derek closes the distance and grabs Wallace by the throat, lifting him into the air. Gasping for air, the terrified Wallace pleads for his life. I get it. I'll leave, you'll never see me again. Derek looks at the pathetic nobleman with a cold, mocking smile. You're right, he says, I won't. He tightens his grip, choking the life out of Wallace. As the life drains from his eyes, Wallace chokes out a final, gurgled plea, Please. But before Derek can deliver the final blow, a frantic shout erupts from the crowd. Drop him or the old man dies. Another voice yells, Let him go. Derek pauses, his cold gaze shifting toward the commotion. The commotion is revealed to be a hostage situation. The blonde noblewoman holds Richard captive, her hand glowing with fire. Richard pleads, "Please, Derek, these people are nobles. Their deaths aren't worth it." The old man continues, his voice filled with fear for his village. The punishment for killing nobles is severe. Derek remains silent, his expression cold and unreadable as he assesses the situation. The noblewoman mocks Derek, sneering, "That's right. Do as you're told, you dog." With tears in his eyes, Richard delivers his final, desperate plea. "Please, the entire village could be held complicit and put to death." The noblewoman screams her demand one last time. "Drop Wallace, now." But her threat is cut short as a blood-soaked sword bursts through her chest. She lets out a cry of pain, awe. Her attacker is revealed to be the wounded village chieftain, Chief Leon. As she chokes, he holds her up and defiantly says, "Let them try." Chief Leon lets the noblewoman's body slump to the ground, declaring with conviction, "A chieftain protects his people." With the hostage threat eliminated, Derek turns his full attention back to the terrified Wallace, still held in his grasp. Derek looks down at the noble and asks, seemingly willing to negotiate, "If I let you go, will you swear there will be no retaliation against this village?" Desperate and crying, Wallace immediately grunts in agreement. "Why, yes, I swear it, please." Derek gives a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "Good," he says calmly, "in that case." With a brutal, lightning-fast motion, Derek snaps Wallace's neck. Richard watches in absolute horror, his hopes crumbling as he gasps, "No, he didn't." As Wallace's lifeless body falls, the full weight of Derek's actions crashes down on Richard. He has doomed us. Derek stands over the corpse amidst the burning village, holding his hand up as if inspecting it. "Whoops," he says with chilling indifference. "My hand slipped." Following the intense battle, an injured noblewoman with a long braided ponytail lies on the ground, seemingly unconscious. The light shines down on her, highlighting the blood on her face, a grim testament to the recent violence. A figure steps in. It's Derek. He gently lifts the noblewoman's head, his expression unreadable amidst the chaotic backdrop of the burning village. Without a word, Derek lifts the noblewoman into his arms. He holds her securely as he prepares to move from the scene of the battle. Derek carries the woman through the smoldering village. The remaining villagers can only watch in silence, whispering amongst themselves as he passes, their faces a mixture of fear and uncertainty. Meanwhile, two villagers, an older bald man and a younger man with a beard named Richard, are in despair. The older man is on the ground, defeated. Richard urges him, "On your feet, Richard." But the old man can only lament. "He's truly doomed us all," referring to Derek's drastic actions. A young man with light brown hair stands among the crowd, his face stoic as he watches the events unfold. The villagers behind him look on with wide-eyed shock and fear. The villagers watch as Derek carries the noblewoman through a large arched doorway, disappearing into the light. His shadow looms long on the ground before them, a symbol of his heavy presence in their lives now. Putting aside his despair, Richard helps the old man up, a new resolve in his eyes. He yells out to the stunned onlookers, "What's everyone just standing around for, huh? We've got some cleaning up to do." It seems despair is a luxury they can't afford. Spurred into action by Richard's words, the villagers begin the grim task of cleaning up the debris and evidence of the fight. From a distance, the whole village is a scene of quiet, organized activity. Under the lingering smoke, everyone methodically works to erase the signs of the massacre that just took place. The scene shifts to inside the village chief's residence. Derek has laid the injured noblewoman on a chaise lounge by the fireplace and now sits watching over her. The noblewoman lies peacefully, her face illuminated by the crackling fire. She seems stable for now, resting under a thick, warm blanket. Derek sits beside her, a quiet guardian in the warm, fire-lit room. He appears calm, but a storm of system notifications is about to ruin his day. He lets out a long sigh, and as if on cue, a flurry of blue system windows pop up in front of him with an electronic ding. Staring at the multiple level UP notifications and EXP gains from killing human warriors, Derek is visibly annoyed. "Damn it," he thinks. "There goes my plan to do all those low-level dungeons with Thomas." Apparently, mass-murdering nobles comes with inconvenient, unscheduled power-ups. He groans in frustration, clutching his head. "I've got to be the first person ever to be mad about leveling up," the struggles of being too efficient for his own good. His expression softens for a moment as a name comes to mind. Derek. A flicker of a memory, or perhaps just him calling himself out on his own absurdity. Just then the noblewoman stirs. She lifts her head, her voice weak as she asks with urgency, "The village." Derek calmly turns to her and reassures her with two simple words, "Is safe." Overcome with relief, the woman collapses back onto the chaise lounge with a soft whumph. She whispers, "Thank you." Derek shrugs it off with a cheerful yet sociopathic denial. "What are you thanking me for? I didn't even do anything." He waves his hand dismissively, adding, "They all spontaneously died. It was weird. I mean, first they were alive, then they weren't." A perfectly normal, not at all suspicious explanation. Her relief instantly turns to horror. She grabs Derek's arm with surprising strength, her eyes wide with panic. "They were nobles, Derek," she says, the gravity of the situation dawning on her. She looks at him, her voice trembling with fear. "This is serious. If someone learns what happened here, the entire village." Derek simply smiles, his expression calm and collected. He gently takes her hand in his. "Then we won't let anyone find out," he says, as if planning a surprise party instead of a massacre cover-up. He continues smoothly, laying out the foundation of his plan. "Besides, I already have an idea of what we ought to do. You just have to make sure everyone in the village keeps their mouths shut." He leans back, adding a chillingly casual threat. "Shouldn't be too hard considering they know what happens if they don't." And with that, the stage is set for the entire village to become accomplices. The village chief, Leon, leads a group of key villagers, including Richard, into the residence. He calls out, "All right, everyone inside." The cover-up operation is moving to its next phase. Leon reports to Derek, who stands by the fireplace. "The corpses of the nobles are piled in the next room, out of sight just like you asked, and we've rounded up their carriage drivers. We made them swear oaths to the great system not to speak of this." Derek gives a slight nod. "Good, thank you, Leon." He adds nonchalantly, "I'll put them in my storage bracelet after this. Because where else would you store a pile of inconvenient bodies?" Leon, filled with anxiety, slumps into a chair. "What are we to do now, Derek? I know I have no right to chastise you, Rain'd be dead if you hadn't stepped in. But I can't see a way for us to get out of this mess." Sweating and full of regret, Leon laments, "If you just listen to me and let him live." But Derek calmly cuts him off. "Don't worry, Leon." Derek stands before them, the picture of confidence. "I have a plan," he announces, "but I can't do it alone. I'll need the help of everyone in this room." The assembled villagers, Leon, Richard, and Derek's young apprentices, listen with grim expressions, understanding the weight of his words. Derek's gaze intensifies. "No," he corrects himself, "I'll need the help of everyone in the entire village." The conspiracy is going community-wide. Outside, the cleanup continues. The villagers work together, carrying away the wounded and clearing the debris, their faces set with grim determination as they enact the first stage of Derek's plan. Back inside, Derek questions Richard. "Richard, how long do you think we have until the Noble House or Adventurers Guild comes to check on things?" Richard, looking stressed, replies, It's tough to say for sure. It could be anywhere from a few days to a few weeks." "I see," Derek says, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "We're just going to have to hope it's a few weeks then." He concludes with a decisive "all right." The scene shifts to a village meeting. The noblewoman, now recovered, stands on a wooden platform with Leon and Richard, addressing the crowd. She begins, "First, we have to hold a village meeting and make sure everyone in the entire village understands what's at stake." She lays out the fabricated story with conviction. The story is that the nobles came in, got the map from Richard, and then left for the dungeon. "That's it," she declares, facing the crowd. "They were barely even in the village." A simple, clean alibi. Later, Derek speaks to a dejected Richard. "Sorry, but you'll be losing your map, Richard." He frames it as a necessary sacrifice. A small price if it keeps the village safe. Derek then addresses the small group again, his tone serious. "Next, I'm going to need oaths from everyone in this room." A concerned villager with a beard looks shocked. "An oath? From the great system, whatever for?" he asks, confused and wary. Derek explains, gesturing to his blonde-haired apprentice. "It would be the same oath that Thomas took before we began traveling together, that you won't tell anyone my secrets unless I allow it." The boy, Thomas, nods in confirmation. The bearded villager firmly refuses. "I'm sorry, Derek, but I cannot swear an oath." He elaborates. "I know you are honorable, but I will not put myself in that situation. I have seen what they can do to people." The village chief, Leon, speaks up as well, echoing the sentiment. "I will if I must, but I would prefer not to swear any oaths either." The two elders of the village are united in their mistrust of system oaths. Breaking the stalemate, Richard looks towards where the noblewoman is resting and asks Derek the crucial question. "If I swear it, will you keep the village safe?" Derek meets his gaze, his expression deadly serious. "To the best of my ability," he promises. Hearing this, Richard makes his decision. "Then I'll do it." A woman named Mallory steps forward with a younger girl, Brandy. "I don't need to swear an oath to safeguard the secrets of my friends," she says with conviction. "But if you ask me to, I will do it." Then Raina, a young girl with fiery red hair, jumps in with enthusiasm. Me too, she exclaims. If Thomas did it, then so can I. Her loyalty is absolute and unquestioning. Derek looks at his 3 loyal apprentices, his expression softening. Mallory, Brandy, Raina, thank you, he says, genuinely grateful for their unwavering trust. Derek turns to the 2 hesitant elders. Leon, Richard, I understand, thank you anyway. You can still stay and listen for now. He respects their decision, but the plan moves forward regardless. A brilliant blue light flashes as a system window appears with a great FWOOSH. It confirms the oath has been made. Raina West, Brandy Fields, and Mallory Fields have sworn oaths to the great system. These oaths are binding until death. There's no turning back now. The noblewoman who has been watching the drama unfold from her comfortable position on the chaise lounge smirks. So, she purrs, what's the plan? Derek gives her a confident, knowing smile, a golden glow appearing behind him. I'm glad you asked, he says, it's story time. He begins to weave his tale, illustrated like an ancient scroll. After graciously receiving the map from Richard, Mr. Noble Gracefall led his team to the level 100 dungeon. The made-up name is a nice touch, adding a layer of heroic flair. The story depicts Gracefall and his valiant team of nobles, looking every bit the part of righteous heroes on a quest. A magical blue seal flashes. Thanks to their valiant efforts, the overflow of the dungeon was stopped. A mural shows the heroes fighting off skeletal monsters, and with proper control, the disease will stop spreading. A clever addition to explain away any lingering weirdness. But the heroic tale takes a tragic yet convenient turn. Unfortunately, his team was wiped out in the dungeon, and he suffered a fatal wound from the boss. A perfectly blameless end for the party. The story continues. Gracefall barely escaped, but he bled out and died before he was able to receive aid. His final, noble thoughts, at least, the village is saved. The fairy tale concludes with the image of the fallen hero, resting peacefully on a bed of flowers, bathed in a holy golden light. He gave the ultimate sacrifice, and died a hero. The scene snaps back to reality. Derek stands there, scratching the back of his head with a smug, almost wicked grin. Or, at least, that's what all the investigations will say after my plan. The heroic story was nothing but a complete fabrication. The entire room falls into a stunned, deafening silence. The villagers, the chief, his apprentices, and even the recently amused noblewoman can only stare, their minds trying to process the sheer audacity of the lie they just heard. The silence is shattered as everyone, from the apprentices to the noblewoman, erupts in a collective, synchronized shout of disbelief. What? Derek gathered his party. Is everyone packed? He asked, giving them a final once-over. We won't be back to the village for several days, so make sure you aren't forgetting anything. Raina, ever the pragmatist, voiced her confusion. Yes, but I still don't understand why we're going to the level 50 beast dungeon. Shouldn't we be going to the level 101 that Gracefall supposedly died at? A confident smile played on Derek's lips. We will once you're all a little bit stronger. He then added, giving them an out. Again, if you don't want to join me, you don't have to. I'm more than capable of doing this on my own. But, Derek continued, his voice persuasive as they stood before the village gates, this is a great opportunity for you all to grow in strength and get rare rewards. I highly recommend you join. Derek's gaze drifted towards Mallory as a thought crossed his mind. Plus, there are some things I want to test, from what I've seen so far of this new system. He continued his internal monologue. The experiences someone has before leveling to Class 1 play a big role in what classes they're offered. If I'm right, she could be offered something incredibly special. Raina, however, was still stuck on the logistics. So, what? We're going to go into lower-level dungeons and clear them while you wait, she demanded, her brows furrowed in confusion. I don't understand. Why? Derek just gave her a cheeky wink. Just trust me, he said smoothly. You'll understand soon enough. Raina pressed on. Will I have to hand-feed? Derek cut her off, already starting to walk. No, I'll hand-feed you all for these ones. We still need to move relatively fast. Without another word, Derek suddenly scooped up a startled Mallory. All right, everyone, she yelped, caught completely off guard. Mallory found herself perched on Derek's back, her face a mask of pure confusion as he grinned, ready to run. Why do you always insist on running everywhere? Mallory shrieked as Derek broke into a sprint. The rest of the party scrambled to keep up as he yelled back, let's go. And so the bizarre caravan set off, with Derek carrying a protesting Mallory and the others trailing behind as they raced down the sun-drenched path. Their mad dash led them through the wilderness until they reached their destination, the level 50 beast dungeon entrance. Panting and gasping for air, the party finally caught up to a perfectly composed Derek. With Mallory still on his back, he pointed towards a glowing portal across a rope bridge. All right, we're here. As they crossed the precarious bridge, it started to wobble. Raina snapped at Thomas, "Stop doing that!" But Thomas cried out in terror, "I can't, my legs feel like jelly." Once they were safely across, Derek let Mallory down and turned to the group, a mysterious energy swirling around him. "You all swore an oath not to reveal my secrets. Now it's time you found out why." A system interface materialized before them, and Derek's hand reached out, tapping and manipulating the glowing blue screen. The screen displayed the party's information. Max participants, 5-5. The names and levels were listed. Derek Hunt, level 30, Thomas Stewart, level 17, Raina West, level 31, Brandy Fields, level 1, and Mallory Fields, level 18. Raina's eyes went wide with disbelief. How are you only level 30? She exclaimed, utterly baffled. Your level is lower than mine. That doesn't make any sense. Derek chuckled, a sly grin on his face. One of my biggest secrets, see why I wanted an oath? Raina, now more amazed than confused, replied, I do. This is crazy. You have to tell me how. Derek simply said, maybe one day, for now. We have a dungeon to run. With that, the energy portal flared to life, its light shining as the system announced their entry. A countdown began, ticking away the final seconds before their teleportation. 3, 2, 1. With a great FWOSH, the scenery dissolved, and the party found themselves transported to a new, unfamiliar location inside the dungeon. After entering the dungeon, Derek found a small, defensible building to use as a temporary base. He peeked through the doorway to check on his team. Gathering everyone inside the newly established safe house, Derek laid out his plan. All right, here's what we're gonna do. He explained with a chibi-style reenactment. I'll go outside and beat a bunch of monsters to an inch of their life. Then, the chibi Derek continued, dragging a line of bruised and bandaged monsters. I'll bring them back here for Thomas and Mallory to finish off. Derek then gave specific instructions. Mallory, I suggest looking at all your class upgrade options once you hit level 25. He turned to Thomas. Thomas, you know what you're going to do, right? I don't need to say it. Thomas thought to himself with grim satisfaction. No more dagger class. Perfect. Next was Raina's turn. Raina, you should be strong enough to fight outside with me, Derek stated, as a tiny, fierce Raina was shown expertly dispatching a large wolf creature in their imagination. But if you have any problems, he added, providing a safety net, flee back to the safe house, and I'll do the same for you as I'm doing for Thomas and Mallory. The imagined scenario showed a panicked Raina being chased back to safety. Mallory, not wanting to be left out, eagerly raised her hand. What about me? Derek paused, turning to her. You. He looked at her with a straight face and delivered the crushing news. We'll do nothing. Mallory's world came crashing down. Derek quickly clarified, except practice on a whole lot of hides. Mallory's despair instantly transformed into pure ecstasy. YESSU, she screamed, imagining herself joyfully skinning a mountain of monster pelts. Before they could start, Derek held up a hand. Before we begin, Mallory, she looked at him questioningly. Yes, he pointed at her simple staff. Is that the best weapon you have? Mallory sighed. Well, yeah, my class is common and weapons weren't easy to come by in the village. She explained the unfair system. All of the strong warriors were given the better weapons, and the rest of us got, well, the rest. A familiar blue glow enveloped Derek's arm as he prepared to access his personal inventory. With a loud dump, Derek emptied a vast collection of high-grade weapons onto the floor. Pick a new one, I've got plenty. Mallory could only stare, completely shocked. What in the world? The entire team was stunned by the sheer volume of quality gear. So many, Mallory murmured, picking up a new weapon. How do you even have all of these? Derek gave a dismissive, cool guy shrug. Oh, just collected them over the years. Never really used any of them, though. He selected a sleek, modern-looking spear from the pile and offered it to Mallory. Here, try this one out. It's similar to what you've used in the past, but a bit more versatile and much higher quality. Derek demonstrated its special feature. Press the button on the side to extend and retract blades from it. With a series of pew-pew sounds, blades shot out from the spear, startling everyone in the room. Mallory simply said, oh, wow. Seeing all the new toys, Thomas got greedy and tried to snatch a few for himself, muttering, take some daggers too, just in case. But Derek was having none of it. Thomas began to ask, can I also have some dag, before Derek leaned in with a death glare. You really want to ask that question? He said menacingly. You get a spear. With the team newly equipped, it was time for action. All right, Raina, you ready? Derek asked. Standing beside him, weapon in hand, she replied with a determined, ready. The two of them stepped out of the safe house and onto the dungeon floor. The moment they were outside, the ground shook with a sense of impending doom as a horde of massive, demonic-looking beasts with glowing red eyes charged towards them. The air filled with terrifying growls and snorts as the stampede of red, bull-like monsters drew closer, their eyes glowing with demonic energy. Despite the overwhelming odds, Derek simply grinned, a wild look in his eyes. He turned to the determined Reyna beside him and declared, "This is gonna be fun." The ground itself seemed to tremble as the stampede of demonic beasts thundered towards the two lone figures. With a mighty swoosh, Derek and Reyna met the charge head-on, their bodies wreathed in powerful auras as they plunged into the fray. With a sickening thonk, Derek's fist connected with a monster's skull, his raw power on full display. Back at the safe house, Derek cleared his throat within a hum. At his feet, a thoroughly beaten monster, drool leaking from its mouth, let out a confused and pathetic grrrawww. An almost evil grin spread across Thomas's face as he charged up a ball of energy. "Say hello to my little friend," he whispered to the terrified, whimpering monster. Their plan went into full effect. Inside the safe house, Thomas and Mallory efficiently finished off the weakened monsters Derek brought them. Outside, Reyna fought with deadly grace, holding her own against the powerful beasts. It was a symphony of strategic slaughter. As the sun began to set, Derek sat triumphantly on a pile of monster corpses. "I think that about does it," he said, looking over at his companion. "Nice work, Reyna." The final monsters were dispatched with brutal efficiency, their bodies being stabbed and sliced for that last bit of experience. A brilliant flash of light enveloped Thomas and Mallory. "I hit level 25, Thomas shouted in disbelief. Mallory, glowing beside him, was equally emotional. "Me too, I never thought I'd see the day." Derek clapped his hands together, a proud smile on his face. "Wonderful, now go through all of your class upgrade or class change options and think them through." As Thomas eagerly pulled up the system menu, Derek appeared behind him like a ghost. "Thoroughly, Thomas." Thomas, not taking his eyes off the screen, replied with a smirk. I know." Thomas suddenly gasped, his eyes wide with shock and excitement. "I got offered a rare class," he exclaimed. "It's called Soul Spear." An image of a sleek, armored warrior filled his vision. "It focuses on piercing damage," he read, "and allows me to thrust a projection like an extension of my spear." But Thomas's excitement faded, replaced by a deep sadness. "But," he hesitated, his eyes welling up as a single word escaped his lips, "Dad." Mallory noticed his distress and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It's okay, Thomas," she said softly, offering a reassuring nod. "He'll always be with you even if you don't have the same class." Mallory then shared her own results. "I don't have a rare, but I do have an uncommon growth-type class. It's called Ohm's Fury." She described its abilities over an image of a powerful, Oni-masked warrior. "It's focused on strength and endurance and using crushing blows with my staff. It's a growth class. I can't not pick it right." Watching them, Derek couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, "This is going even better than I thought. Everyone is progressing nicely." He looked at his team, all of them taking their first real steps towards power. Sometimes all it takes for someone to thrive is a bit of outside help. With his mentees occupied, Derek decided to check his own status. He pulled up his system window and began to wonder. "I wonder how many levels I've." He stopped short, surprised by what he saw. A massive notification flashed in front of him amidst a storm of purple energy. "Level 25 reached. Please choose new class or upgrade current class." A realization dawned on him. "That's right. I reached level 25 back when I killed the nobles." A vortex of dark, void-like energy swirled from his chest as the full implication hit him. A grin spread across his face. "I can upgrade my class too." Deep within the dungeon, Derek Hunt checks his status screen, muttering to himself, "I wonder how many levels I've," when a sudden notification stops him mid-thought. A brilliant flash of purple energy erupts around him as a system window declares, "Level 25 reached. Please choose new class or upgrade current class." A slow smile spreads across his face as he remembers. That's right. As the void's energy swirls around him, he thinks, "I reached level 25 when I killed the nobles. I can upgrade my class too." The system immediately confirms his choice. Champion of the Void upgraded. 20 stat points GAINED. 15 skill points GAINED. 2 new SKILLS available to unlock. Power surges through Derek's body, his eyes glowing with purple light as he feels the immense increase in his strength. A confident smirk plays on his lips. 2 new skills, hopefully they're better than Void Call. The first new skill appears, Void Shift. Become one with the void, shift yourself out of a corporeal state and move through the void and out of time and space. It costs 7 skill points. The system gives him a visual preview. showing a central glowing figure surrounded by shadowy copies of itself, hinting at the skill's incredible potential. Then the second skill is revealed. Void Sense, a passive skill. Your familiarity with the void allows you to feel it wherever you are and sense abnormalities within it. This one costs 6 skill points. Another visual demonstrates the skill, portraying a being with heightened awareness, perceiving the void as a web of interconnected energy and strange, dark orbs. Derek contemplates the new abilities, the purple aura of the void dancing around him. Interesting, these both sound quite powerful, moving through the void and being able to sense it all around me. Without hesitation, he makes his choice. Don't mind if I do. His finger touches the screen, and both Void Sense and Void Shift are instantly learned. The moment the skills are acquired, a jolt of information floods his senses. His eyes widen in shock as he exclaims, "What the?" As the new passive skill activates, ripples of void energy expand from his hand, and a wave of sensory data washes over him. I can feel everything. He clenches his fist, feeling an entirely new level of connection to the world. It's like I've become connected to all of the space around me. This is incredible. He decides to be cautious with his new powers. Though I think I'll wait to try Void Shift until I'm alone. Don't want another Void Call incident. He glances over at the villagers playfully sparring. A woman with her hair tied back grins, her arms crossed confidently. "Ready for Wave 2?" she asks. A young boy with a spear cheers enthusiastically, pumping his fist in the air. "Yeah!" The others around him look on with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Derek takes the lead, running alongside one of the village warriors. "Same plan as before," he commands. "Let's kill some monsters." As a world-shaking roar echoes through the air, the second wave officially begins. Derek and the female warrior bravely charge into the fray, their weapons glowing with blue energy as they slice through the beasts like butter. Derek moves like a whirlwind, grabbing one monster by its horns and using it as a living club to bash the others. He easily sends the red-skinned beasts to their graves, flipping one over his shoulder and using its own momentum to take it down. He moves with a newfound grace and speed, a smirk on his face as he easily carves a path through the horde. Derek and the female warrior coordinate in perfect sync. He clings to a tree trunk to gain momentum while she swings her sword, slicing through the base of the tree below. From high above, Derek clings to the tree trunk and brings it crashing down, delivering a thunderous strike that crushes the monster's head, bringing the battle to a definitive end. With the last monster defeated, Derek straightens up as his companion catches her breath. He gives her a thumbs up. "Well done," she exhales. "Thanks, I think I'm spent." He surveys the carnage, nodding. All that's left now is the... Before he can finish his sentence, a deep, earth-shaking roar rips through the air. Derek finishes his thought with a grim smile. "Boss." As the ground rumbles, a colossal armored beast with glowing red eyes emerges from the dust cloud, dwarfing Derek and the warrior. The beast huffs, steam billowing from its nostrils, its eyes burning with pure rage as it glares down at the two humans. A system window pops up, identifying their new foe. IRONHOOF level 65, a boss monster spawned in a mid-level beast dungeon, a colossal horned beast that wields an earth-shattering axe. Ironhoof stands at its full, terrifying height, its massive frame and heavy axe promising a brutal fight. Derek turns to the exhausted warrior beside him. "I think I'll take this one. You get back to the cabin." Understanding the massive gap in power, she readily agrees. "No complaints from me." Now alone, Derek faces the behemoth. As Ironhoof takes a heavy step forward, void energy begins to crackle and swirl around Derek's fist. He summons his glaive, its blade now wreathed in the same purple energy, and smirks at the boss. "You know, you're only over 30 levels higher than me. Not exactly a fair fight." The beast snorts angrily as Derek continues his taunt. "But don't worry, I'll go easy on you. I have some new toys I want to try out." Enraged, Ironhoof lets out a thunderous roar and swings its enormous axe with incredible speed. The axe slams into the ground, carving a trench and sending a shockwave of energy tearing across the battlefield. Derek, already in motion, narrowly dodges the devastating blow. As the dust settles, Derek's eyes glow a menacing purple. A dark orb of energy forms below him as he activates his new skill, Void Shift. An explosion of void energy erupts outwards from Derek, and in an instant, the entire world seems to freeze around him. Debris from the axe attack hangs suspended in the air. He looks around in astonishment at the frozen landscape, tapping a floating piece of rock. Did my skill just freeze time? He turns to the motionless boss. Hey, buddy, you okay? Ironhoof is caught mid-swing, a translucent blue phantom locked in place. Derek confirms his suspicion. Yeah, he's frozen all right. The boss's face is a perfect mask of frozen rage. Its attack halted just moments before it would have struck. Derek's attention is drawn to several glowing, swirling circles of energy floating in the air. What is this thing? A portal, he wonders aloud. Curiosity getting the better of him, he reaches out and cautiously pokes his finger into one of the strange portals. To his complete shock, his own hand emerges from another portal that opens up right behind his head and pokes him. "AHHH," he yells, whipping around in shock, completely startled by his own disembodied hand. He stares at his hand and then back at the portals, the pieces slowly clicking into place. Wait a second. The full, insane potential of his new skill dawns on him. As his hand emerges from a portal in front of him, he bursts into laughter. Holy shit, this is awesome. He calmly summons another portal to conveniently scratch an itch on his own head, a satisfied smile on his face. But it'll sure take a lot of getting used to. His amusement is cut short by a blaring red pop-up. Warning, mana at 10%. He recoils in shock, exclaiming, "Ah, crap, this skill drinks mana." Realizing he can't stay in the void any longer, his mind flashes the command, deactivating void shift, and the frozen world around him begins to warp and rush back into motion. Derek reappears in the real world just as time resumes. Ironhoof's axe finishes its swing, smashing violently into the ground right where he had been standing moments before. The beast looks at the empty crater, letting out a confused grunt, MRR, completely baffled as to where its target vanished. Standing safely behind the monster, Derek gives a smug smile. "Missed me," he says, realizing the implications of his new power. "To everyone else, it must look like I just teleported. Man, this'll be fun." Letting out a furious bellow, Ironhoof spots him and charges forward, raising its axe high for another devastating attack. The axe swings in a deadly red arc, but Derek effortlessly leans back, the blade passing harmlessly in front of him. Ironhoof follows up with a lightning-fast horizontal slash, but Derek calmly raises his hand, halting the 1,000-pound blow with a deafening explosion. A brilliant green aura begins to flow around him, his expression turning serious. "Slow down, I'm not done yet." He closes his eyes, entering a state of deep focus as he activates another skill, meditation. The green energy intensifies, shimmering around him. Now refreshed and surrounded by a calming green glow, Derek faces the growling beast and smirks. "Let's try this again, shall we?" He activates his power once more. A swirling portal of void energy opens at his feet as he utters the words, "Void Shift." The boss swings its axe in a massive, sweeping arc, but its target is already gone, leaving only empty air. In a blink, Derek materializes from the void behind the beast, completely unharmed. "Missed me," he taunts, his voice cool and confident. The beast turns, snarling in frustration, but Derek is already preparing his next move, calmly saying, "Again." As Ironhoof leaps into the air for a crushing overhead slam, Derek simply takes a calm step into a newly formed void portal. He sinks into the swirling purple energy, disappearing from reality just as the monster's attack is about to connect. And again, Ironhoof's axe slams into the ground, hitting nothing but dirt as Derek's voice echoes through the frozen void. And again. He toys with the beast, blinking in and out of existence, appearing on a ledge to land a quick slash before vanishing once more. And again. And again, he says, this time opening portals all around the confused monster, striking from multiple angles at once, completely overwhelming its senses. Driven mad after being toyed with, the monster erupts in fury, channeling all its pent-up rage into a single target. It unleashes a devastating vertical slash toward Derek, a strike so infused with void power that it cleaves through the very fabric of space itself. A blinding flash of red and white fills the screen, signaling the end of the overwhelming assault. However, it doesn't even leave a scratch on our protagonist. Derek stands calmly amidst the ruins, his greatsword resting on his shoulder. He decides it's time to bring this little experiment to an end. With a single, game-breaking move, Derek leaps into the air and delivers a decisive strike that decapitates the boss, sending a trail of blood spraying through the air. As the boss's body hits the floor, a brilliant blue light envelops Derek. 2 system messages appear, level UP, and dungeon complete. He stands tall, a look of satisfaction on his face. There, now I've gotten used to it. With the battle won and the dungeon cleared, a final message appears on screen. ASSIGNING REWARDS. With the dungeon cleared, the system announces his rewards. Level up, dungeon complete, assigning rewards. A glowing scroll materializes out of thin air, descending towards Derek's outstretched hand. It's a scroll of restoration, a one-time use item that can fully restore a being to a perfect state, though it doesn't work on anyone already in a dying state. Derek frowns, looking at the glowing item in his hand. He thinks to himself, that's it. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. It was a low-level dungeon after all. Oh well, maybe the next one will be. But a sound catches his attention. Huh. He turns to see Mallory, her eyes filled with tears. What's wrong, Mallory? He asks. She holds up a glowing green scroll, her voice trembling. I got a scroll of resurrection. This one is different. It can pull someone out of a dying state and fully heal them. Mallory sniffles, clutching the scroll as a memory of a younger girl surfaces. If only I'd had it before. Travis, she whispers, the name hanging heavy in the air. Derek watches her, a grim expression on his face. Damn, he thinks, this system really likes to mess with people. Meanwhile, the others are checking out their rewards. The system reveals a skill scroll, Chain Strike, a one-time use item that teaches the skill without needing to spend points. Raina holds her scroll up happily. I got a skill scroll for a skill called Chain Strike. But Thomas is less than thrilled with his reward, complaining, I got a stupid scroll of restoration. I wanted something cool. Brandy looks at her own reward, a glowing pink scroll. I don't know what mine is, something about a contract with an animal. The system calls it a contract scroll, Beast, which binds a consenting beast to the user's soul. Derek's eyes widen, an idea sparking in his mind. Bind a beast, he thinks, a frantic energy behind his gaze. I'm not seriously considering that, am I? His mind flashes back to a certain creature. That bunny tried to kill me. It was psychotic, uncontrollable, fluffy, and the memory of him struggling with the small but ferocious beast is still fresh. The memory of that menacing, demonic bunny looms large in his mind. Oh my God, he thinks, a look of horrified realization on his face. I am considering it. He immediately turns to Brandy, scratching his head nervously. Brandy, could I, have that scroll, please? He asks, pointing at the item in her hands. Really? Derek asks, surprised. Brandy smiles brightly and holds it out to him. Of course, here, she says with a cheerful yeah. Mallory speaks up from behind them as Derek takes Brandy's scroll and gives her his own. There's no need to be embarrassed about asking something of us, Derek. All you've done is help us. Of course, we want to give back. Derek rubs the back of his neck, a bit flustered. Haha, right, I guess I'm just not used to that. Mallory puts a hand on his shoulder. Well, get used to it. That's how friends work, isn't it? Now let's get moving. You said we have more dungeons to clear. Derek agrees, turning to the group. Right, you all ready to start running again? As the group makes their way across a rickety rope bridge, Thomas whines. Can't we walk to the next one? My legs were jelly after last time. Derek's voice cuts through, firm and unyielding. Not a chance. Thomas lets out a long ugh. With no time to rest, the system begins its countdown. Entering dungeon in 3, 2, 1. They're transported to a hellish landscape of fire and brimstone. The system announces their new challenge, a level 50 fire dungeon. Immediately, they're swarmed by monsters. Giant crabs made of magma and obsidian crawl towards them, their glowing yellow eyes fixed on the intruders. In the distance, a large, ornate door marks the end of the fiery cavern. Derek remains calm amidst the chaos, standing beside Raina. Same as before, he says, his eyes focused on the enemy. Lead the way. Raina nods, her expression serious. A bright light gathers in her hand, ready to unleash an attack. As his team engages the enemy, Derek focuses on his own growth. His void shift skill levels up as he slams his fist into a magma crab surrounded by purple energy. The system immediately follows with another notification. Level up. The battle rages on. Reina cuts through the air with her blade, unleashing a wave of energy. She lands gracefully, her sword slicing through 2 more magma crabs. With each victory, she grows stronger as system notifications announce level up and wind blade level up. Mallory isn't far behind, bringing her massive blade down on another monster, instantly earning a level up of her own. Thomas joins the fray, repeatedly stabbing at an enemy with his spear, leveling up twice in quick succession. Their training montage continues as they enter the next dungeon, a level 45 feathered dungeon. Reina is already in the thick of it, battling avian creatures on a high bridge. Derek, meanwhile, seems to be having the time of his life, casually riding one of the giant bird monsters through the sky. After the battle, the group takes a moment to recover, and a notification appears. Meditation level up. The rest of the group finishes off the remaining birds. Thomas takes down one last enemy, leveling up his soul spear skill in the process. Brandy, meanwhile, is happily gathering the spoils, plucking valuable feathers from the fallen beasts. "Yes, more," she exclaims. Without a moment's rest, they're on to the next challenge, a level 55 underwater dungeon. Deep beneath the surface, Reina finds herself fleeing from a massive, terrifying shark monster. She watches in horror as Derek, protected by a small bubble of air, is caught directly in the path of the beast's gaping maw. The massive jaws snap shut. Reina can only scream his name in a panic. "Derek, no." But something's wrong. The shark's jaws are stuck, unable to close completely. The giant beast begins to sweat, a confused irk, escaping its throat as it struggles against an unseen force from within. Suddenly, Derek bursts out from between the shark's teeth, surrounded by crackling purple energy. "Ha ha!" he laughs, delivering a devastating blow. The system lights up. Channel void level up, followed by another level up. Their journey takes them to the next area, a serene-looking, level 50 flower dungeon, where Derek and Mallory are seen resting peacefully in a field of beautiful purple blossoms. But the peace is short-lived. As they stand up, Reina looks around the empty field and asks, "Where are all the enemies?" The ground begins to rumble, and monstrous, thorny flowers erupt from the earth, their glowing cores pulsing with dangerous energy. The scene shifts, showing that the non-stop dungeon crawling has been going on for a while. A caption reads, 3 days since the Beast Dungeon. The team is seen climbing a steep cliffside. Brandy is struggling, carrying a heavy load. Derek asks, "Sure you don't want me to put that in my storage bracelet, Brandy?" She grunts with effort, replying, "No, I can at least carry some of it myself." Leaning on her staff, Mallory smiles. "We've been clearing dungeons for days, but I don't even feel sore. In fact, I feel great." Derek turns back with a confident grin. "Welcome to the world of higher stats and meditation. Enjoy your stay." This reminds him of his own progress. "Speaking of higher stats," he thinks to himself, "I have a ton I need to allocate." A blue, digital energy begins to glow on his chest. He brings up his status window, which shows he's now level 41. He looks at his accumulated points and can't help but think, 618 unspent points? This almost feels like I'm cheating. He grins, forming a plan in his mind. "I bet I can get another free skill if I get my strength and dexterity to 500, like I did for endurance and vitality." He imagines a ridiculously muscular version of himself, both strong and flexible. "Heh, this is going to be fun," he thinks, rubbing his hands together with glee while Thomas watches on, completely bewildered. Without hesitation, he allocates his points. 140 to strength, bringing the total to 500, 240 to dexterity, also reaching 500. The remaining 235 go to wisdom. A series of notifications pop up. Achievement unlocked, offensive powerhouse, for gaining at least 500 stat points in both strength and dexterity. He's prompted to choose 2 new offensive skills. He flexes his bicep, feeling the surge of new power. "Oh yeah," he thinks with satisfaction, "that's what I'm talking about." Now for the fun part, the system displays his available offensive skills. He immediately dismisses the first one. "Let's see. Glass cannon." Glass cannon is definitely out, not my style. Next up is sweeping slash, an ability that projects a crescent of energy from his weapon. He then considers rapid movement, but quickly discards it. And void shift, I think, makes rapid movement a bit obsolete. Another option appears, whirlwind, a 360-degree attack that leaves a cutting circle for 5 seconds. Finally, the system presents multi-strike, which allows a strike to hit twice. He mulls over the last 3 options, thinking, that leaves sweeping slash, whirlwind, and multi-strike. He strokes his chin thoughtfully. I've got to pick sweeping slash, right? He muses. A memory flashes through his mind, a vision of his past self using a similar ability. I had a similar skill way back in my other system, which means this one will likely merge with it. And if I'm picking sweeping slash, then there's no need for whirlwind. They're both AoEs. His decision is made. Sweeping slash and multi-strike it is, he thinks with a grin, reaching for the system screen. Come to Papa. He selects his choices. The system confirms, sweeping slash learned successfully, skill points remaining 10, followed by multi-strike learned successfully, skill points remaining 9. And just as he predicted, another notification appears. Dormant skill similar to sweeping slash discovered. Merging skills. Red lightning crackles around him as the process begins. He grits his teeth, but the sensation is familiar. The pain of my skills merging is nothing to me anymore. The system chimes in, skills successfully merged. Suddenly he calls out to the others, everyone hold on a second. Reina turns, her brow furrowed in confusion. Huh. He summons his polearm, which materializes in his hand, crackling with blue, electrical energy. A confident smirk spreads across his face as blue flames of energy begin to surround him. There's something I need to test. With his weapon in hand, he addresses the group watching from a distance. Give me some room. He grips the polearm tightly, pouring his newfound power into it. The energy intensifies, lightning arcing up and down the shaft. His eyes glow with power as he lets out a battle cry, R-A-H-H-H. The energy around him explodes outwards. He swings his weapon, activating his new merged skill, Sweeping Slash. A colossal wave of blue energy tears through the landscape with a deafening boom. The ground itself trembles from the force of the attack, rocks and earth exploding into the air. His companions can only watch, completely stunned into silence by the incredible display of raw power. The attack carves a massive, glowing canyon into the earth, the sheer destructive force leaving a permanent scar on the terrain. Standing in the glowing aftermath of his attack, Derek looks back with a faint smile. Oh yeah, I think we're ready for the undying dungeon. The scene shifts to a grand, dark hall, where a formidable-looking lord with a thick beard dines, alone at a long, candle-lit table. He chews his food slowly, his expression unreadable, the only sound in the vast room being the clinking of his fork. After a moment of silence, he speaks, his voice low and steady. Still no word from my son. A timid servant peeks into the room, bowing his head. No, sir. The last message we received was when he told us he was an hour out from the village. The lord's calm demeanor shatters. I see, he mutters, before violently stabbing the piece of meat on his plate. His eyes narrow with a dangerous glint as he calls out a name. Bronson. A knight in full armor who had been sitting quietly in the corner rises to his feet. Yes, my lord, Bronson replies, his voice full of deference. The lord's face contorts with barely suppressed rage, his voice a low growl as he gives his command. Find my son. A sinister energy hums in the air as a swirling red portal opens before a twisted, ancient tree, unleashing streaks of ominous power into the world. Derek Hunt and his team step out of the portal's light. As they arrive, he immediately senses the danger, nodding, "This one feels different than the others." His companion agrees, confirming, "It is different, it's far more dangerous." Putting his hand over the glowing core of energy, Derek makes a firm decision, telling his team, "I'll be doing this one on my own. You all will just stay in the safe house for the dungeon rewards." With the plan set, Derek asks his team, "Everyone ready?" United, they all respond with a simple ready. The portal flares with intense light as the system announces their entry with a countdown. Entering dungeon in 3, 2, 1. The group is transported into a vast, eerie, blue-lit hall covered in cobwebs. Derek leads the way up a grand staircase, leaving his team at the entrance. Before proceeding alone, Derek turns to his team with a stern warning. "No one is to open this door, understood? The monsters out there can likely kill you without a second glance." With a heavy grating sound, the massive stone door slides shut, sealing Derek off from the rest of his party. He steps out into the dungeon proper, finding himself alone in a vast, desolate graveyard under the pale light of a full moon. Taking in the grim scenery, a slight smirk appears on his face as he mutters to himself, "A graveyard? Fitting." Just as Derek begins to wonder, where are all the... A skeletal hand violently bursts from the earth, cutting him off mid-sentence. He casually stretches his arms, completely unfazed by the emerging threat. "Skeletons," he says with a groan. "I always hated fighting them back in my old system." From the ground, an entire army of the undead rises, their eyes glowing with a menacing green light. A system window pops up, identifying them as level 100 skeleton warriors. And the threat wasn't just on the ground. A screech fills the air as a swarm of level 98 vampire bats descends from the moonlit sky. Sighing, Derek gets into a combat stance, already anticipating the outcome. Dang it! This dungeon is going to level me up a bunch, isn't it? Without wasting a moment, the first skeleton warrior charges forward, raising its massive sword to strike him down. Relying on his monstrous defense stats, Derek swiftly raises his arm to tank the hit while simultaneously gearing up for a seamless counterpunch. But this skeleton is unexpectedly fast and powerful. Its blade manages to graze Derek's arm, leaving a crimson gash. He stares down at the bleeding wound, a flash of genuine surprise crossing his face. Angered, Derek retaliates with a powerful, glowing slam, smashing the skeleton warrior into a pile of bones. His eyes begin to glow with a brilliant blue light. "Damn, I guess they're level 100 for a reason, huh?" he remarks. "I might need to take this a tiny bit more seriously." He begins to summon his greatsword, and a brilliant blue energy crackles to life in the palm of his hand. With a mighty roar, he unleashes a sweeping strike, sending a massive arc of energy tearing through the skeleton horde. The skeletons are ripped to shreds by the force of the attack, their bones scattering across the battlefield. He crashes forward, driving his fist directly into the chest of another skeleton warrior, shattering its ribcage with raw power. The fist, now glowing with an intense purple aura, cracks and completely obliterates the monster. In the wake of its destruction, a new notification appears. Level up. Derek continues his assault, effortlessly tossing aside another destroyed monster, its parts dissipating into purple smoke. He spins his weapon with blinding speed, creating a vortex of blue energy that pulls in all the nearby enemies. The vortex acts as a shield, deflecting the swooping attacks of the vampire bats as they try to swarm him. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashes blades of energy that slice through the bats like butter, even pinning a falling skull directly onto a bat soaring through midair. Another level up notification appears, but this time Derek's expression is one of alarm. The dungeon is reacting to his power. He realizes with a start, they're coming from below, as skeletal arms and swords burst through the ground around him, trying to trap him. Surrounded with blades just inches from his neck, Derek freezes time itself, stopping the skeletons in their tracks. As time resumes, the skeletons lose their target, and Derek lands safely on a nearby structure. Surveying the battlefield, he thinks to himself, this isn't half bad. He stands confidently amidst the cracking ruins, continuing his thought. Because the dungeon's in a severe overflow state, there's a lot of enemies, but nothing I can't handle. Suddenly he stops, a look of disbelief on his face. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me," he groans. "Seriously." He stares in annoyance at the skeletons he'd destroyed. They're reassembling themselves, bone by bone. They can just put themselves back together, he asks in frustration. How the hell is that fair? All around him, the shattered skeletons begin to clatter and rise again, ready to continue the fight as if nothing happened. Just as frustration sets in, a realization dawns on him. His eyes widen as a thought cuts through the chaos. Hold on. He remembers the first skeleton he destroyed, the one killed with his purple energy. He thinks, the skeleton I used channel void to kill, it's staying dead. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he's shrouded in a powerful purple aura. He's found their weakness. Perfect, he says, as the void energy crackles around him. Wasting no time, he leaps high into the air, his weapon glowing with void energy, ready to strike down on the undead horde below. He brings his weapon down in a devastating overhead slam, channeling all his void power into the attack. The attack hits the ground with a massive boom, sending out a shockwave of pure purple energy that engulfs the entire area. The result is a cascade of notifications. Level up, level up, level up. The sheer number of enemies destroyed sends his level soaring. Derek stands amidst the aftermath, the remains of the skeletons hissing and sizzling away into nothingness. He declares to the empty battlefield, and stay dead. He cracks his neck with a confident smile, looking completely refreshed. All right, he announces to the silence. I'm ready for round 2. As if on cue, the entire graveyard begins to rumble violently, shaking under his feet. The ground cracks and splits open, signaling the arrival of a new, more powerful wave of enemies. From the newly formed chasms, strange green beams of light erupt, as even more bizarre creatures begin to crawl their way out, summoned by the dungeon's shift. A grotesque, hulking monster is the first to emerge, its body radiating a sickly green energy. The system identifies this new, stronger threat. Acidic ghoul, level 112. These new ghouls let out a guttural growl, their bodies wreathed in the same sickly green flame as they prepare to attack. Derek, however, looks on with a smirk, completely unintimidated. He remarks coolly, I was wondering when you were going to show up. He tightens his grip on his weapon, purple void energy crackling around his hand as he prepares for the next wave. The ghouls charge, swarming him from all sides against the backdrop of a crumbling clock tower. Derek counters with a vertical blast of void energy, catching the charging ghouls and sending them flying. He pants slightly, the continuous use of his power starting to take a toll, but he remains focused. He raises his weapon high in a badass stance, activating multi-strike to unleash waves of energy that tear through the demons who just took the hit. With the last of the ghouls defeated, 2 more level up. Notifications appear, and Derek stands alone in a field of dissipating monster parts. He's hit a major milestone. The system announces, level 50 reached, please choose new class or upgrade current class. Derek looks at the prompt with a bit of surprise. Already, he thinks to himself, I basically just upgraded my class. While he's weighing his options, the monster remains scattered on the ground begin to twitch and reform. As he reads the system prompt, a monstrous ghoul looms behind him, fully regenerated. He thinks out loud, 2 more skills. The ghoul raises its claws and slams its fists down, intending to crush him into a pulp while he's distracted, busy studying the system. This system is starting to grow on me, he says with satisfaction. With a casual backhand swing of his weapon, he obliterates the ghoul without even looking. He leaps away, dodging the attack, and yells in frustration. Why can't anything in this dungeon just stay dead? The horde of ghouls and skeletons turn their heads in unison, their glowing eyes locking onto a new target. Suddenly, the sound of a massive clock tower bell rings out, a deep dong that echoes through the graveyard. On the clock's face, a fiery figure materializes with a sinister laugh. Hearing the bell, Derek looks up, realization finally dawning on him. Ah, he says with a grim smile, that's why. The source of the undying curse is revealed. A terrifying lick, its entire being engulfed in raging orange flames, its eyes burning with malevolent power. Standing atop the clock tower, the lick roars, and its power flows through the battlefield, reanimating all the fallen monsters which let out a collective roar of their own. The system finally identifies the true enemy. The boss is a lick. In a desolate graveyard, shattered skeletons glowing with a menacing red aura begin to pull themselves back together. With a chorus of creaks and groans, the undead horde rises once more, their empty eye sockets burning with green light. But their resurrection is met with a simple, decisive nope, as a powerful punch shatters one of the skeletons instantly. Derek Hunt sends a skull flying with a kick, shouting, just stay dead. It's already enough that I have to kill you once. I don't even get experience after the first time. His patience worn thin, Derek points his weapon towards the source of the unending horde and says, can we finish this? Atop a clock tower, silhouetted by the full moon, the lick boss floats menacingly. It seems to taunt him. I'm sure everyone's getting tired of waiting on me. The lick boss unleashes its power, its flaming skull head roaring a single command. Die. On its command, the resurrected skeletal minions let out a collective roar and charge forward. In response, Derek dashes straight into the fray. his eyes glowing with purple energy. He leaps into the air, unleashing a whirlwind of slashes that cuts through the entire horde in an instant. With a final, devastating downward slash, he activates his skill, multi-strike, reducing the remaining skeletons to nothing but bone fragments. His eyes narrow, focusing his power as he prepares his next move, Channel Void. The Lick Boss watches, its fiery skull crackling with rage at the sight of its minions being destroyed. With a resounding clap of its skeletal hands, it begins to cast another spell. Red tendrils of energy shoot out, gathering the shattered pieces of bone and reassembling them with eerie green magic. Once again, the skeleton warriors are revived, standing ready as the Lick Boss hovers above, preparing to continue the endless fight. Seeing the horde rise yet again, Derek's face contorts with utter annoyance. "Oh, hell no," he mutters. Ignoring the minions completely, he charges directly at the Lick Boss, shouting, "We are not doing this again." With a single, powerful slice, Derek's void-infused weapon cuts straight through the Lick Boss. The attack is so immense it doesn't just vaporize the boss. It tears through the entire clock tower behind it in a massive explosion. As the purple energy from his strike fades away, a brilliant blue light begins to crackle in Derek's hand while he coolly retracts his weapon. He stands atop the crumbling remains of the tower, the battle finally over. With a final toll, the ruins of the ancient clock tower collapse, scattering debris across the silent battlefield. Derek looks down at the lifeless body of the Lick Boss, his gaze fixing on the glowing phylactery hanging around its neck. The source of the Lick's power shines with a brilliant golden light, completely exposed. With a decisive stomp, Derek crushes the phylactery under his boot. "Dumbass," he scoffs, "don't wear your phylactery around your neck." He stands over the now permanently defeated Lick Boss, shaking his head. "You're supposed to hide it. That's licking 101. Walking away from the scene, Derek casually notes, "Hey, I hit level 50. I can upgrade my class again." He dismisses the thought just as quickly. I'll do it later. Is this gonna become like a daily occurrence?" Turning towards a large crypt, Derek calls out, "You guys can come out now." With a heavy creak, the stone doors begin to open, bathing the entrance in a bright blue light. His companions step out, taking in the sight of the now cleared battlefield. A young blonde boy named Thomas looks around in amazement, uttering a single, "Whoa." Mallory, a woman with reddish-brown hair, is already inspecting a dead monster bat with glee. "Oh my gosh, these will make great materials," she exclaims. Derek gives a small smile and a peace sign, saying, "Part 1 of the plan is done. Let's see what the dungeon reward is before Part 2. As if on cue, a wave of blue energy washes over the area as a system message appears. "Dungeon complete. Assigning rewards. Congratulations, as you are the first to complete this dungeon, rewards are doubled." 2 golden rings materialize out of thin air, shining brightly. The system announces the reward. "You have received Storage Ring X2. A woman with her hair in a ponytail gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief as one of the rings floats into her hand. "Storage rings!" she cries out. The entire group is stunned into silence, staring at the magical items. Derek, however, is clueless about their reaction. "Huh?" he asks. Holding the rings in his palm, he looks at his companions with a confused expression. "What? Is that good?" The woman with the ponytail, Raina, stares at the item in awe. "Incredibly," she answers. "I've never even heard of a dungeon giving them as a reward." Raina continues to explain the gravity of their find, saying, "When people find out, everyone is going to want to come here." Her expression turns serious as she considers the consequences. "I don't know if this will be a boon or a calamity for the villages." Derek simply replies, "I see." Internally, though, he's unimpressed, thinking, "And it's not even half as big as the space in my bracelet." Thomas, however, is ecstatic. "Whoa, this ring is huge. Are they all this big?" he shouts. "I can hold so many more materials now." Mallory is already putting him to work. "Thomas, help me collect all of the corpses," she says as she dashes off. "Okay," he replies, running after her. Raina clicks her tongue, still worried. "Damn, they're large storage rings, too. This will cause an even greater commotion." But the other woman beside her offers a different perspective. "Or an even greater boon. The village isn't so weak anymore, Raina. We don't have to always be afraid." After a moment of thought, a small smile appears on Raina's face. You're right, she concedes. Raina looks over at Derek and adds, thanks to him. Derek overhears and gives a confident wink, chuckling to himself as he thinks, they consider this big. He smugly imagines the tiny storage ring compared to the vast space inside his own storage bracelet, which is filled with all sorts of items. I wonder what they'd think if they saw the inside of my bracelet, he muses. Panting, Thomas and Mallory return. And that's the last one, Thomas says. Can you make me something cool because I helped, please? Mallory playfully replies, Maabe. With the battlefield cleared, Derek gathers everyone and gets right to business. All right, for step 2 of the plan, I'm going to need someone to give me one of their storage rings. He holds his hand out, beginning to explain. Now, I know that's a big ask of all of you, but I promise I will more than. Before Derek can even finish his sentence, his entire team offers him their rings without hesitation. Just take one, you oaf, Raina says, catching him completely off guard. With a sparkling grin, Derek takes the ring from a very reluctant Thomas. This one will do, he says as Thomas sighs, aw man. The group places their hands together over a glowing spot on the ground, channeling a powerful red energy to exit the dungeon. A system message confirms their departure. Exiting dungeon. Dungeon status lowered from extreme overflow to stable. The red energy dissipates, leaving them standing outside the dungeon, where the land is still dark and blighted by its corrupting influence. Thomas looks around at the twisted trees, confused. Why is everything still so diseased? Shouldn't it be better now? Raina places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It will take time, she explains. We've stopped the cause, but the forest still has to heal. Thomas understands, replying, oh, okay. Derek ruffles the boy's hair with a smile. Patience, Tommy. His expression then shifts, becoming serious and focused. Time to do what we came here for. As he gets to work, one of his hands begins to shine with an intense, holy-looking light. The rest of the group reacts with disgust at the sight before them. Thomas grimaces, "Ew, gross," while one of the women covers a younger girl's eyes, saying, "Close your eyes, sweetie." With a chilling grin, Derek lifts the body of a fallen, silver-haired hunter named Wallace, revealing the true nature of his plan. Let's make Wallace here look like a hero. With the scene set, he props up the corpse, muttering, "Come on, sit up straight." He carefully applies the ghoul's acid to the body, explaining his methods out loud. Some wounds from the ghoul's acid for authenticity. Make it look like this is what killed him. The potent acid sizzles as it melts through the armor, creating the perfect illusion of a desperate battle. He places 2 potions beside the body, adding another layer to the fabricated story. Got to make it look like he tried using some of his supplies. Finally, he places the last piece of the puzzle. And of course, your reward, oh valiant hero, one from me and one from Thomas. With his work complete, he stands back, hands on his hips, and asks his companions, "On, done, how's it look, everyone?" His companions are impressed by the morbidly realistic scene. One stammers that it looks great, while another adds, "Very convincing, remind me not to piss you off in the future." The scene is perfectly staged. The fallen hero, slumped against a dead tree, evidence of a brutal fight all around him. With a final, sickening flop, the head of the corpse falls forward, completing the gruesome display. One of his companions cringes at the sight, and he casually pats her on the back, saying, "They're there." Several days later, the sun sets over a quiet village. With a loud groan, the village gates swing open. The group returns and young Mallory Fields yells out, "We're back. I'm going to tell my grandparents. I'll see you all for dinner," before running off into the village. Watching him go, one of the women asks, "Does that boy ever get tired?" To which he simply replies, "Never." The female warrior looks around, letting out a sigh of relief. "I'm just glad to see the village is still standing," she says before adding, "Leon's done a solid job holding down the fort while we were gone. Speaking of which, I need to go check in with him." With that, she strides ahead, taking a step forward and leaving Derek's group behind. Suddenly, the child grabs Woman B's arm. "Can I finally choose it now?" "Choose what?" her mother asks. The girl insists, "Don't play around. I hit level 10 on the walk back, and you said I could select my class once we got home." She eagerly pulls them along, buzzing with excitement. "Come on, let's see what I get." He watches her with a knowing smile, thinking to himself, "This is the whole reason I brought her with us to the dungeons." His thoughts continue as she runs ahead, with everything she's experienced. The materials she's used, items she's crafted. All before hitting level 10, he muses, thinking of all the monster parts she's handled. A glimmer of anticipation shines in her eyes as he concludes his thought. There's no telling what the system might offer her. Later, as he sits outside, he thinks to himself, she's certainly taking her time to choose her class. He smiles seeing Brandy so absorbed in her system interface, thinking to himself, good. That shows she's way more serious about this than Thomas was. While he waits, he decides to check his own progress. I should go through everything from the dungeon, my class upgraded again. A series of notifications flash before him. His class, Champion of the Void, has been upgraded to Legend of the Void, a legendary class. He's also received 25 skill points, 30 stat points, and 2 new available skills. He can't hide his excitement, a grin spreading across his face. Holy shit, a legendary class. The first new skill available is Absolute Nullify, a wall of void magic that absorbs any and all magic that touches it. It costs 11 skill points. He's stunned by the sheer power of the ability, muttering any and all magic, as he immediately learns the skill. The second skill is Void Storage, a simple but useful ability to store items within the void. He learns that one too. He reflects on the new storage ability. Not the most exciting, especially considering my bracelet and ring. But it never hurts to have more storage, he concedes. Clenching his fist, he turns his attention to his stats. Now for my stats. As he allocates his points, 2 more dings ring out. He successfully increased both his intelligence and wisdom to 500 points, unlocking the Magical Glass Cannon achievement. The achievement rewards him for gaining at least 500 stat points in both stats, granting him a choice of 1 new active magic skill and 1 new passive magic skill. He instantly selects Chain Lightning as his active skill, picturing the arcs of electricity decimating hordes of enemies. For his passive, he learns Physical Resistance, a skill that will surely come in handy for a magic-focused build. He lets out a satisfied sigh, feeling the surge of new power course through him. Leaning back on the bench, he feels a sense of ease. Everything will turn out all right. Richard was worried for nothing. Just then, the child's voice cuts through his thoughts. Derek, can you help me? He looks over and replies, sure. What do you need help with? He asks. The young girl explains, well, after looking at all the classes, I have 2 that I want. One sounds amazing, but the other is, well. With a troubled look, she says the other option is odd. One is called Talon's protege. A spectral, bird-like figure manifests behind her as she explains. It's an epic rarity leatherworking class. Inside the house, a plate of food shatters on the floor as it slips from someone's grasp. It's Woman B, the child's mother, who overheard. She stands in the doorway, completely stunned. An epic class. She rushes out to her daughter, beaming with pride. That's incredible, honey. An epic class is more than most people ever dream of. I'm so proud of you. But the girl's expression remains troubled. But it says, as a protege, you will never surpass your master while under her wing. He nods in understanding. I see. You'll always be standing in the shadow of the class's original owner. Her mother waves a dismissive hand. Oh, who cares? It doesn't matter if it won't become legendary. It's an epic class. He watches them, a realization dawning on him. So I was right. The system has seen everything Brandy's done and experienced and is rewarding her accordingly. An epic class is great, but... He asks, what's the other class? She replies, it's called All Smith, a rare growth-type class. A vision of a smith at an anvil, surrounded by various crafting tools, flashes before her eyes. But the only thing the class says is, become an all-smith. She looks down, conflicted. That's it, nothing else, I don't know what to choose. He offers some advice. Well, I don't think you can go wrong with either option. They are both great choices. Her mother adds, just follow your heart, sweetie. The girl sighs in frustration. You're both no help. She closes her eyes, taking a moment to think and make her decision. The 2 of them wait in silence, letting her make up her own mind. With a click, she makes her selection on the system screen. A brilliant pink light erupts from the screen, engulfing her as her eyes widen in shock. The light fades and she faints, collapsing to the ground. Her mother cries out her name, Brandy. A short time later, Brandy begins to stir, groaning as she wakes up. MRMM, what happened? Her mother holds her, asking with concern, "Are you okay, sweetie? How do you feel?" Brandy pushes herself up, replying, I'm fine." A smile slowly spreads across her face as she says, "I got them. I got the skills." He leans in, intrigued. "You got them already? Were they free? How many? 3, 4. She sits up, a wide, triumphant grin on her face, and declares, 42. The wind blows gently as an old farmer leads his water buffalo along a dusty path at sunset. As the farmer passes by, a heavily armored figure gives a nod and a simple greeting, "Good day." The farmer returns the pleasantry, unaware of the imposing presence that has just arrived. The armored man, Wallace, stands confidently, a slight smirk on his face. "All right, Wallace," he says to himself. He turns and walks towards the village gates as the sun sets behind them. "Let's see what kind of trouble you got yourself in this time." 1 hour later, Derek sits in the tavern, lost in thought. 42 skills? My hunch was right. He reflects on the girl's incredible growth, thinking, all the experience she got from going into high-level dungeons before level 10 gave her a huge boost. His mind conjures an image of her crafting with powerful magic. She could become an unkillable monster with everything she crafts. He continues to list her potential: enchanted armor and weapons, runes, as an image of her smithing flashes in his mind. Accessories, he concludes, picturing her surrounded by an arsenal of powerful items. He shudders at the thought of her other skills, buffs from cooking and drinking potions. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple. Terrifying, he thinks, but even more importantly. He stares at the mug of beer on the table, a glint of hope in his eyes. She can learn to make beer that doesn't taste awful. With that thought, he grabs the mug and chugs the entire thing in one go. He slams the empty mug down with a loud smack, yelling to the bartender, "Disgusting as ever, Bart, like drinking piss from a boot." The bartender, Bart, simply replies, "Glad you like it." Suddenly, the tavern door swings open and a voice shouts, "Derek!" His eyes dart towards the entrance. Derek turns back to the counter and asks, "Thomas?" Bart, the bartender, looks past him at the young boy and says, "I already told you, kid, I ain't selling you a beer." The boy, Thomas, pants in the doorway, catching his breath as he stammers out, "A man, Torith, big sword, Reyna." Bart leans forward, urging him, "Come on, boy, spit it out." Thomas rushes over to Derek, his face pale with worry. "Derek, there's someone here. I think he's an adventurer from Torith. He has a gold badge and a giant sword." As a large, armored man comes into view in the background, Thomas adds, "He's talking with Reyna and my grandpa right now." Thomas finishes his report. "They sent me to tell you." Derek's expression hardens. "I see." Outside, Derek stands in the doorway, arms crossed, as the villagers chatter amongst themselves. The armored adventurer, Wallace, strides confidently through the town square, his presence commanding the attention of everyone around. Derek watches him approach, his eyes narrowed in focus. He thinks, my identify isn't working on him, figures he's probably high level. Derek turns to the young boy beside him. "Go back inside, Tommy." As the door swings shut behind Thomas, Derek steps out to confront the armored stranger. A confident smirk spreads across Derek's face. "We're going to have ourselves a good old-fashioned standoff." Derek greets the knight with a sarcastic remark. "That's quite a big sword. Can you actually use it, or are you just compensating for something?" The knight's eyes glint with challenge as he retorts, "Want to find out." Derek's joke falls completely flat and he grimaces internally. "Damn it, I don't think he got my joke. Do they not have dick jokes in this world? A shame." The armored man crosses his arms. "I'm guessing you're Derek." After Derek confirms, the man introduces himself. "The name's Bronson. I'm with the Gracefall family." Derek groans, running a hand through his hair. "Ugh, God, those assholes." He then gestures toward Bronson. "Are you that kid's daddy or something? You'd better teach him some manners before he gets himself killed." Bronson's expression is grim. "The chief told me you didn't like him, but I'm afraid it might be a bit late for that." Derek is taken aback. "Huh, what? The kid's dead." Bronson clarifies, "Missing, but I wouldn't be surprised if he were." "Strange," Derek muses. "Why's that strange?" Bronson asks. Derek explains, "Well, he should have cleared the dungeon by now." As Derek begins his narration, a vision of the surroundings manifests. The corruption has receded significantly over the last few days, he explains. An image of a glowing, magical tree appears as Derek's voice continues. I would have cleared it myself, but it was only level 100. You know how it is. Bronson's surprise. Wallace completed the dungeon? He then adds, yeah, I assume so, didn't think the bratty noble had it in him. Bronson immediately asks, and you've seen this dungeon, can you take me to it? The two of them start walking together through the village. A sly grin spreads across Derek's face. Maybe, if you can do something for me. Bronson eyes him suspiciously. A favor, Derek replies smoothly, of a sort. Derek lays out his condition. I'm leaving for Torith soon, I'll let you show me around when I get there. Without waiting for a firm answer, he turns and says, come on, I'll lead the way. He leads Bronson deep into a lush, green forest, heading towards the glowing entrance of the now-cleared dungeon. Suddenly, Bronson stops dead in his tracks, his eyes fixed on something just ahead. Shit. Kneeling beside Wallace's body, Bronson begins to assess the scene. He's truly dead. It looks like he fought with everything he had against whatever killed him. Derek plays along smoothly. Bummer. There, propped against a tree and overgrown with flowers, lies the corpse of the young noble, Wallace. Bronson reaches out a hand, and a bright blue light envelops the body, pulling it into a storage spell. I'll take his body back with me. With the body secured, Bronson says, we should return soon. Master Gracefall will want to know of this. Plus, I'm sure the Adventurers Guild is eager to learn of a dungeon that rewards storage rings. As they walk along a ridge at sunset, Derek makes small talk. So Gracefall, eh? Quite the name. Are all the nobles in your house as noble as that kid? Bronson lets out a heavy sigh. No, Wallace was extra conceited. The name was too heavy for him to carry. He continues with a somber look. The master always feared his actions would do him in. Who would have thought the boy would die trying to save others? A bead of sweat trickles down Derek's face as he remembers the truth. He forces himself to agree, yeah, who would have thought? Bronson looks toward the setting sun, his voice filled with emotion as he delivers a heartfelt eulogy. I pray his sacrifice inspires all of us to never stop striving to be better versions of ours. But his tribute is cut short by a massive explosion of purple energy erupting from the ground, the force of the blast sending him flying backward. Bronson barely manages to skid to a halt, crying out as the shockwave hits him. He quickly recovers, drawing his sword, which crackles with energy. To arms, Derek, a wicked creature is. He stops mid-sentence, his battle-ready expression turning to one of pure confusion. The source of the explosion is revealed to be Derek, casually presenting a glowing scroll to a small, horned rabbit. Okay, Sylvie, just sign here and we'll be contractually obligated friends. A system window pops up, announcing, you have initiated a contract and requested that the level 64 horned rabbit become your contracted beast. Please wait while it makes a decision. Bronson is flabbergasted. A contract beast scroll? Those things are incredibly rare and you're using it on a rabbit. Why not a wyvern or a direwolf or a lightning hawk? As the bunny, Sylvie, presses its paw to the scroll, Derek gives a simple, deadpan response. I like the bunny. The system announces the successful contract. Congratulations, you have successfully made a contract with level 64 horned rabbit. As part of the contract, you are required to name the beast. In a cute, stylized interface, Derek gives his new companion her name, Sylvie. The system confirms the change. Level 64 horned rabbit has been named Sylvie. The system then presents an incredible offer. Would you like to initiate a bond with your contracted beast, Sylvie? Because of your legendary class, your bonded beast will gain stats equal to 75% of your own. A note clarifies that he can only bond with one beast at a time. Derek smirks. Well, yeah, that was always the plan. But then comes the strange part of the ritual. Bond initiated. Please share your blood with the contracted beast. Derek recoils slightly. Gross, the heck are you, a vampire? With a sigh of resignation, he mutters, fine, whatever, and bites down hard on his own finger, drawing blood. As Sylvie licks the drop of blood from his fingertip, her eyes begin to glow with a menacing purple light. Bronson yells from the background, what are you doing? Derek holds Sylvie aloft as she transforms into a shadowy version of herself amidst the swirling purple energy. Initiating a bond, he calmly explains. Is there something wrong with that? Derek asks nonchalantly. Bronson, struggling against the force, yells back, Of course there's something wrong with that. Why would you waste your only soul bond on a tiny bunny? If it dies, it could cripple you. Surrounded by the raging energy, Derek simply shrugs off the warning with a dismissive, "Oh, eh." The bonding completes, and Sylvie's paw hits the ground with a powerful stomp. A single, ominous word echoes through the void. Hungry. Derek clutches his head as he hears the voice in his mind for the first time. Did I just hear something in my mind? Sylvie, now radiating an intense, dark aura, speaks directly into his thoughts with a bloodthirsty proposal. We kill human. Meat will be tough, doesn't matter, chewy meat is good. Bronson watches in horror, asking himself, is that bunny stronger than me? But Derek just throws his head back and laughs. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. Skipped, CREDITS. Under the light of a crescent moon, a man in full plate armor sits by a campfire. Suddenly, a sound from nearby makes him turn his head. The source of the sound is a bizarre sight. A massive boar sizzles over the fire, tended to by a tiny unicorn-horned rabbit who hops merrily around the flames, showing off its culinary skills right before his eyes. The armored man, Bronson, scratches his head in disbelief, muttering, I don't believe it. Derek, sitting across the fire from him, casually asks, What? Bronson points with a trembling hand at the scene, exclaiming, The bunny is cooking. Derek calmly confirms, Of course she is. I bought her the cooking skill, kinda expensive though. It cost me 2 skill points. Bronson is floored. You spent skill points to teach a beast the cooking skill? Why? He then stops himself, realizing the answer is obvious with Derek. Never mind, don't answer that. Of course you did. Changing the subject, Derek asks, Hey, Bronson, yes, could you spare one of the 2 storage rings we found on Wallace's body? Derek explains his reasoning. I need to give one to Sylvie. This leaves Bronson utterly baffled, stammering, You want to give a storage ring to your bunny. As if on cue, Sylvie struggles to add a large log to the fire, showing her dedication. I told her I'd give her one in exchange for cooking for us, Derek says, just as Sylvie finishes a charred piece of meat and sets it before Bronson. Bronson eyes the blackened meat skeptically before remarking to Derek, Though I'd pass on her first dish if I were you. Looks like she needs some practice. Bronson mutters under his breath, Maybe I should have been your contracted beast instead. Derek overhears, What was that? Bronson quickly replies, Nothing. The next day, Derek, Bronson, and the little bunny make their way towards a village. As they approach, Derek tells Bronson, Head to the tavern. I'll meet you there after I catch up with some people. Bronson simply agrees, Okay. Sylvie, seeing the villagers, excitedly asks through their mental link, So many humans. Can we kill? Derek immediately shuts her down. Sylvie, no, bad bunny. But why? Sylvie asks. Derek patiently explains, This is a human village full of nice people. We aren't going to kill them. Actually, we aren't going to kill any humans unless I say so, okay? Sylvie stomps her foot in frustration, thinking no fun before reluctantly agreeing, Fine. In the village, a young boy with blonde hair is practicing with a spear, while a red-haired girl works at a nearby table. Derek greets the 2 of them. Thomas, Brandy, when the girl spots someone familiar. Is that, Derek, you're back, she exclaims with joy. Derek waves as he approaches, calling out, Sure am, and I brought another friend. Thomas and Brandy run to greet him. Derek introduces his companion. This is Sylvie, she's my bonded beast companion. Brandy is immediately smitten, so cute, while Thomas thinks it's awesome to have a bonded beast. Sylvie basks in the attention, thinking to herself, Human's right, I am awesome and cute. Derek then gets to the point. I wanted to introduce the 3 of you since I'll be leaving tomorrow on a more long-term trip. Thomas, I'm assuming you still want to travel with me. Thomas eagerly responds, Yes, sir. The news hits Brandy hard. With tears welling in her eyes, she asks, You're leaving tomorrow? Are you coming back? Derek kneels down, gently wiping her tears away. Of course I am, he reassures her. I don't know how long it will be, but I can't just leave Miss Master Crafter by herself. Derek's expression turns serious as he warns Brandy. While I'm gone, you need to be smart, okay? Keep your class and skills secret. There are bad people that might try to take advantage of your gifts. Still fighting back tears, Brandy nods and promises, "Don't worry, I'll be smart." But internally, a cold fury builds within Derek as he thinks, if another noble house even thinks about kidnapping her to work as a crafting slave, I'll wipe them off the map. His demeanor softening, he turns to Thomas. "Thomas, make your travel preparations tonight, then spend time with your grandparents. We'll be leaving tomorrow morning." Derek looks out over the village, a small smile on his face as he muses, "If everything goes well, it will be some time before you're back in the village." Later that evening, Derek and Bronson are having a meal at the local tavern. Bronson pushes his plate away in disgust, prompting Derek to ask, "What, you don't like it? You nobles and your fickle taste buds." Bronson clarifies, "I'm not a noble, I'm the guard captain and master's personal butler." Derek finds this amusing, remarking, "That's an odd combination of jobs." Bronson just replies, "It is what it is. The master trusts me, so he made me his personal butler." At the end of the table, Sylvie's nose twitches as she cautiously sniffs the food on her own plate. She tells Derek telepathically, "This food doesn't smell like food, taste good." Derek replies bluntly, "It's food, not necessarily good food, but it's edible." After taking a bite, Sylvie makes a face. "You right, not good," she says, then asks, "Can we cook to make better?" Derek grins, finding her question funny. "Huh, it's already cooked." Sylvie shudders in horror, the realization dawning on her as she thinks, already cooked. The tavern owner, Bart, overhears the complaints. "Sorry the food's not up to your city boy standards," he tells Bronson. "I'm no crown chef." Derek raises his mug with a grin, declaring loudly, "As bad as ever, Bart. You've really outdone yourself. People will come from all over to get a taste of this. Food. Well, that and the storage ring reward from the dungeon." Bart is stunned. "What, you serious? The dungeon gives storage rings as a reward?" Bronson turns to Derek, whispering, "You told him. I thought you wanted to keep it secret." Bart can only mutter, "Well, I'll be." Derek just shrugs. "What? There's no use in hiding it from the villagers. Besides, I like the people here, so may as well give them a head start." As he says he likes the people, a sudden immense pressure fills the room, emanating from Derek and startling Bronson so much his mug trembles. "Huh." Derek's eyes glow with an ominous purple light as he stares intently at Bronson, his voice dropping low as he says, "Remember." The purple aura swirls violently around him as he leans forward with a threatening glare. "I'm quite fond of the people here," he says, his voice cold and low. Bronson's eyes widen in sheer terror, the unspoken threat finally sinking in. Just as quickly as it appeared, the terrifying pressure vanishes into thin air. Derek leans back, taking a casual sip of his beer with a faint smile. Just a friendly heads up. The sun rises, casting a warm glow over the village rooftops. A new day has begun. The next morning, the sun rises, casting a warm glow over the village rooftops. It's the day of departure. Inside the main hall, the villagers have all gathered to say their goodbyes, the room filled with the sound of their chatter. Thomas's grandmother fusses over him, "And don't forget to brush your teeth twice a day." An exasperated Thomas replies, "I know, Grandma." She continues, "And did you remember to pack extra pairs of underpants like I said?" Thomas protests, "Grandma, I'm an adventurer. This is embarrassing." His grandparents pull him into a tight hug. "You might be an adventurer, but you'll always be our grandson," his grandma says as his grandpa agrees. "That's right." Thomas's voice is muffled as he says, "Grandma, Grandpa." Tears well up in his eyes as he sniffles, admitting, I'm gonna miss you guys." Nearby, the village leader, Leon, shakes Derek's hand. "You're a strange man, Derek, but a good one. I wish you well on your journeys." Derek smiles and replies, "Thank you, Leon." Brandy calls out, "Derek." He turns, "Yes, Brandy." She holds up some items. "I made you some things, and Sylvie, too." She proudly holds up a beautiful, shimmering purple cloak. "I made her a cloak, so she stays warm and protected." Sylvie dons the new garment, sparkling with delight. "I like, so comfy, so elegant." Derek observes, "I think she likes it," and a happy Brandy exclaims, "Yay." Brandy then presents Derek with another gift, gasping as she says, "And I made you more of these weird shirts you like so much." Derek's face lights up with genuine joy. He rubs one of the shirts against his cheek, declaring, "Wow, they're perfect." He thanks her, "Thank you, Brandy," just as another woman steps forward with a basket. "I also took the liberties of making you something." She presents a basket full of freshly baked bread, cheese, and other provisions. "Since I know it'll be a while until you get to eat my cooking again." Sylvie's eyes lock onto the food basket, a dangerous glint flashing within them. With a determined glint in her eye, Sylvie prepares to make her move. The woman says, "I made you some biscuits for the road," as a purple beam snatches one from the basket. Derek accepts it. "These are going to be perfect for breakfast." He then spots Sylvie already stuffing her face with the stolen goods. "Sylvie, no," he yells in panic. With a contented burp, Sylvie, her belly now round, declares, "Good biscuits, delicious." Derek can only stare in disbelief and mutter, "Oh, shut it." Another villager waves goodbye. "Don't be a stranger, okay?" Derek replies with a warm smile. "We'll miss you back here, both of you." She pulls him into a tight embrace, saying, "Thank you for everything, Derek, for saving me, for saving everyone." As the other villagers look on, she adds, "And who knows? Maybe when you come back, we could join you on your next adventure." Derek gives a confident smile and a two-fingered salute. "Don't worry, I plan on being back, and all of you are always welcome. Come on, Tommy." As they run towards the bright light of the village gate, Thomas yells, "Stop calling me that," Derek declares. "The big city awaits," thus beginning their new journey. Bronson gestures toward the massive city walls with a slight smile. "Well, here we are," he says, officially welcoming the group to the city of Torith. Thomas stands frozen with his mouth wide open, completely dwarfed by the scale of the entrance. Sylvie huddles on the ground beside him, her little ears twitching at the sheer volume of the city noise. The city is a fortress of white stone and towering spires, stretching out against a backdrop of snow-capped mountains. It's a massive jump in scale from the quiet village life they just left behind. They step into the main thoroughfare, which is packed with stone houses and a constant flow of people. The air is thick with the smell of wood smoke and the general chaos of a bustling urban center. A street vendor waves a smoking skewer in the air, shouting about his fresh meat on a stick. It's the classic city greeting for a group of hungry travelers. The savory scent hits Sylvie's nose, and she's immediately sold. She looks like she's about to start drooling as she demands a taste of the street food right now. Derek Hunt looks down at his familiar with a skeptical smirk. "Really? Meat on a stick? That's what you want?" he asks, though he already knows the answer. She doesn't wait for an invitation. Sylvie lunges forward and takes a massive, messy chomp out of the meat, clearly not worried about her refined image. Derek and Thomas join in on the snack, but Bronson looks a bit more wary. He warns them to be careful with what they eat down here, since the quality in the lower city is always a gamble. Derek takes another bite, noticing how the crowd gives Bronson a wide berth. He asks the knight why everyone seems so incredibly wary of his presence. Bronson sighs, explaining that most nobles avoid the lower city entirely. They usually stay tucked away in the cleaner, more exclusive portions of the upper districts. He adds that the nobles who do venture down here are usually looking for someone to push around. They're either cruel or just incredibly spoiled, treating the common folk like garbage. Derek Hunt nods along as he chews, looking around at the grit and mud of the streets. Yeah, spoiled sounds about right for the types of people he's encountered so far. They reach a massive wooden gate that separates the districts. Bronson tells them they're entering the middle-class section and warns Derek not to start any trouble. The heavy doors creak open to let them through. One of the guards bows his head respectfully, welcoming Bronson back and asking how his long journey went. Once they're inside, the change is immediate. The streets are cleaner and the buildings look far better maintained, feeling a lot more like the tidy villages they passed through. It's a sharp contrast to the lower city they just left behind, which was mostly mud and misery. The divide between the social classes is literally built into the stone walls. Derek realizes that if it weren't for Bronson leading the way, they'd look completely out of place in this neighborhood. Their travel-worn gear doesn't exactly scream high society. Bronson seems to be well known around here, even stopping to greet a baker named Violet. It's clear the man has a solid reputation within the city walls. While Derek talks, Thomas and Sylvie are busy working through the rest of their snacks. The rabbit is still perched on Thomas's head, focused entirely on the meat. A light bulb goes off in Derek's head as he looks at his armored companion. He realizes he should probably start taking full advantage of having a noble's servant around. He calls out to Bronson, who stops and looks back with a curious expression. Derek Hunt has a certain glint in his eye that usually means trouble for someone. Derek rubs his stomach, admitting that the street food didn't quite hit the spot. He's still hungry and wants to grab a real lunch before they continue. He mentions there's a specific restaurant he's heard quite a lot about and really wants to try. He's clearly aiming for a high-end experience for their first meal. The scene shifts to the Crown, a high-end restaurant where everything is polished and pristine. A chef named Bates stands at attention, nervously waiting for feedback on her work. At a massive desk, a woman with long red hair named Stella is finishing off a steak. She looks composed, elegant, and very much in charge of the establishment. She takes a slow, deliberate bite, savoring the flavor while the room remains deathly quiet. Every eye in the room is on her reaction. Bate is practically sweating bullets, watching Stella's expression for any sign of disapproval. Serving someone this important is high-stakes work for any chef. Stella dabs her mouth with a napkin, her expression remaining unreadable for a few tense seconds. The silence in the dining room is heavy. Finally, she smiles and gives her approval to the nervous chef. Bate practically deflates with relief, thanking the system that she lived to cook another day. Suddenly, the peace is shattered by loud banging and shouting at the entrance. Someone is trying to force their way into the exclusive restaurant. The main hall of the Crown is massive, with a giant chandelier and multiple levels of dining. It's the kind of place where people pay for quiet, and someone is currently ruining the vibe. Two guards have their hands up, blocking Derek and his group at the door. They're telling them to leave before they get hurt, claiming they don't belong in a place like this. Bronson tries to step in and calm things down, pleading with Derek to keep it cool. He knows that getting on the Crown's bad side is a death sentence for most people in this city. Derek Hunt isn't backing down, though. He just tells them he thought this looked like a good place to grab a bite, his expression totally casual despite the tension. Stella hears the noise and steps out onto the balcony, looking down at the mess in her lobby. She doesn't look particularly happy about the interruption to her meal. One of the guards looks up and explains that Derek is causing trouble. They were just about to toss him out into the street where he belongs. Stella's eyes widen when she recognizes the man in armor. She ignores the guards completely and greets Bronson, asking how his master, Walter, is doing. Bronson gives a polite bow, showing his respect for the restaurant's manager. He tells her that his master is doing well, maintaining a professional front for the group. Derek's internal monologue kicks in with a bit of dark humor. He's thinking about how doing well is a stretch considering Walter's son Wallace was a psychopath who got himself killed. Stella turns her attention to the man standing next to Bronson, her gaze sharp and curious. "And you must be," she starts, trying to place the newcomer. Derek Hunt doesn't wait for an invite. He pushes right past the guards like they aren't even there and tells her she can just call him Derek. Derek Hunt casually pushes past the guards, leaving them stumbling and confused as to how he moved so easily. He locks eyes with Stella and asks if she's the manager, mentioning he has something that might catch her interest. Stella leans in, a sharp, knowing smile playing on her lips. She confirms his identity, clearly having heard of Derek before their meeting. She gestures toward the stairs, inviting him up to her private office for a more serious conversation. She admits she's been curious about him ever since he crossed paths with one of her hunters. While heading up the stairs, Stella calls out to one of her staff members, a man named Benito. He stops what he's doing immediately and looks up to receive her orders. She instructs the server to find a table for Bronson and Derek's other companions, making it clear they are to be treated as high-priority guests. Bronson is visibly taken aback when Stella adds that their meal is on the house. Behind him, Thomas and Sylvie exchange a look of pure excitement. They're definitely ready for a free high-end feast. Once there in the privacy of her office, Derek Hunt clenches his fist, summoning a swirl of blue mana that crackles with power. Stella watches from her desk, her expression neutral but focused. A massive void beast carcass slams onto the floor with a heavy thud, the sheer size of it forcing Stella to lean back in shock. She can only manage a surprised gasp as she looks over the prize Derek just manifested. Stella stares down at the beast, her eyes tracing over the dark, armored skin and multiple red eyes of the creature. It's a rare sight even for someone in her position. She's completely stunned by the quality of the specimen, her usual composure cracking just a little. Derek Hunt holds out a knife toward her, offering her a chance to inspect the goods herself. Stella summons a knife, its blade emitting a faint green glow as she prepares to cut into the carcass. Derek leans back, radiating confidence in the item he brought. She slices into the meat, finding it in perfect condition despite the creature being dead. She calls the specimen immaculate, wondering aloud how he managed to find something so well preserved. Derek Hunt just smirks, calling his methods a trade secret, and immediately pivots to the business side of things. He wants to know exactly what kind of compensation Stella is willing to offer for such a fine. Stella wipes the blood from her knife, her eyes narrowing as she realizes the value of the deal. She tells Derek that for a specimen of this caliber, he could get almost anything he wants, but she'll need to clear it with her superiors first. Derek agrees to stick around for a few days while she makes the necessary contacts. He makes one thing clear, though: he intends to keep the beast's hide for himself. Derek Hunt imagines Thomas wearing a set of custom-made void beast armor, looking like a miniature version of the monster itself. He figures Brandy could probably turn that hide into something useful. Stella offers to hold onto the beast for him while the deal is finalized, assuring him that they can keep it fresh. Derek is more than happy to agree, since it frees up a considerable amount of space in his storage. She mentions that her establishment has preservation methods that actually outperform standard storage rings. It's a subtle flex of the Crown's resources. Stella smiles, officially sealing their interim deal. She tells him not to hesitate if he has any other questions or needs anything else while he's in the city. They share a firm handshake, a mutual respect growing between the two. For Derek Hunt, this is just the first step in establishing himself in Torith. As Derek heads for the door, he pauses with his hand on the handle. He tells Stella he has just one more thing he wants to bring up. Stella turns back, looking intrigued as to what else this mysterious traveler could possibly have to offer. She waits for him to continue. With a devious grin, Derek asks if she's ever heard of coffee. The background fills with images of beans and grinders as he prepares to introduce a whole new luxury to this world. Downstairs in the dining room, other patrons are staring in disbelief at the table Derek's group occupied. The amount of food they've consumed is clearly out of the ordinary for a refined place like this. Thomas and Bronson are slumped in their chairs, surrounded by a mountain of empty plates. Thomas groans, looking like he's about to burst after eating 10 pounds of food. Bronson isn't faring much better, his heavy armor probably feeling a lot tighter than it did this morning. Both of them are completely defeated by the feast. Sylvie, on the other hand, is still going strong. She's shoving venison into her face as fast as she can, her eyes wide with a manic determination to master this level of cooking. Benito returns with a fourth order of braised venison, looking a bit shocked at the rabbit's appetite. Derek's hand reaches into the frame, directing the server to set the plate down right in front of Sylvie. The rabbit is practically vibrating with joy as she digs into the fresh plate, drool dripping from her chin. She's completely lost in the culinary experience. Derek Hunt walks back over to the table, greeted by a very stuffed Thomas. The boy manages to ask how the conversation with the manager went between his pained breaths. Derek leans in and tells them that while the Void Beast deal is still being finalized, they've already agreed on something even more exciting. Bronson looks up, clearly shocked that Derek is already making moves with a place like the Crown. He waves them toward the exit, telling the group he'll explain everything while they're on the move. There's no point in lingering now that the business is done. Derek Hunt leads the way out, his expression determined. He tells Bronson it's finally time for him to meet his boss, Walter Gracefall. Sylvie rolls along the floor behind them, too full to even walk. The sun begins to set over the massive Gracefall estate, casting long shadows across the manicured gardens and ornate fountains. It's a display of wealth that rivals even the royal palace. Inside a dimly lit office, Lord Walter Gracefall sits at his desk, surrounded by stacks of paperwork and half-empty glasses of whiskey. Bronson stands before him, looking tiny compared to the room's grandeur. Bronson places a hand over his heart and gives a deep, respectful bow. He formally announces his return, his voice steady despite the weight of the news he carries. Walter Gracefall doesn't even look up at first, his gaze fixed on a glass of spirits. He simply demands a report on what Bronson found during his mission. The knight delivers the news with a heavy heart. He has confirmed that young Master Wallace is dead. He adds that he's already collected the remains so the family can hold a proper funeral. Walter lets out a long, weary sigh, his shoulders slumping as the reality of his son's death sinks in. He admits that this is exactly what he had feared would happen. He finally looks up, his eyes sharp and analytical even in his grief. He asks if the death was suspicious or if Bronson suspects any kind of foul play was involved. The golden light of the setting sun floods into the room through the tall arched windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Outside, the world is quiet and still. Bronson starts to recount everything he's learned so far, but he hesitates, looking visibly nervous. There's a lot more to the story than just a simple death in the wild. Walter Gracefall glares at Bronson, his eyes cold and unyielding. He demands that the knight spit it out and tell him the truth about his son's fate. Bronson lowers his head, unable to meet the Lord's gaze. He points out that Wallace was never the type to take unnecessary risks, suggesting that his death doesn't fit his personality at all. Walter's expression hardens, his brows furrowing in suspicion. He leans in closer, asking Bronson to clarify exactly what he's implying with such a statement. Bronson gulps nervously, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he speaks the unspeakable. He believes Wallace offended someone incredibly powerful, someone who wants the family to believe he died as a hero rather than a victim. The room falls silent as Walter Gracefall processes the claim. He looks up from his desk, asking for a direct confirmation. "You believe Wallace was murdered?" Bronson confirms with a simple, "Yes, sir." Walter's gaze is piercing as he listens to the rest of the report. Bronson adds that the killer is one of the strangest and most dangerous men he has ever encountered. Walter looks thoughtfully at the knight, his face partially in shadow. He notes that this dangerous man is currently staying in their own guest house. The scene shifts to the guest house, where a massive vortex of water swirls around Derek Hunt. He's completely unbothered, singing "Tell MEWHY" at the top of his lungs while enjoying the magically induced bath. Two mages struggle to maintain the water pressure, their hands glowing with blue mana as they blast Derek from both sides. He ignores the power of the attack, continuing his rendition of "NOTHIN, but a MISTAAKE. The mages exchange a look of pure confusion and fear. One of them thinks to himself that this is his strongest attack, yet the man in the center isn't dying. He's singing. Derek Hunt throws his arms out wide, fully committed to the chorus. "I want it that WAAY," he belts out, the water splashing around him like a stage effect. He turns his head slightly, asking the exhausted mages if they can turn up the pressure a bit more. He casually tells them he wants it to feel like a massage. The mages finally cease their attack, looking drained and terrified. One of them warns the other to never make this guy mad, now understanding why Bronson ordered them to treat him with such care. Derek Hunt walks through the hall wrapped in a simple white towel, still humming the tune. He's refreshed and clearly enjoying the luxury of the estate. He suddenly stops, his eyes widening as if he's noticed something unexpected. A small pause sound effect hangs in the air. Derek looks ahead and sees Thomas and Sylvie standing there, both in bathrobes as well. He asks what happened to the two of them, and Thomas explains that Bronson dropped off some clothes for them. Thomas looks up at Derek, appearing much cleaner than he was before. He mentions that he told the night Derek was with the guards, and then he decided to take a bath himself. Derek smirks, pointing a finger down at their small companion. He's surprised to see that they even gave Sylvie a bath and a tiny towel. Thomas leans back, thinking about the bath he shared with Sylvie and several rubber ducks. He admits that he had to talk the rabbit into the idea of getting clean. Sylvie looks absolutely pristine, her fur sparkling with a pink aura of cleanliness. Her internal thoughts are focused on the benefits. Better clean, more cute, more food. Derek Hunt lets out a chuckle, placing a hand on his hip. He admits that he can't argue with that kind of logic, especially coming from the rabbit. Thomas passes along another message, letting Derek know that Walter Gracefall wants to have dinner with him tonight. Derek smiles, saying that sounds good to him. Sylvie hops onto Derek's shoulder as they walk, her mind still firmly set on the next meal. Yes, more food, she thinks, echoing the sentiment of the group. Later that night, a gloved hand knocks firmly on a dark wooden door. Outside, a crescent moon hangs in a purple, cloud-streaked sky. Bronson stands outside Derek's room at the guest house, his massive sword strapped to his back. He announces that it is finally time for dinner. The door swings open to reveal Derek Hunt, but Bronson's expression immediately drops into one of disbelief. He notes that Derek is definitely not wearing the formal clothes he provided. Derek stands there casually in his usual black t-shirt and blue jeans. He pats the armored knight on the shoulder, explaining that he's already wearing his least holy pair of jeans and his nicest t-shirt. Derek smirks at Bronson's exasperated sigh, offering an alternative. He tells the knight that if his outfit is a problem, he could always just go back to the Crown to eat. Bronson quickly concedes, admitting he didn't have much hope anyway. Thomas comes running out of the room, waving his hand in excitement. He says he wouldn't mind going back to the Crown at all, and Sylvie agrees with a sparkle in her eyes. The scene shifts back to the Crown, its lights glowing brightly against the night sky. The prestigious establishment looks as busy as ever. Inside her private quarters, Stella sits at her desk, staring intensely at a glowing blue communication crystal. A half-full glass of wine and several scrolls sit nearby. She takes a deep breath and lets out a heavy huff, trying to calm her nerves. She reminds herself that it's just a quick report and she has to do it. Stella clenches her fist, giving herself a silent pep talk. She knows she can do it, as the person on the other end is her boss and apparently likes her. She gulps, her eyes fixed on the orb as she waits for the connection to stabilize. A bead of sweat forms on her temple. The crystal suddenly shines with a brilliant, blinding blue light, signaling that the call has been accepted. Stella holds the orb in her hands, speaking softly and respectfully. "My lady, I have some very important," she begins, trying to get right to business. A melodic voice interrupts her from within the light, calling her dear little Stella. The person on the other end, Alana, expresses how glad she is that Stella called. Stella looks weary, as if she's dealt with this kind of greeting many times before. Alana continues, telling Stella she really must make time to come to the capital. Stella huffs, her face heating up as her boss showers her with compliments. Alana says the capital lacks beauty without one of its brightest gems. Stella tries to deflect the praise, telling Alana to please stop. She humbly claims she is nowhere near as radiant as the woman she's speaking to. Alana laughs, calling herself an old woman. Stella immediately counters, insisting that her boss doesn't look a day over 20. Stella blushes deeply, her eyes downcast. She thinks to herself that even through a communication crystal, the effects of Alana's class are truly incredible. Stella thinks to herself, her eyes reflecting the glowing blue light of the communication crystal. She finds herself wanting to agree with every word her boss speaks, feeling the weight of the woman's charismatic presence. Stella lets out a soft huff, gathering her focus after the light-hearted banter. She speaks into the orb, informing her lady that she is contacting her regarding a contract she's made with a very interesting individual. Within the crystal, a hand holds a glowing orb, a soft sigh appearing in the air. Alana's voice drifts through, complaining that everyone only ever calls her about business and asking if they can't just chat for once. Alana eventually gives in, her voice sounding through a pink-tinged thought bubble. She tells Stella to go ahead and tell her, but she playfully demands that the next time Stella calls, it better be just for a chat. Stella's voice is firm as she explains the situation, her words appearing in a large white bubble. She tells her boss that she needs approval for a void beast contract for a man named Derek Hunt. Stella sits at her desk, the room bathed in the blue light from the crystal and floating mana motes. Alana's response is immediate and enthusiastic, as she finds the prospect of a void beast very good and gives her approval instantly. Alana's voice continues, her tone shifting to a more casual and familiar one. She tells Stella to drop the "my lady" formality and just call her Alana, then asks about the details of the other contracts Stella mentioned. A close-up of the crystal shows the swirling energy inside as the connection remains strong. Stella is prepared to explain the next part of her deal with Derek Hunt. Stella looks down at the orb, her expression soft as she recalls her meeting with Derek. She tells Alana that he had a type of beverage on him that she had never tasted before in her life. A vibrant image of Alana, a beautiful woman with flowing dark hair and a regal presence, floats through a void filled with coffee beans. Stella's voice describes the drink as incredible, bitter yet sweet, earthy and chocolatey, and providing a surge of energy and focus. Brown coffee beans and gold coins rain down through the dark space as Stella continues her report. She believes that if her botanists can successfully reverse engineer the dried beans Derek had, the product could easily outsell their current tea. More gold coins sparkle as they fall, representing the massive potential profit of the new venture. Stella explains the terms she offered. Derek will receive 3% of all profits generated from the coffee. The gold and beans continue to tumble over a blurred image of the crown sign. The final part of the deal includes Derek receiving an unlimited supply of the product for his own personal consumption. Derek Hunt is shown in a stylized, triumphant pose, standing atop a pile of gold sacks and coffee beans. Alana's voice echoes, nodding that it sounds like a fantastic deal for both parties, as 3% will likely net him tens of thousands of gold pieces every month. Alana's face is partially visible through the crystal, her eyes filled with pride as she looks at her subordinate. She tells Stella that her instincts have always been immaculate and instructs her to treat Derek well. Stella nods in agreement, the blue light reflecting off her face as she listens to her boss. She adds that she suspects Derek will be making quite large waves within the city in the very near future. The scene shifts to a wide view of the city, with sunlight streaming between the clustered buildings. Alana's voice notes that Derek's actions are sure to draw the attention of City Lord Malcolm Toreth. A man in a dark green cloak stands on a high balcony, his back to the viewer as he looks out over the bustling streets of his city. Alana comments that she highly doubts the two men would ever get along, as Derek seems like too decent of a man. The city lord, Malcolm Torith, is shown from the front, throwing his hands up in a dramatic, arrogant gesture with a sharp grin. Alana refers to him as a brat who always stirs up trouble, urging Stella to trust her gut when it comes to Derek. Stella looks determined, her eyes narrowing slightly as she accepts her orders. She gives her final confirmation, simply saying, "Yes, Alana," as her boss grants her permission to assist Derek whenever he might need it. The scene shifts to a massive, dark estate lit by lanterns. It's late at night, and the group has finally reached the heart of House Gracefall's territory. Bronson stops the group in front of a massive set of double doors. He informs Derek Hunt that the master wishes to speak with him in private for the main dinner. The knight gestures toward another path, explaining that Thomas and Sylvie will be dining with him in the secondary room. It's clear this conversation isn't meant for everyone's ears. Bronson pulls the handle and swings the door open, telling Derek that the master is already waiting inside. A warm glow spills out from the room, contrasting with the dark hallway. Derek's expression is unreadable, his eyes narrowing slightly as he prepares for whatever trap or trial awaits him. He doesn't hesitate for a second. He steps into the grand dining room, his boots clicking on the polished floor as the door begins to close behind him. Bronson stays outside, leaving the protagonist to face the head of the household alone. A long table stretches across the room, with a single man sitting at the far end under a dim chandelier. The space is massive, emphasizing the weight of the man's status. Bronson makes the formal introduction, presenting Derek Hunt to the seated noble. Before he can say another word, a raised hand from the head of the table dismisses him. Walter Gracefall leans forward, gesturing with an open palm for Derek to take a seat. He looks every bit the powerful noble, draped in fine fur and regal purple. Derek takes his seat at the opposite end of the long table, looking across the vast space at his host. He keeps his posture relaxed, even as he realizes the gravity of the situation. The two men lock eyes across the table, neither one flinching or looking away. It's a silent battle of wills before the first word is even spoken. Walter doesn't waste time with pleasantries, cutting straight to the point. He asks Derek Hunt directly if he's the one who killed his son. The camera zooms in on their intense gaze, highlighting the sharp contrast between Walter's seasoned authority and Derek's cold, calm stare. The silence in the room is deafening. Walter repeats the question, leaning back in his chair with a heavy presence that fills the room. He's not looking for a denial, but a confession. Derek remains silent for a moment, his face a mask of indifference. He's clearly not intimidated by the man's rank or his direct accusation. A small, knowing smirk finally plays across Derek's lips. The tension in the air snaps as he realizes how well the knight, Bronson, had hidden his suspicion. He suddenly bursts out into a genuine laugh, throwing his head back in amusement. It's probably the last reaction Walter expected in this situation. Walter's expression doesn't change, his eyes remaining fixed on Derek Hunt with a cold, judgmental stare. He's waiting for a real answer, not a joke. Wiping away a mock tear, Derek apologizes, saying he was just thinking Bronson deserves a medal for his acting skills. He's genuinely impressed by how the knight played his part. He continues to chuckle, noting that the guy did a great job hiding his suspicion about the whole situation. It seems the whole charade of the knight leading them here had its own irony. Walter's patience is clearly wearing thin as he brings the focus back to the matter at hand. He asks again if Derek Hunt is disputing the fact that he killed Wallace. Derek settles back into his chair, his gaze sharpening once again. He tells Walter that since he sounds so convinced, there's no point in dragging things out anymore. He looks Walter straight in the eye and confirms it without a shred of hesitation. "I killed your son." Walter lets out a long, heavy sigh, looking down at the untouched plate of food in front of him. He asks what the boy could have possibly done to offend someone like Derek. Derek Hunt dismisses the idea of personal offense with a shrug, saying the boy could have offended him all he wanted. That wasn't the reason he had to die. His expression turns icy as he leans in, his eyes narrowing. He explains that there was a specific line Wallace crossed that can never be undone. A dark flashback flickers through the narration, showing the brutalized body of a victim. It's a grim reminder of the kind of monster the noble's son really was. The image shows the woman from the village, beaten half to death by Wallace's own hands. It wasn't just a simple crime. It was a display of senseless cruelty against the innocent. The flashback continues, showing Wallace standing over a woman with a sword, ready to execute her just for standing up for a child. He was only moments away from another murder. Derek Hunt's aura suddenly erupts, a massive purple shadow of a beast towering over him. He tells Walter that if he had arrived even a minute later, the entire House Gracefall would have been wiped out. Despite the terrifying display of power, Walter remains seated, calmly calling it quite a threat. He points out that making his house disappear would be harder than Derek thinks. Derek just grins, the purple light reflecting in his eyes as he challenges the noble's confidence. He's clearly not bluffing about his capabilities. In the blink of an eye, Derek Hunt vanishes from his seat, leaving only a blur of movement and a ripple of purple energy across the long table. He reappears instantly right behind Walter Gracefall, leaning over his shoulder to whisper in his ear. The speed is so incredible that the noble didn't even have time to blink. Walter flinches, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes how easily Derek could have ended him. He turns his head, but his opponent is already moving again. By the time Walter fully turns around, Derek Hunt is already back in his original seat across the table. He casually suggests they share the meal since none of that violence had to happen. Derek leans forward, genuinely curious about the noble's lack of rage. He asks Walter why he doesn't seem angry about losing his son to the man sitting right in front of him. Walter doesn't look at him, staring down at his plate as he admits that he is angry. But then he adds the twist. He's not angry at Derek Hunt. The noble looks down, his face etched with deep regret as he confesses his failure. He admits that he failed Wallace as a father, taking the blame on himself. Walter explains that he was far too soft on the boy, allowing him to turn into the monster that Derek eventually met. He's had time to reflect on where it all went wrong. He looks at Derek Hunt with a somber expression, nodding that despite the murder, the story Derek told brings honor to the family. It's a strange kind of gratitude. He concludes that Wallace's sacrifice will ensure he's remembered as something much better than he actually was in life. It's the ultimate way to preserve the family name. Walter Gracefall maintains a calm, almost gentle expression across the table. He admits that, in a strange way, he's actually thankful to Derek for what happened to his son. Derek Hunt is caught off guard, scratching his cheek as he offers a confused, "You're welcome." He wasn't exactly expecting a thank you for killing the man's son. Walter doesn't skip a beat, cutting a piece of meat as he shifts the topic. He has one question that's been bothering him, something he just hasn't been able to figure out. The noble looks up from his meal with a sharp, calculating gaze. He points out that Derek Hunt is clearly too high-level to have entered the dungeon himself, so he wants to know who actually cleared it. Derek leans back with a confident smirk, raising a finger. He tells Walter that he could explain it, but it's a massive secret that requires something in return. He demands an oath from the noble before he shares anything. Walter pauses with his fork halfway to his mouth, considering the request, and notes that it better not be too strict. Derek Hunt continues to eat casually, holding up 2 fingers to lay out his conditions. First, Walter must tell nobody the secret, and second, he can't use the knowledge to harm Derek or his companions. Walter Gracefall listens in silence, his expression unreadable as he weighs the risk of the deal. The air in the room feels heavy as he processes the conditions. Finally, the noble agrees, stating that the terms are acceptable to him. He's made much worse deals for far less valuable information in the past. Walter places a hand over his heart as a brilliant, blue light erupts around him. He officially swears to the Great System to accept all of Derek Hunt's conditions. A glowing system window appears in the air, confirming that an oath to the Great System has been made by Walter Gracefall. The magic of the system ensures there's no going back. The system message clarifies that the oath is binding until death. If Walter breaks it, he'll lose every single class and skill he's ever worked for. With the oath secured, Derek Hunt goes back to his meal, looking completely at ease. He casually asks Walter what he knows about legendary classes. There's a sharp freeze as Walter stops mid-motion, his knife hovering over his plate. The mere mention of such a rare status is enough to stop a high-ranking noble in his tracks. Walter looks at Derek with a somber intensity. He admits that he knows they exist, but he's never actually met anyone who possessed one. Derek Hunt just keeps chewing his food, offering a simple, "Well, now you do." He says it so casually that it takes a second for the weight of the reveal to sink in. Walter stares at him, completely stunned by the admission. He slowly asks if Derek Hunt would mind answering a few more questions about this legendary class. Derek gives a non-committal shrug, leaning back in his chair. He tells the noble that his willingness to answer really just depends on the questions. Walter leans forward, resting his chin on his hand as he thinks. He wants to know if Derek Hunt knows why the class was offered to him or what specific conditions he met to earn it. He theorizes that it might have something to do with everything Derek did before even choosing a class. It's a level of dedication most people can't even imagine. Derek Hunt looks serious for a moment, his hands clasped in front of him. He explains that to be rewarded extremely, a person has to be willing to go to extremes themselves. A vision of a young swordsman appears, surrounded by a whirlwind of blades under a full moon. Derek explains that someone who wants to be a legendary swordsman must live and breathe their weapon. Another image shows a woman meditating deep underwater, surrounded by glowing bubbles. To become a legendary water mage, one must fully immerse themselves in the element long before selecting a class. Derek Hunt's face is split with a dark, intense grin as he finishes his point. He believes that if someone devotes themselves with the passion of a zealot, the system will grant them greatness. Walter takes in the massive, quiet dining hall as he considers this theory. He asks Derek Hunt if he's actually tested this idea with others to unlock high-tier classes. Derek Hunt continues eating, admitting that there is one other person he's testing it with. In fact, finding a safe place for them to grow is one of the main reasons he's checking out this city. Walter Gracefall's eyes narrow as he hears this, his mind immediately jumping to a conclusion. He asks if Derek is referring to the boy who was with him earlier. Derek lets out a loud laugh, waving the idea away with his hand. He loves the kid, but he knows Thomas would never have the patience required to train and wait to select his class. Walter rubs his forehead, looking exhausted as he delivers some bad news. He tells Derek Hunt that he can't recommend Torith as a place for him or his disciple to settle down. When Derek asks why, Walter's expression turns grim. He explains that it's all because of the city lord, Malcolm Torith, who is apparently 100 times worse than Wallace. A visualization shows Malcolm Torith sitting on a throne, surrounded by luxury while servants wait on him. Walter explains that the man has never worked a day in his life and only has power through his father. Malcolm is shown laughing and drinking while using his servants as footstools. Every level he has was handed to him, and he's likely never been in a real fight. Walter warns that Malcolm is like a petulant child who throws a fit whenever someone else has a shinier toy than him. If he finds out about the person Derek Hunt wants to keep safe, he'll try to take them. The light from the chandelier overhead seems a bit dimmer as the conversation turns serious. Walter tells Derek that this city simply wouldn't be right for what he's looking for. A beautiful, sun-drenched city with palm trees and a bustling marketplace appears. Savannah. Walter suggests it as a merchant city that has strict laws and a lord that actually cares for her people. Derek looks intrigued, nodding that he'll have to check out Savannah once his business here is finished. He's always looking for the next move. The dining room is seen from a distance through a window, two powerful men alone in a massive space. Walter points out that Derek Hunt will almost certainly have to meet with Malcolm soon. He warns that Malcolm has likely already heard of Derek Hunt and might even know about this very meeting. It's only a matter of time before he sends for him. Derek Hunt lets out a long sigh, resting his chin on his hand as he thinks it over. He admits that he figured a meeting like that was inevitable. A smirk returns to Derek's face as he shares his current dilemma. He's trying to decide if it would be more entertaining to offend Malcolm by just ignoring his invitation. He raises a hand, his eyes glinting with mischief. Or he wonders if it would be better to accept the invite and just offend the city lord right to his face. Walter Gracefall stares at him, completely bewildered by his guest's attitude. He can't help but ask why both of Derek's options end with him intentionally offending the most powerful man in the city. Derek Hunt offers a confident smirk as he finishes his conversation with the noble. He's clearly unbothered by the potential conflict with the city lord, seemingly looking forward to the challenge. He steps out from the grand dining room, leaving the heavy blue doors behind him. The hallway is dimly lit, the quiet atmosphere a sharp contrast to the weight of the secrets he just shared. Raising a hand to get their attention, Derek Hunt calls out to his companions. He asks Thomas and Sylvie if they are finally ready to head back and call it a night. Derek tells them it's time to get some rest so they can be prepared for the morning. He notes that tomorrow is going to be a big day, likely anticipating his upcoming encounter with Malcolm Torith. Thomas struggles through the doorway, grunting as he tries to move. He's clearly exhausted, and the guard standing behind him seems equally tired of dealing with the group's antics. Derek Hunt stares at them in silence, his expression turning to one of pure confusion. He wasn't quite expecting his student and his pet to be in such a sorry state after a simple meal. With a heavy thud, both Thomas and Sylvie collapse onto the red carpet in the hallway. Derek and the guard look down at them, watching as they huff and puff from the exertion of simply walking. Thomas wipes sweat from his forehead, looking like he's just finished a marathon instead of a dinner. He looks up at Derek and manages to gasp out that he's ready to go, despite his obvious fatigue. Sylvie lies flat on her back, her belly comically round and full from overindulging in the noble's food. Surrounded by sparkling pink flowers, she basks in her contentment, declaring this the best day she's ever had. As pigeons take flight over the estate, the lead guard stands at the massive iron gates. He thanks Derek Hunt and his group for dining with the master, seeing them off with professional courtesy. Bronson offers a parting gesture of hospitality. He tells them they're more than welcome to return to the guest house if they find the city life isn't to their liking. Derek turns back with a casual grin, declining the offer. He'd rather find a standard, boring inn to stay in so they can get the authentic city experience instead of being pampered. The guy jokes that constant heated baths and fancy meals would probably spoil Thomas and Sylvie in record time. Thomas just stands there with Sylvie on his shoulder, looking a bit confused by the sudden change in plans. Derek waves a final goodbye as the sun shines down on the path ahead. It's time to move on and find a place of their own in Torith. They head down the long road away from the mansion gates, leaving the luxury of the noble district behind. Thomas follows close behind with Sylvie hitched along for the ride. The view opens up to show the sprawling rooftops of Torith as they descend into the more crowded parts of town. The architecture is dense, with houses packed tightly together along the hillside. They reach the lower streets where the local market is in full swing. People are out shopping at stalls, and the air is thick with the mundane energy of city life. Thomas mentions that he actually liked Bronson, calling him a decent guy. He can't help but wonder if Bronson's master is just as respectable or if he's more like his spoiled son. Derek reassures him that the master is a respectable and trustworthy man. He's walking with his hands in his pockets, completely unbothered by the high-stakes company they just left. Thomas leans in and lowers his voice to a whisper. He's worried about what might happen if the master finds out what really happened to his son. Derek leans back with a smirk and tells him he's overthinking it. He casually drops the bombshell that the man already knows everything. Thomas freezes in his tracks, his eyes going wide with pure terror. The realization that they just had dinner with a man who knows they killed his son hits him like a freight train. Panic starts to set in as he stammers out questions, wondering how the master could possibly know and why they would even go near him. His face is pale and dripping with sweat. Before Thomas can cause a scene, Derek reaches out and clamps a hand over his mouth. He tells him to knock it off as they continue walking past the city's residents. He explains that the master was a smart man who knew exactly what kind of person his son was. The old man had long ago accepted that the boy's character would eventually get him killed. Derek lets go and tells Thomas there's no reason to worry. In fact, after their meeting, the master is pretty much on their side now. They find a local inn and walk up to the wooden counter. Derek speaks to the clerk, requesting 2 separate rooms for the night. He drops a handful of gold coins onto the table, the bright metal clinking against the wood. He's not short on cash and is happy to pay for some privacy. The clerk scoops up the gold but delivers some bad news. They only have 1 room left available, and Derek lets out a tired sigh before agreeing to take it. With a polite smile, the clerk hands over a single silver key. He informs them that they'll be staying in room number 214. They reach the door, and Derek gives it a quick swing open. Thomas and Sylvie peek inside from behind him, curious about their new living quarters. The room is basic but clean, furnished with a single bed and a heavy wooden wardrobe. It's a far cry from the noble estate, but it suits Derek just fine. Derek takes one look at the lone bed and makes a quick decision. He knows there's going to be a conflict over who gets the comfortable spot. The bed sits alone against the stone wall, looking remarkably ordinary. It's clear it wasn't designed for 3 guests. Derek points toward the bed and tells Thomas he's stuck on the floor tonight. When Thomas tries to complain, Derek reminds him of the rule: do what he says, no questions asked. Before things get too heated, Derek mentions he has some errands to run. He pulls a glowing pouch out of his inventory, light spilling from the bag as he opens it. He tosses a heavy pouch of gold to Thomas, suggesting that he and Sylvie take the opportunity to explore the city. It's more than enough for them to shop and eat to their heart's content. Derek turns and walks out the door, telling them to have fun and maybe even buy some new clothes. He waves dismissively over his shoulder as he heads back into the hallway. He stops for a second and glances back toward the room. He has one more thing to say before he disappears into the city. He tells Sylvie to keep Thomas safe while they're out. Sylvie looks back with a determined, grumpy expression and sends a mental confirmation that she'll handle the mount. Derek walks down the cobblestone street alone, feeling a bit lighter without the group. He's finally free to take care of his own business. He wonders if they'll really be okay on their own, but then he catches himself. He knows Sylvie is more than capable of handling herself. Derek remembers that Sylvie actually has 75% of his own strength. That little rabbit could take down someone as strong as Bronson without even breaking a sweat. He concludes that they'll be perfectly fine. However, a small worry starts to gnaw at him as he imagines Sylvie being the one to actually start trouble. He glimpses a terrifying vision of Sylvie's power spiraling out of control. A chilling thought, knowing exactly what she's capable of. The vision turns into a massive explosion of purple energy that sends adventurers and carts flying in every direction. If Sylvie loses her temper, the city of Torith is in for a very bad day. Derek's face goes pale as the shards of his imagination fade away. The thought of that level of destruction happening right now is enough to make anyone sweat. He lets out a groan and clutches his head, trying to shake off the mental image. He just has to hope that Sylvie keeps her cool while he's gone. Derek's attention is suddenly grabbed by something ahead of him. He looks up, surprised by the sight of his next destination. He stands before a massive building, decorated with a gargantuan stone skull with sharp tusks. It's the quintessential look for a city's adventurers' guild. Inside, the place is buzzing with rowdy energy and the smell of ale. Adventurers are shouting, drinking, and testing their strength with arm wrestling matches that threaten to break the tables. Inside the rowdy adventurers' guild, a massive man with a scarred chest grabs a smaller adventurer by the collar. He's looking for a fight over a simple comment about his intelligence. Across the room, a pair of lower-ranked adventurers discuss their next move. They're considering whether to take a risk on a silver-ranked quest this time. The heavy door swings open as Derek Hunt makes his entrance. The room is thick with the scent of alcohol and the sounds of brawling. A few adventurers by the quest board turn their heads to see who just walked in. They don't recognize the newcomer in the simple black t-shirt. One of the veterans mocks Derek's casual outfit, finding it funky compared to their heavy armor. He doesn't look like he belongs in a place like this. Derek ignores the stares and heads straight for the main counter. Behind him, the muscular brute is still putting someone in a chokehold. The old man told me to stay out of it, but honestly, I couldn't care less about this crowd. The guild official behind the bar looks up with a bored expression. He assumes Derek is just a commoner looking for work and tells him this area is strictly for guild members. Derek doesn't miss a beat and asks to register as a platinum-ranked adventurer right then and there. The entire guild hall goes silent for a split second before the reaction hits. The silence is replaced by a wave of laughter from everyone in the room. They think Derek is either insane or an absolute idiot for even suggesting such a thing. The official explains with a smug tone that they don't even have the authority to issue platinum badges at this branch. He'd have to travel all the way to the capital for that kind of rank. Derek casually scratches his neck, unfazed by the rejection. He decides a gold badge will be good enough to start with for now. The crowd finds his arrogance even funnier now that he's settling for the second highest rank. They can't wait to see this overconfident kid get put in his place. The guild official leans over the counter with a stern look. He tells Derek that gold isn't just handed out. He has to pass a rigorous test from a high-ranked instructor to earn it. Derek just shrugs and tells him he's fine with those terms. He's in a hurry to get this paperwork over with so he can get to work. The official sighs and rubs his temples, calling it Derek's own funeral. He gestures for the newcomer to follow him back into the guild's training facilities. They walk down a hallway while the official explains the guild's rules for testing and sparring. He mentions that the facilities are open to gold and silver members for practice. They enter a massive sparring arena where a literal giant of a man is currently demolishing another adventurer. Dust fills the air as the brute slams his opponent into a stone wall. The official calls out to the giant, Russell, asking if he has a moment to spare. Russell is a terrifying specimen of muscle with a massive letter X scarred across his chest. Russell drops the man he was holding and tells his previous victims to take a 5-minute break. The defeated adventurer collapses to the floor with a heavy thud. The official introduces Derek Hunt, explaining that he's here to take the gold-ranked examination. Derek stands there with his hands in his pockets, looking remarkably unimpressed. Russell looks Derek up and down with a scoff, calling him a pipsqueak. He can't believe this skinny kid thinks he has a chance at the gold rank. The official whispers to Russell that the kid actually wanted the platinum exam first. He's clearly trying to frame the situation to get Russell even more fired up. The news sends Russell into another fit of laughter. He finds the idea of Derek seeking the highest rank to be the funniest joke he's heard in years. A team of medics rushes into the ring to carry away the last adventurer Russell trained. They don't look very optimistic about his condition as they haul him off on a stretcher. The official pulls out a waiver scroll for Derek to sign before things get started. It's a standard liability agreement meant to protect the guild from any accidents. The text of the document is brutal, basically saying the guild isn't responsible if Derek gets maimed or killed during the test. Derek doesn't even read it before asking when the fighting starts. With the paperwork signed, Derek steps into the center of the arena. He's ready to get this over with as quickly as possible. Russell cracks his neck and offers Derek 2 free shots at him as a gesture of fairness. He's so confident in his strength that he doesn't think Derek can even bruise him. Derek tells him to just shut up and fight already. He doesn't have all day to waste on these theatrics. The guild official covers his face and sighs, preparing himself for the inevitable cleanup. He's seen this play out many times before, and it always ends with a mess. Furious at being told to shut up, Russell charges forward with a roar. His eyes glow with a menacing red light as he pulls back a fist the size of Derek's head. Derek stands perfectly still as the massive fist hurtles toward him. He doesn't even bother taking a defensive stance. Just as Russell is about to connect, Derek delivers a lightning-fast slap across the giant's face. The impact sounds like a thunderclap, sending the massive man flying backward. The witnesses in the hall are frozen in absolute shock. They can't comprehend how a simple slap just launched their strongest instructor into the air. A close-up of Russell's face shows the moment of impact. His skin ripples under the force of the slap, and his eyes roll back as his consciousness begins to fade. Russell hits the floor with a massive thud that echoes through the entire training hall. He's out cold before he even stops sliding across the stone. Derek casually holds out his hand and asks if he can have his gold-ranked badge now. He looks like he didn't even use a fraction of his strength. Back in the main office, Derek sits slumped in a chair, letting out a massive yawn. The guild official stands nearby, now looking completely terrified of the man he just mocked. The official stammers out apologies, shaking like a leaf. He tells Derek that he still needs to complete one mission for the badge to become official. The man's hands tremble so much that he almost drops the documents he's holding. He's desperate to keep Derek happy and avoid getting slapped himself. The official finally produces a binder filled with all the current silver-ranked quests available. He invites Derek to pick whichever one he likes to finish his registration. The guild official points out a section in the massive tome containing quests in and around the city of Torith. Derek Hunt leans in, resting his chin on his hand as he scans the pages for something suitable. Eager to please, the official nervously asks if he can get Derek some tea or anything else. Derek keeps his eyes fixed on the book, bluntly telling the man to be quiet while he concentrates. Derek's finger stops on a specific entry, and he looks up at the official with a bored expression. "I'll do this one," he says, having made his choice with very little deliberation. The official is taken aback by Derek's choice to hunt toadcaps. He warns Derek that these creatures are only found in a remote mountain region, at least a week's journey from the city. Derek asks if the area is isolated enough that no one would be around to witness any incidents. The official confirms this, explaining that it's a desolate location far from any major travel routes. A slight, confident smirk plays on Derek's lips as he heads for the door. "I'll take it," he says, clearly pleased with the isolation and distance the quest offers. As Derek walks through the guild hall, a heavy silence falls over the rowdy crowd. The other adventurers stop their brawling and drinking to whisper about the powerhouse who demanded a platinum rank. A female adventurer leans over the counter and asks the sweating official if the newcomer actually passed his test. The official can only stare blankly, his voice hollow as he confirms that Derek succeeded with ease. Derek walks down the sunlit cobblestone streets of Torith, blending into the afternoon bustle. He looks like any other traveler, his hands in his pockets as he heads toward the city gates. Stopping for a moment, Derek closes his eyes and reaches out with his mind to call Sylvie. He asks if she can hear him, testing their mental connection over the distance. Sylvie's voice pops into his head, sounding surprised but delighted that they can communicate this way. Back in the city, the small rabbit-like creature is busy exploring her new surroundings. Sylvie and Thomas are currently occupying a table at a local pastry shop, surrounded by empty plates and delicious cakes. While Sylvie happily munches away, Thomas stares dejectedly into an empty coin purse, lamenting how fast the gold is disappearing. Derek chuckles to himself as he continues walking. He informs Sylvie that he's heading out of the city and might be back by evening, asking her to keep an eye on Thomas in the meantime. A humorous thought bubble shows Sylvie dragging a reluctant, overwhelmed Thomas along like a stubborn animal. It seems the little creature has already established her dominance over the young man. Sylvie continues to stuff a pastry into her mouth, her purple cape fluttering as she eats. She agrees to look after Thomas, but demands more gold for food, claiming that Thomas was the one who spent it all. Derek rolls his eyes, knowing full well who the real glutton is. He promises to leave more gold in their room later, adding that he highly doubts Thomas was the one responsible for the bill. He reminds Sylvie to be fair and let Thomas have some of the treats as well. In the shop, Thomas watches Sylvie's voracious eating with a look of exhausted resignation. Sylvie pauses mid-chew, giving a silent, somewhat guilty look through their mental link. She realizes she's been caught being selfish with the sweets. Derek gives a final okay to confirm their arrangement. Sylvie sighs mentally and gives a begrudging fine as she turns her attention back to the table. Standing just outside the city walls, Derek prepares for the journey ahead. A pillar of brilliant blue light erupts from the ground as he activates his high-speed movement skill. With a sudden surge of power, Derek sprints forward, becoming a blur of motion surrounded by crackling blue lightning. He leaves the city of Torith behind in a literal flash of speed. Crossing the vast green plains, Derek is a streak of blue energy headed toward the jagged peaks in the distance. The sheer force of his movement kicks up massive clouds of dust in his wake. His feet skid across the rocky terrain for a split second as he makes a sharp turn at full speed. The impact of his steps leaves deep gouges in the earth, showing the power behind his stride. Arriving at the base of the mountains, Derek comes to a stop and looks up at the towering cliffs. He scoffs at the officials' week's travel estimate, having reached the destination in just 1 hour. He begins his search for the elusive mushrooms, moving through the misty mountain forest with focused intent. He's eager to get this mundane task over with so he can move on to his real goal. Nearby, a small, red-capped mushroom with tiny white dots peeks out from behind some leaves. It blinks its large eyes, unaware of the powerful adventurer approaching its hiding spot. The toadcap reveals itself to be a surprisingly cute creature with a round white body and stubby arms. It stands in a field of flowers, glowing with a soft, innocent light. Derek finds the little creatures kinda cute as they hop playfully around the forest floor. He watches them for a moment, their bouncy movements leaving trails of pink sparkles. He picks up one of the toadcaps, and it glows brightly before being absorbed into his storage wristband. 14 more, he notes, checking the progress of his gathering task. The mist swirls around the rocky mountain path as Derek continues his search. The environment is silent and desolate, offering the perfect amount of privacy for his plans. Having quickly finished his task, Derek sits on a large boulder with 15 toadcaps gathered. He looks down at the little creatures around his feet, ready to move on to his next objective. He hops down from the rock, his expression turning serious as he prepares for the real reason he came all this way. Now for the more exciting part, he says to the empty mountain air. Derek walks into a wide clearing, ensuring he is far away from any eyes or potential interruptions. The sunlight breaks through the clouds, illuminating the spot he has chosen for his experiment. Standing alone on the mountain peak, Derek looks up at the sky, his silhouette sharp against the bright sunbeams. The atmosphere is tense as he prepares to unleash a dangerous power. His eyes ignite with a piercing purple glow as he calls out the name of the skill, Void Call. The air around him begins to vibrate with dark, chaotic energy. A massive beam of violet light descends from the heavens, striking the ground where Derek stands with incredible force. The surrounding fog is blasted away by the shockwave of the summit. Lightning crackles around the base of the beam as a swirling portal of dark energy opens high in the clouds. The sound of the sky cracking open echoes through the desolate mountains. A massive, dark shape begins to push through the portal, accompanied by a deafening crash that shakes the very earth. Fragments of purple energy shower down around the impact site. Derek watches with a wild, expectant grin, his eyes reflecting the intense purple light of the summon. "Here it comes," he shouts, his excitement palpable as the monster emerges. A powerful void monster drops through the rift, its body wreathed in dark smoke and lightning. It descends with a predatory grace, its red eyes glowing with malice as it targets the ground. The creature hits the clearing with a tremendous crash, sending rocks and dirt flying in every direction. The force of its landing creates a deep crater in the side of the mountain. The void monster stands tall, a hulking purple-skinned demon with jagged red horns and massive red gauntlets. It looms over the landscape, its terrifying presence filling the clearing with a dark aura. Derek Hunt's brow furrows as he stares at the creature he just summoned. The grandiosity of the massive energy beam from a moment ago doesn't seem to match the underwhelming result. He rests a hand on his chin, examining the small purple monster with a look of pure confusion. "What the?" he mutters, his voice dropping an octave in clear disappointment. The monster stands barely waist-high compared to Derek, its red horns and claws looking more decorative than dangerous in the dim mountain light. "Why's it so small?" Derek asks, feeling completely unsatisfied with the results of his skill. The small void monster lets out a high-pitched screech and lunges forward, its red claws extended toward Derek's chest. It's fast, but its movements are predictable to a seasoned fighter. Derek sighs seriously as he brings his hand down in a sharp, effortless chop. A shimmering arc of blue energy follows his movement, instantly neutralizing the creature's frantic attack. The monster falls limply to the grass, defeated by a single casual blow from Derek's hand. He kneels beside it, muttering about whether Stella would find such a little guy valuable enough to pay for. Derek stands back up and brushes off his pants, looking out over the desolate mountain peaks. He decides to try the skill again, hopping to farm more valuable materials if the next summon proves to be more substantial. A vision of a truly monstrous maw filled with rows of jagged teeth flashes through Derek's mind as he prepares. He reflects on how long it has been since anything in this world has truly pushed his body to its limits. Activating his skill once more, Derek's eyes flare with an intense purple light that illuminates the rocky clearing. "All right, hopping for better this time," he says, refocusing his mana on the call. A massive bolt of purple lightning tears through the darkened sky and slams into the ground with enough force to crack the mountain's surface. The air itself begins to ripple and distort violently around the impact point. The clearing is filled with a blinding white and purple light as the portal expands to a massive size. Violent shockwaves of energy blast outward, flattening the surrounding grass and kicking up a storm of dust. Derek watches the spectacle with a wide, eager grin as more cracks spiderweb across the fabric of reality itself. "Way more cracks this time. That's gotta mean this one's stronger," he notes, his posture tightening with readiness. The sky literally shatters like glass, revealing a dark, swirling abyss within the growing rift. Large fragments of purple energy fall away as a much larger entity begins its powerful descent. A massive, four-armed beast drops from the heavens, its descent marked by a deafening THOOM that echoes through the valley. It is far more imposing than the previous summon, its muscular frame covered in dark purple scales. The creature lands heavily on a nearby cliff face, its long claws digging deep into the solid stone. Derek stands on the path below, looking up at the towering monstrosity that now looms over his small frame. A close-up of the monster's head reveals a terrifying array of 3 glowing red eyes on the side of its face. It lets out a low, rumbling growl, its jagged teeth bared in a snarl as it smells the air. Derek doesn't flinch. Instead, he draws a glowing blue energy blade that crackles with intense power. "Let's do this," he says, his fighting spirit finally ignited by the presence of a seemingly worthy opponent. The monster begins to turn its massive head, its multiple eyes narrowing as it scans the ground nearby. It has noticed something in the grass that momentarily distracts it from Derek's presence. Derek pauses, his energy blade held at the ready as he watches the beast's strange behavior. "Huh?" he asks, wondering why the monster hasn't initiated its attack yet. The giant creature steps forward, its heavy footsteps shaking the mountain path beneath it. It walks past Derek, its focus entirely fixed on the body of the smaller monster lying lifeless in the grass. Reaching down with its secondary pair of arms, the beast lifts the carcass of its predecessor with surprising care. The contrast between its massive, armored hands and the small, limp body is stark. The four-armed monster crouches over the fallen creature, its long purple tail twitching with agitation. A heavy, oppressive aura begins to bleed from its hulking form as it realizes what has happened. The monster's face contorts, its red eyes burning with a hateful light as it fixes its gaze on Derek. "You!" it growls, its voice a guttural, terrifying sound that echoes off the canyon walls. Lightning flashes in the dark sky behind Derek as he stares back at the beast with a cold, unwavering gaze. The monster lets out a roar of absolute fury. "How dare you?" A close-up of the monster's snarling face, its red eyes glowing with intensity. It lets out a single, menacing word as it stares down its opponent. Derek Hunt stares back, his expression calm despite the lightning crackling behind him. He doesn't look the least bit intimidated by the creature's presence. High above the rain-slicked rocks, the beast towers over Derek. It notes that while he has the power to call into the void, he lacks the control to truly master it. Derek pauses, a look of realization crossing his face as he takes in the words of the monster. He seems more curious than afraid of the entity he just summoned. He rubs the back of his neck with a sheepish grin, offering a casual apology. The fact that the creature can talk actually caught him a bit off guard. The monster's expression remains fierce as it explains the flaw in his technique. It points out that he can direct the void's energy, but his lack of control makes it a blunt instrument. Derek conjures a small, swirling orb of purple void energy in the palm of his hand. He challenges the assessment, thinking he's doing a pretty decent job on his own. Infuriated by his casual attitude, the beast lets out a deafening roar that echoes through the rain. It brands him as ignorant for underestimating the forces he's tampering with. The creature crouches low, its body beginning to glow with a menacing red aura as it prepares to strike. It warns Derek that he has no idea what kind of power he's actually playing with. The monster looms over the remains of smaller creatures, its massive claws digging into the earth. It declares its intention to rectify the mistake of his existence while it's still nearby. Derek doesn't flinch, instead letting out a confident grin as he readies his glowing blue weapon. He seems excited by the prospect of a real challenge. He briefly imagines a ridiculous scenario where the beast becomes his mentor, like a scene straight out of a martial arts movie. He wonders if this is the part where the legendary creature takes on a genius apprentice. Derek's eyes sparkle with mock excitement as he leans into the joke. He decides that it's finally time for his mandatory training arc to begin. He drops into a deep, overly dramatic bow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He mockingly asks for guidance from the great master of the void. The creature's jaw drops in disbelief at his sheer audacity. It can't believe this puny human has the nerve to mock it after being threatened with death. Its patience snaps as it lunges forward, its heavy claws cracking the ground beneath it. It makes its intentions clear. It's not here to teach, it's here to kill. The beast leaps through the air with surprising speed for its size, closing the distance in a single bound. Derek braces himself, his spear at the ready as the creature descends. A massive explosion of purple energy erupts as the beast slams its fist down, sending Derek Hunt skidding across the rocky terrain. He barely manages to block the brunt of the impact. The monster immediately follows up with another powerful strike, channeling void energy into its fist. It creates a swirling vortex of destructive power as it swings. It slams its fist into the ground where he was standing just a second before, shattering the earth into jagged fragments. He leaps high into the air, narrowly avoiding the shockwave. The beast looks up at its airborne prey, a terrifying grin spreading across its face. It seems to be enjoying the hunt just as much as its opponent is enjoying the fight. The moment he gains some distance from the giant beast, Derek immediately summons a flurry of swirling void portals to encircle it. The creature sneers, mocking the delusional human for thinking he could escape that easily. Its eyes widen in shock as the human suddenly shifts his position midair with impossible agility. It's clear that this prey is more than he appears. He reappears on a piece of floating debris, looking completely at ease despite being surrounded by portals. He admits he'd like to keep chatting, but he's more than happy to keep fighting instead. The monster stands among the rubble, its expression shifting from rage to genuine intrigue. It realizes that Derek Hunt isn't just some lucky amateur after all. He shrugs nonchalantly, admitting that he spent quite a bit of time inside the void itself. He concedes that he's still relatively new to actually weaponizing its power, though. The beast lets out a furious roar, declaring that it cannot allow a human like him to stay alive. It unleashes a barrage of brilliant purple energy beams, firing them straight at Derek's portals. He was genuinely taken aback by the creature's counter-strategy. Though he managed to tilt his head just enough for a lethal beam to graze his face, the overwhelming speed of the assault forced a sudden shout of surprise from his lips. Derek Hunt sprints across the battlefield, his movements a desperate dance to stay ahead of the continuous bombardment. Each beam that misses leaves a smoking crater in the rock. He leaps and twists through the air, weaving between the intersecting lines of purple light with pinpoint precision. The entire area has become a deadly cage of void energy. But it didn't stop there. The beast dove headfirst into one of Derek's rifts, only to emerge directly above him a fraction of a second later, sending him hurtling toward the ground. The monster reappears directly above him, its massive fists clasped together for a devastating overhead strike. It uses the momentum of its fall to add even more power to the blow. A massive explosion rocks the entire cliffside as the beast's attack connects with full force. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring everything in a shroud of gray. He is slammed against a wall of jagged void crystals, his body pinned by the overwhelming pressure. He gasps for air as the monster looms over him, triumphant. The creature pulls back another fist, its eyes glowing with murderous intent as it prepares to finish him off. It doesn't plan on giving him another chance to mock it. Despite the blood trickling down his face, the human manages a faint smirk. He prepares for a counterattack as the air around them begins to shimmer. With a simple snap of his fingers, he instantly conjures a portal right before his eyes to nullify the monster's strike. A completely unexpected move by our MC, giving the beast a true taste of its own medicine. He tumbles across the uneven terrain, finally coming to a stop a few yards away. He slowly pushes himself up, wiping blood from his chin as he acknowledges the creature's impressive power. He looks up with a bloody grin, a strange sense of amusement in his eyes. He wonders aloud if this is what it feels like for other people when they're forced to fight him. The beast stands tall, breathing heavily as it glares at its resilient opponent. It immediately snarls a lethal threat, demanding to know how its prey can still laugh while death is staring him in the face. He chuckles to himself as he gets back to his feet, his posture relaxed and confident. He clarifies that it's not his own death that he finds so funny, it's the beast's impending defeat. Derek Hunt's eyes glow a piercing purple as blood trickles down his forehead. He flashes a predatory grin, telling the beast that whatever it's looking for is all its own. He lunges forward like a bolt of lightning, his movements a blur of speed and power. The massive creature is caught off guard, unable to react as the human closes the distance in an instant. A hand tightens around a pair of sharp, glowing daggers. The air around the weapons hums with energy as they're readied for the final exchange of the battle. The beast lunges forward, its gargantuan frame completely overwhelming the tiny Derek. It swings a heavy blow straight down, but our MC slides away just in time to evade the strike. The moment he regains his balance, Derek instantly fires 2 arrows straight into the portals. In a split second, 2 portals materialize right above the beast as it lunges toward him, letting out 2 energy arrows that pierce straight into its back and send the massive creature staggering. Refusing to let the beast regain its footing, Derek channels his remaining mana into one decisive surge. A blinding flash of purple light erupts in a massive explosion that ripples outward, vaporizing everything in its path and carving a deep crater into the rocky ground. He dives through the smoke, his fist cocked back and wreathed in shimmering energy. He doesn't give the creature a chance to recover, aiming a crushing blow directly at its head. The punch connects with the force of a meteor, sending a shockwave that shatters the surrounding landscape. The beast is buried under a mountain of rubble as the dust begins to settle. The monster is driven deep into the ground, its body broken and its strength finally depleted. The massive impact leaves nothing but a smoking ruin where a powerful entity once stood. Derek Hunt walks slowly toward the fallen beast, the rain washing the blood from his clothes. He looks down at his handiwork with a cold, analytical gaze. The creature lies helpless, blood pooling beneath its snout as it struggles to breathe. It begs for the end, asking the human to kill it and be done with the struggle. Derek isn't in any rush, holding up a finger to pause the execution. He's genuinely surprised to find an intelligent void beast out here and wants a few answers before he finishes the job. The beast huffs, its voice raspy as it reveals that humans like him are the natural enemies of its kind. It warns him that while he can summon them, he still lacks the true control required to rule the void. This catches his attention, and he asks for clarification on what exactly he's supposed to be controlling. The idea of the void and its inhabitants being more than just monsters to hunt is a new one to him. The beast doesn't offer any more information, its multiple red eyes narrowing as it demands a quick death. It has no interest in serving or teaching its mortal enemy. The human looks down at the broken creature for a long moment before giving a simple, resigned answer. He realizes there's no point in keeping something this dangerous alive if it won't talk. He calls forth his spear, the weapon glowing with a fierce blue light as he prepares the final blow. He knows that if he lets the beast go, it will spend the rest of its life hunting him through the darkest corners of existence. He drives the spear home, ending the fight with a single, clean strike. Despite everything, he offers a small token of respect, acknowledging that it was a good fight. Derek Hunt sighs and turns away, leaving the carcass behind as he starts the long trek back to the city. He's managed to finish his quest, and even bagged a couple of rare specimens for Stella to work with. The sun begins to set over the distant mountains, painting the sky in vibrant shades of gold and orange. The silence of the wilderness is a welcome change after the chaos of the battle. As he walks through the forest, Derek Hunt pulls out a communication device to check in on his companions. He asks Sylvie how things are going on her end and lets her know he's already on his way back. Back in the city, Thomas is wandering around with huge hearts in his eyes, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Sylvie sits perched on his head, looking utterly disappointed as she calls him an idiot for getting himself tricked.